I'm live and alive. And someone's home. He's coming home, lads. He's coming home, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Kaya is finally here. She's behind me, so you can't see her, but this is a big day. It's a beautiful day. It's 73 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It's Monday, November 6th, 12 p.m., and I'm, of course, an hour late, and there's a good reason for that, and I will tell you exactly why in a second. The reason why I'm an hour late, ladies and gentlemen, is because the beautiful princess, the love of my life, the only thing that matters, Kaya is here. That's right. Kaya Piker has returned home. Now, of course, she's currently going absolutely nutty mode on a chew toy that I gave her immediately for being the best girl. Did she miss me? Well, I did film. I did film her walking in, but it wasn't as fun as you think it is. It doesn't look that cool, like when those veterans do it. You know what I mean? But couple changes. She now knows how to place, and like I'll give you Kaya up updates right now, actually, because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. She's the one who came home. You should be returning to her. Yeah, that's what I should have done. You're right. But yes, Kaya Piker is back. And better than ever. She has now a new command in her tool belt called Place, which is huge. And I guess her off-leash training was great, and she's great on-leash as well. She does not have any new abilities. We didn't do like advanced obedience training. It's just like reinforcing the basics, but it's really cool. When I walk her, she stops as soon as I stop and looks up, and she has a command for like being able to go and smell stuff on the walks, but it's called a structured walk. So when I actually walk her, she stays by my side and doesn't go and smell anything until I let her, do her own thing. Kitchi88, thank you for the 25, get the subs. And also, one of the parts of this training is also supposed to put her, like, we're using the elevated bed, as you guys can see. And one of the things with the elevated bed is that she has a leash on right now on the elevated bed, so she can't like really get off of it. So she now knows to sit in place for hours and hours on end, which, as is her breed, she is not very active regardless, so that's good. She's very dirty right now. I'm gonna get her groomed soon. And also, she's on her period. Now, I got doggy diapers. I did get doggy diapers for her, but I don't know if we're going to actually use the doggy diapers because I heard that dogs don't like the doggy diapers. But she has been bleeding everywhere. But yes, Kaya has unlocked the command Place in her tool belt. She knows now sit. She doesn't even need to stay anymore. We've eliminated the stay command because when you say sit, she just sits and she waits. There's no reason to release her from that. But yeah. She's a free bleeding queen. Are you going to get her spayed? Yes, of course. But given how big of a breed she is, veterinarians will often tell you, bigger breeds should go through their adolescence phase for the first 2 years without getting spayed or neutered, so they can develop evenly, so that you can ensure that they don't have hip dysplasia later down the line. So because she's a very large gal, I want to make sure that she doesn't have any interruptions in her normal regular process of becoming a full-fledged adult. It also, from what I understand, it lowers the risk of cancer as well. There's a lot of reasons for why people do it. But anyway, but I will be spaying her, of course. It's just 2 years of periods. It doesn't matter. Dogs don't actually get a period in the same consistency as humans do. They get it like every 4 months, I think. And when they do, it's like she's going to be bleeding for a while. 4 to 6 months. And when she does actually get her period, it's not like a short process. It's like almost a month-long process. That's the problem. The issue is that she will be bleeding for 2 weeks at least, from what I understand. She started her period, or she got in heat 2 days ago, and she will most likely continue to bleed for the next 2 weeks. Now, it's not like the worst thing, but there is literally it's pretty funny. Like, it is pretty funny because, like, she jumped on the couch immediately and put her pussy on the couch and fucking bled on the couch a little bit. Like, immediately. But it's okay. So yeah, I have a Rottweiler. It's 6 to 8 months. Almost a month-long process. She's gonna fight the doggy diapers. Just let her free bleed. Get those baby wipes, bro. Yeah. Okay, don't say it like that. It's your daughter. Yes, she is my daughter. I gave birth to her. I was pregnant with her and I gave birth to her. I brought her into this world and I can take her out. But the reality is, the reality of the situation is there's not much I can do about it. Diaper rash is also an issue, or even wearing it half the time instead of full time. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm not gonna keep it on her. I'm just gonna clean up after her. Did she get stung by a bee? Is she okay? Yes, her face is already, the swelling has already gone down. She's fine. Would you consider filming the groom? We want to see the transformation happen. What grooming? Wait, no, there's... Down. Kaya, down. Down. She's getting up on her own. That's not good. There's no bueno. You know what I'm saying? Bubba? There's a lot of people in the house right now. Can't wait for the guests to complain about it. You're embarrassing him? See, normally, right now, she should be place mode, which means she can't get up. But she's getting up right now because I think she's like done with her chew toy. Kaya, down. Guys, why are you saying get her a tampon? No. Takes time for dogs to reacclimate. I mean, she was good. Bad girl within the minute she's back. Yeah, I'm a little worried about, like, obviously having her be here on camera because, like, people are gonna be really fucking annoying. But yeah, other than that, anyway, I worked out this morning. My dad is here, I think, soon. Oh, he is here. Öyle mi? My dad just got in. Hold on. One second. Okay. Please be sure to read up on signs and symptoms of pyometra before you can spay. You can catch it fast. Pyometra is a very dangerous uterus infection in unspayed females. You can get it? Okay. What was the sound? Oh, I was bringing in my dad's luggage, and it got caught on the... Why do I have to answer this question? It's like so odd. Bitch, why do you care? Okay, it's nothing. Okay, how about that? How about nothing happened? No, my dad's luggage got caught on the fucking thing that I have next to the door, and it fell. Like the table fell. I can't stop myself. I can't stop myself from fucking answering every silly, dumb, nonsensical question. It literally sounded like something broke. Yes, a fucking a vase broke, but who cares? Anyway, does desexing stop the period or not? My female cat. What the fuck is desexing? Isn't it called spaying? Oh God. I'm gonna be honest, like one of the things that certainly helped me in this time frame was not having Kaya here was actually pretty good for one reason. Like I missed her a lot, but also at the same time, like there wasn't a shit ton of weird people in the chat, like the dog perverts in the chat. I don't know what her weight is yet. I don't know what her weight is right now. I haven't weighed her yet. I literally had to I literally had to just like do an hour of training with the trainer, walk her around and stuff, and like get a better understanding of like how to you know, what her new skills are, what I need to do. So I just did that, and also like had to take care of my dad coming in from Turkey. So I haven't had too much. I haven't had time to look at anything. But yeah, on that note, let's get started. I mean, there's too many side quests, yes. Joe Biden is polls. Trump. Joe Biden is losing in the new polls. Trump is testifying. Updates from Gaza. Get in now. Where is the fucking thing? Oh, here it is. Why didn't it work? The GIF file is too large. Oh, okay. We can't use that as a blast off. Okay. All right. For those of you who are wondering why I swapped out the bed, two reasons. One, she's on her period, so it's like much easier to clean as far as I understand it. And two, no, it's fine. We're blasting off. Let the people know we're live and we're alive. Okay. Thank you, Palik 1998 for the 5 get the subs. She's bleeding everywhere, but it's like much easier to clean up. And the other reason is because it's elevated. Apparently, she's like, she'll find it more comfy. Like it's actually. Why are you saying Betelgeuse HasanAbi is live? What's happening? What the fuck are you guys doing? Are we gonna get a dog park stream sometime? Yeah. Elevated beds are better for regulating temperature too, right? Exactly. There's more airflow underneath it, and because she's double coated, she gets like hot easy. So yeah, that's what it is. That's what I got. I'm a little tired already. It's like I started off this morning hitting easily with ease, hitting 385 for 10 on my top set on my deadlifts, and all the other lifts that I've been engaging with, have been going down a little bit, except for I guess like my deadlift. So that was cool. And other than that, I don't have much going on. I mean, there's just, at least there's too much going on, rather. And that's why I haven't like been able to explain to you what's happening.
Here are 4 important things to know about dog periods. Number 1, when your dog is in heat, make sure to provide a calm, quiet environment to help them relax. They might appear more anxious during this time due to fluctuating hormone levels.
God, TikTok is so fucking annoying.
Number 2, stock up on dog diapers. You'll need to manage the bloody discharge around the house while your dog goes through her heat cycle, so consider using reusable or disposable diapers. Number 3, take your dog outside more frequently, as your dog might have to urinate more. Number 4, check the yard for any possible escape routes. A female in heat may try to escape from her yard in search of a male. This is an instinctual behavior, so be sure to check the yard for any possible.
The fuck's this shaking? She gonna be shaking like this? Bro, that's weird as hell. I swear to God, if I see her shaking her ass like this, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? Dude, I don't like this.
Escape routes. Follow us for more fascinating doggy facts.
Or was it that she was just trying to, no, that's just a boxer thing? Oh, it's because because the boxer didn't have a tail. Nurses and teachers in the public sector here in Quebec are on strike today. The strike comes after a laughable offer from our government. Government has just voted their huge pay raise for themselves earlier this year. Solidarity. Hell yeah. This is what it's like to be a father. Yeah, bro. I didn't fucking sign up for this. Like, I did not sign up for this. Okay. I don't know. I'm so scared. Zakaria, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The boxer butt wiggle is a part of their charm. Okay. So the yard thing is huge. I lost my first dog because we didn't get her fixed, and she would escape 1 year. She just didn't come back. I never forgot. And even though she's a big girl too, I got my current dog fixed because of the trauma. They will find a way out. Okay, got it. Well, good thing I never actually leave her alone. So there is not really that big of a fear in that situation. She'll straight back into male dog when before she would not even thought about it. What? Yeah, we'll talk about Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and his porn habits as well, which is like a question one might ask. Why do we know about the porn consumption, or rather lack thereof, of not only the Speaker of the House of Representatives, but also on top of that, the son of the Speaker of the House of Representatives? Is because he's volunteered this information. So it's just like odd an odd thing to talk about, an odd thing to mention in general. Okay. Let's get started on this. I'm going to immediately, getting pretty heated, Trump admonished by judge during the testimony. We're going to start off with Donald Trump today. The GOAT, our king. Okay? Our king, the GOAT. He's fucking at it. He's doing the thing. Doing the damn thing. That's right. My president. Here. I might need to take Kai outside real quick.
This strategy is not only just going on monologues, it seems, from the stand somewhat, but also not even answering the questions, which is what has brought about this admonishment from the judge. Let me bring in David Chalian, CNN's political director, on this. And here's a quote for you, David, just showing, as Kristen was saying, how the legal and the political, in terms of the campaign, they've become the same thing. Here's the quote from Trump. "I'm sure the judge will rule against me because he always rules against me," says Trump. That sounds very familiar from what we've heard from the campaign trail.
You hear it all the time in the campaign trail. And the judge, of course, as you guys noted earlier, said that's not factually true to Donald Trump, who was on the stand there. You can't separate these two. This is the dominant frontrunner for the Republican nomination and the currently leading candidate to be elected president next year, running against the incumbent Joe Biden, according to recent polls. And yet he finds himself on this day in this courtroom in this historic nature. And guys, I don't think it is despite his legal challenges that he is still maintaining this lead. I think it is in part because of them. We have seen Donald Trump be able to utilize his legal peril, his legal challenges, as a fortifying force for Republicans. And that is what we see in all the public data out there, which is this fortified world of Republicans around Trump, both in the primary context and how that benefits him in a general election context, whereas Joe Biden does not have that fortified force among Democrats. So these trials are playing directly into his hands here.
Absolutely. David, stand by. Let's get back out to the courthouse. Paula Reed's got some more detail from inside. What's happening?
This is getting pretty heated. The judge asking Trump's lawyer, quote, "Can you control your client? This is not a political rally." This coming from our colleagues who are inside the courtroom watching this live. The judge forcing Trump's lawyer, Chris Kise, to talk to the former president. The former president, we're reading here, apparently waved his arms at any suggestion of taking a 10-minute break. He is sitting back in his chair, we're told, just pursing his lips in that sort of classic Trump smile. Trump's lawyer is assuring the judge that their client, quote, understands the rules. The judge shot back and said, well, he doesn't abide by them. Now apparently they're back into questioning, but this is getting pretty heated. If there was any question about whether the former president could remain composed on the stand, refrain from attacking prosecutors, the judge, well, it's pretty clear. He and the judge sort of getting into it here. The judge is especially frustrated with Trump's inability to focus and his lack of brevity. I mean, something that we've all seen many times with the former president, but when you're on the witness stand, it's different. This is not social media. This is not a campaign rally. This is the judge's courtroom, and he has repeatedly asked the former president not to engage in, quote, speeches or essays. It looks like they're continuing with questioning. They're not taking a break, and the former president's lawyer assuring the judge that his client understands the rules.
All right, Paula, keep us posted, because this is, as you said, getting interesting and getting heated and may come to a head soon. Ellie Honig, you know, this is now several times the judge has gone back and asking Trump's attorney, Christopher Kise, can you control your client?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, by the way, that the judge is not directly speaking to Donald Trump, the witness, which he can do. Judges give instructions directly to witnesses all the time.
What do you think is being
I think he's trying to create some separation, some distance. I think the judge does not want to make this Judge Engoron versus Donald Trump. And so that's why the judge is saying to Trump's lawyers, can you all do anything? Can you please control him? It's really important to understand the judge has fairly limited enforcement powers here. Usually the fact that there's somebody sitting up high on the bench in a black robe is more than enough to get a witness to comply, to listen. I mean, the courtroom's set up that way for a reason, but when you have a witness like this who is just dead set on it, you can admonish, you can warn, you can strike testimony, meaning take it off the record, but ultimately, That's really all that the judge can do. And so this will be an interesting dance here between the judge and Trump that 36 minutes in, and it's already at a pretty high temperature.
Absolutely. Well, there are some other statements that are coming out. I mean, we're getting so much so quickly. I'm going to take a couple steps back to go forward, because during questioning as well, it seems Donald Trump has hinted at what the future, their future defense, I guess, during this line of questioning may be. This is full screen 5 or 6, just for the control room, where Donald Trump says, when it comes to, he says, we're going to explain that as this trial goes along, this crazy trial goes along, because we're bringing in the bankers, very big bankers. They'll explain exactly what their process is. They were not really documents that the banks paid much attention to. They looked at the deal. This kind of, Jeremy Saland is with us as well. This speaks to the facts and figures that is part of this line of questioning that they're trying to have. And Donald Trump saying,
sorry, she had to pee and poop. Fuck. Holy moly. That was a lot.
that he thinks that he's going to be bringing in big bankers to prove his case.
I don't know what big bankers means, but
exactly.
The bottom line here, this is playing all into the Attorney General's hands. I mean, this is what they want. They're not here to debate politics and what's going to happen outside the courtroom in an election. They're looking at the four corners of that courtroom and whether they can prove their case. And going on tirades and talking about big bankers and going after the judge does nothing for his credibility, does nothing to dispute the allegations, does not bring new facts and evidence into play. So all of this really hurts Donald Trump. And you don't bring me on to be a mental health professional, but I do wonder whether or not the former president understands the gravity of what he's doing. And I think also at the same time, he is more afraid of this case because he thinks that the other matters, he's never going to see a day in jail and it doesn't really matter. This is his name, this is his future, but he's going off the rails from what we're hearing about inside the courtroom.
All right, let's get back to the courthouse steps. Caitlin Collin is there, and I understand, Caitlin, things have not improved inside the courtroom.
Because they want to come to her.
No, they haven't, and it's not really.
He did everything right. 385 deadlift is not, dude. What's your BW at? What? 385 deadlift for 10. 385 deadlift is not that high, but easily being able to put it up for 10 on my top set that's the impressive part in my opinion.
Really that surprising, but so much of it is how this is proceeding, with Trump being asked these questions, not giving a direct answer, certainly not in the judge's estimation of what's happening there, and he is getting incredibly frustrated. He just removed some of Trump's comments from the records where Trump was bragging about how much cash he had. The judge essentially having groaning here, saying that he is not only being filibustered by the witness, the former president who is on the stand right now, but also he is saying by Chris Kise, Trump's attorney, who is in the room. And the judge is getting incredibly frustrated. He has now admonished Trump in the middle of his statement. Now that has happened, I believe, 5 to 6 times. Trump has only been inside that courtroom for about 39 minutes here. And I think that is what's notable here, is just how quickly this has devolved into a bit of a chaotic situation. What we do know is that the prosecutors don't seem to be getting into the middle of this, of what's happening between the judge and Trump's attorney, and instead are continuing with the questioning. I think one really interesting aspect of this is obviously what's at the heart of this is that Trump overvalued and inflated his assets to get more favorable terms on his loans. Trump is essentially trying to claim that actually these properties were undervalued and that sometimes he questioned the values of what was on.
Wait. No, she still has the RGB. She just turned the light off. I think somebody told her how you can, like, I guess, turn the light off on the RGB because you know, she's still keeping that thing on her. Because honestly, as a real gamer, Alina Habba knows there's an opportunity for gaming everywhere. Okay? Gaming opportunities can strike at any moment, at any time. You know what I mean? Maybe there's a brief pause in the trial, you're going to pop off. You're going to get on the queue. You can play a little bit of League, right? So I get it. I respect it. I use a Steam Deck for that purpose. But you know, she's using the ROG, which is definitely way lamer. Anyway, let's hear from Trump though. What does he have to say about all this?
They had no idea. They had no idea what the numbers were when they said $18 million for Mar-a-Lago, and it's 50 to 100 times that amount by any estimation.
Someone said he said it's more valuable than the Taj Mahal. Like the fucking it's so sick. That technically his the Mar-a-Lago is more valuable than the Taj Mahal. Like billions. It's actually valued at billions of dollars.
They had no idea. They had no idea what the numbers were when they said $18 million for Mar-a-Lago, and it's 50 to 100 times that amount.
Yeah. More Trump. Let's see what else he's got.
I think it went very well. I think you were there and you listened and you see what a scam this is. This is a case that should have never been brought. It's a case that should be dismissed immediately. The fraud was on behalf of the court. The court was the fraudster in this case. They made references to assets that were very valuable, and they said they had no idea. They had no idea what the numbers were when they said $18 million for Mar-a-Lago, and it's 50 to 100 times that amount.
He is looking extra orange, at least on this one. I mean, this one is like Fox News making no effort to make him seem human at all. Or maybe the hue, highlighting the hue because that's like that classic. Not a clip, but a quote. Aberdeen is the oil capital of Europe. Very rich, Trump says, at which point the judge interjects, irrelevant. Trump adds softly, it is. As a single-issue voter who supports Aberdeen being referenced as the oil capital of Europe at every possible moment, Trump has won my vote. I mean, he's out of control. He's completely out of control. He's just pulling out all the Trump moments. I feel like he must see the polls. He must be seeing the polls showing that like he's actually comstering Brandon on you know, important states. He knows. He knows what's up. He's like, it's time. It's time for me to get fucking unchained. Presser is live.
But we expected that. At the end of the day, the documentary evidence demonstrated that, in fact, he falsely inflated his assets to basically enrich himself and his family. He continued to persistently engage in fraud. The numbers
no one is voting
don't
for
lie.
Trump, law. Brother, you are out of your mind. Everything. Nobody's fucking voting for Trump. You're so crazy for saying that. What the fuck is this? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's voting for Trump, lol, I say, in the year 2015. I don't know what's happening at all. I don't know what's going to happen at all. But I'm sure ain't nobody's voting for Trump. I mean, that would surely be crazy. Anyway. So the situation with Trump is he's just doing classic Trump shit. Obviously, this trial is not as important. This is more of like a lol, you're humiliated trial rather than anything else. Liberals on Twitter are starting the campaign of vote shaming for people who have made it clear they won't vote for Biden. Yeah, I don't really care. I mean, that strategy has never worked. I don't know why liberals constantly do this like failure of a strategy. Instead of triangulating and instead of like making concessions and listening to the demands that people who would otherwise vote for the Democratic Party and like what their expectations are out of that vote, liberals have already run the our deeply unpopular candidate might not make it. Well, fuck you. It's your fucking fault. So I don't know. The finger wagging strategy just doesn't work. And at a certain point, something's got to give, right? Something's got to change, but who knows? Like, I don't know if Brandon will lose. I'm not saying that he 100% is going to lose, right? But it's just so weird that they constantly fucking hit the same shit over and over again. Now they're blaming TikTok. Biden aides say they're paying attention to Democrats' growing generational divide over backing for Israel, pointing to the support they have provided to combat anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses. But they are also warily monitoring developments like how the Chinese government-controlled TikTok algorithm just happens to be prioritizing anti-Israel content on the social media platform preferred by many under 30. They see the poll numbers, and they see that under the age of 44, all of a sudden, there's this massive generational shift. Not recognizing that those who are under the age of 44 have only seen tremendous amounts of bombing campaigns conducted in an open-air prison that Israel controls, and therefore, perhaps they might have an opinion about it. Like, a lot of these people developed consciousness at a time when, you know, Israel was finally considered an apartheid state. People pay attention to that sort of thing, you know? So it's also kind of giving the game away where, like, well, mainstream media controls the steady flow of information and it has the capacity to manufacture consent. But all of a sudden, when you have a social media platform that it's not like entirely controlled by State Department interests, like, well, lo and behold, people get to see that and they get really frustrated about it. I've talked about this quite a bit. I talked about this at length with Dave Weigel of Semaphore, formerly of Washington Post. This is a question that a lot of people who are over the 44 age cutoff are trying to figure out. They're like, how the fuck is this happening? How in the ever-loving fuck is this happening? Why are people so differently? Like, why are people viewing Israel from a completely different lens? And I try to explain to people, and including Ben Shapiro, who I replied to today. He said the goal of legacy media, political leftists, and Hamas is to lie about Israel's military strategy in order to create a retroactive moral equivalence with Hamas's mass murder of civilians. That's why Hamas is trying to get Palestinian civilians killed. To which I said, he'll never understand why the dam is breaking and will point the blame at anti-Semitism of the media, not doing enough passive voice when describing Israel's bombings. Like, I don't know how else. I don't know how more aggressively the media could try to contextualize the unimaginable amount of violence that Israel is subjecting Palestinians to. Like, just so cruel and so unusual, right? Like, what do you want them to do? They already fucking literally have an IDF spokesman immediately as soon as the bombing campaign is being conducted. Before they even like pull out the babies out of the rubble, you have an IDF guy being like, yes, these are children. They deserve to die. Here is why. And here's the real reason. I'll tell you what it is. You can't kill 10,000 civilians, most of them women, children, and the elderly, in 30 days. It's that simple. You can't do that. You can't. That's it. It's that simple. You can't just like fucking literally be like, sorry, we lit this orphanage on fire and blew it the fuck up. And here's why you think that's actually great. And expect people to go, okay. Yeah, if you have lived an entire lifetime of that kind of information, when you've never actually seen the Palestinian side, when you are also trained, when you're also conditioned into thinking that Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims in general are not really human or whatever, okay, yeah, you will have overwhelming support for our Western partner, the only democracy in the Middle East. Do you believe the theories that Jews control the U.S. media since a lot of the owners are Jewish? First of all, that's a ban. Second of all, that's anti-Semitic. And last but not least, and much of anti-Semitism, when it's not like a gross bigotry, is also entirely stupid. No, I don't believe that the Jews control the media. You fucking idiot. I believe, however, that America has a interest in maintaining Israel in the most violent means possible, because they like that Israel is a destabilizing force in a resource-rich region. They like having an unsinkable aircraft carrier. They like having an entire network of espionage agencies that they can utilize. That's the same as controlling. That's really okay. That's another ban. No, it's not the same as controlling. America controls Israel, not the other way around. You are literally out of your fucking mind. There are those inside the Israeli government that have truly violent interests, right? Truly. We've covered many of them. We've covered their takes. We've covered all the fucking ridiculous shit that people have been saying, like, you know, melting Palestinians and even maybe nuking Gaza. Okay? However, the reality of the situation is that America controls how aggro Israel can be. Okay? That's it. So, one thing to always consider is that everything that is happening in front of your eyes are happening with the go-ahead of the United States of America. Been watching a lot of your old stuff. I feel like you've changed a bit for the better from this war, and I feel like that goes for a lot of people. No. Everything that I've said about Israel and Palestine has been consistent for the past 10 years, I would say. The only difference is that, like, I originally was a believer in the two-state solution until I recognized that the two-state solution, much like others, much like many other scholars, from Avi Shlaim to you know, the Palestinian advocates that have been advocating for a one-state solution since like 1969, I recognized that the two-state solution has just been championed by those who maliciously want to maintain the apartheid structure with no real interest in, with no legitimate or real interest in offering Palestinians emancipation. As a matter of fact, over the course of the past couple of years, many people who have been advocates for Palestinians have also come to that same conclusion as well. So I don't see any solution that isn't possible without a third-party help like other nations in the UN. Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, you must have international enforcement, not even cooperation, enforcement. 100%. Anyway, I talked about Bernie Sanders yesterday. I don't know what else to say about it. Are you considering the possibility that you're only using facts that you know and overlooking deep, dark facts that you are not yet aware of and malicious things that people may never know? All right, what's happening today? There's a lot of gray name Nazis in the chat. What's going on? Do we need to increase the ban rate a little bit, I think. Brother, for the past 10 years, I've been tackling all of these, like, just asking questions, just curious Nazis. It is completely antithetical to my worldview. Not only is it gross and immoral and a hate crime, but it's also completely antithetical to the way I view the world. You can just ask, you can jack off as hard as you want, but you're not going to make any kind of, like, you're not going to be able to penetrate this community with idiotic assessments of the situation. Because, you know, it doesn't correspond to how the world actually works. Dumbass is coming in here and being like, well, don't you think like maybe the protocols of Zion? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, maybe the Tsarist Russians had a good idea on, you know, what to do with the Jews or whatever the fuck. Shut the fuck up. Okay. You did unban some pretty sus offenders in the last banana peels. Yeah, no, not a single one of them was like, has been represented so far. Anyway, so none of this, of course, means that like Trump is going to be better on Israel Palestine. Of course not. Trump is the reason why we're in this situation to begin with. It's actually one of Biden's worst initiatives was to continue Donald Trump's normalization agreements between Israel, completely sidestepping the Palestinians, and very arrogantly sidestepping the Palestinians and their plight and the ongoing occupation to develop more formal relations with the Gulf states in the region. These Gulf states have almost always had, maybe not on paper, but almost always had a decent relationship with Israel for the past couple of decades. This is simply simply to put it on paper. Now, of course, the way that this works is the Gulf states cannot maintain an authoritarian structure if there is an overwhelming amount of their population ready to fucking rise up against them, which is precisely the reason why the actions of October 7 make it impossible for Gulf states to continue with their Abraham Accords, even though the Saudi kingdom has said that we will continue with the normalization after everything is quieted down, after everything has died down. The Saudi Navy has also been working to intercept missiles, Houthi missiles coming out of Yemen and going into Israel. So they are, of course, continuing their collaboration with Israel. These are things that are important to understand. But yeah, before we get to like Donald Trump's edge poll numbers and the edge that Donald Trump has over Joe Biden, let's get to the massive amount of protests that happened all around the country.
They descended on Washington by...
I don't know why these have the Golan Heights in them. I think a lot of these well-intentioned Zoomers, I guess they don't know. They're kind, they're well-intentioned. That's not, that little tippy-top part of that, that's not supposed to be Israel or Palestine. That's Syria. That's like illegally annexed Syrian territory. The reason why people use watermelon as a symbol is because it's the same colors of the Palestinian flag, and when you're not allowed to, when you're suppressed and you're not allowed to show the Palestinian flag because it's like considered a symbol of terror, people used to use watermelon.
The tens of thousands pro-Palestinian protesters from across the United States, some traveling thousands of kilometers by bus to reach the gates of the White House to deliver a message to the American president.
Shame on you. Go to hell. That's what I would say. If you're a human, you should care.
The protesters' demands were threefold: a ceasefire, an end to the siege on Gaza, and an end to U.S. military funding for Israel. A cross-section of Americans came.
Yeah.
Many were Arab, and many were not.
Besides being a Jewish American and a veteran, it's important as a human being to be here, to care for children, to care for the people in Gaza.
On this day in Washington, the support for Gaza stretches as far as the eye can see. But the question is, do these protesters represent the greater American public who, according to...
That's a great question. The unfortunate answer is, if you look at the actual polling on the matter, no, most Americans either A, don't give a shit, or literally fucking unconditionally still offers support to Israel by massive margins. A lot of you may look at Twitter and think that that is like whatever your algorithm shows you is like actually consistent with the way that Americans feel. That is not the case, okay? But every single person who has been advocating for Palestinians for years and years will tell you that there has never been this much. There's never been this much broad support for Palestinians in general. So this movement is in its beginning phases. The dam seemingly is breaking. But of course, there is a long way to go. I always get very upset when I see like a dumbass neoliberal fucking Twitter account that I watch to like piss myself off. Go, actually, Twitter is not real life. Like, no opinion. They're like, oh, actually, Twitter's not real life, it seems. Look at these polling numbers. They offer unconditional support to Israel. It's like, yeah, dude, everybody fucking knows that. Like, what do you mean? You're the one who just found out about this. You're the one who's telling on yourself. You're the one who's saying, oh, everything I've seen on Twitter is like so different than like what Americans actually feel about Israel. It's like, yeah, no shit, stupid. Of course. Of course. Have you seen what the media does? Have you seen the way the fucking media covers Israel's actions? Yeah, no shit that like people that universally get their information and still have like some level of trust in mainstream media are unconditionally going to support our fucking ally. Their entire lives, they've never even thought about it. And when they have thought about it, they've only thought about it as it's the only democracy in the Middle East fighting against our united enemy, the Arabs. Yeah, there was no fucking CNN or Fox here, is what I understand, by the way. I did not even see, like, did they even cover this? This was a massive fucking protest. Did they actually cover it on American outlets, on Western outlets? It seems like they didn't really do that. Yeah, it's a rehash of like the anti-war protests in the lead up to invading Iraq. It's just like the same shit. Mass suppression, mass deflections, making it seem like these people have ulterior motives, making it seem like these people want to harbor the enemy. It's just really, really fucked up. It's really fucked up. But they can't, if you don't stay quiet, they can't ignore you. They can't ignore you for as long as they want to. It's like this dam will break. Anyway. CNN was too busy covering war crimes from the IDF inside Gaza. What is this? Someone asked with the BLM movement where fuck, I missed it. That was a good question. But I can't find it. Hold on. You said the same thing about BLM, how the tides turn and something that was once radical can become mainstream. Free Palestine is the same. Yeah. However, with Black Lives Matter, the mainstreamification of BLM also came with the commoditization of BLM. It turned into, it was effectively neutered. It was destroyed as like a radical movement, right? The difference is, even if Free Palestine was radically neutered and was considered broadly acceptable, considering the conditions on the ground for Palestinians, that would still be that would literally still be a benefit. It would still mean that you can freely say these sorts of things without suffering serious repercussions. No, Dior did not replace Bella Hadid with an Israeli model. Please stop fucking jumping on everything that you see online that has more than 50,000 likes, okay? It's like not even a new rumor. It's been around for a very long time. Longer than the top of the hour ad break has been around on this broadcast, I'll tell you that. Another major difference between BLM and Free Palestine is that Trump was president and BLM was used primarily as a cudgel against Trump racism, despite its origins under Obama. Yes. What are my predictions for the future here? I don't know. I legitimately, I genuinely don't know. It does feel like this is not a time to stop. This is a time to keep pushing. I think it's important to do that. It's important to keep yelling loudly and proudly that Palestinians deserve emancipation, this occupation must end, and that our hands are bloody in this conflict, in this matter, in this ethnic cleansing campaign. Like, it's very, it's just very different from how things were 5 years ago, 6 years ago. You know what I mean? It's like Lenin said, there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Do you think the Free Palestine movement would be more popular with liberals if Trump was president and defending Israel's genocide? Yes, it would be. Absolutely. I do believe that. Yes, it would be exactly like Black Lives Matter. Not that it fucking matters, because in this situation, like, part of the momentum was built under Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump. Yesterday you were asking if there's anything floating around in the media that upset you. Yeah, I've already watched this. It's very upsetting. But not even because it's like triggering or frustrating or anything. Like, I get very frustrated when I see someone saying like incredibly unhinged shit, right? I get very mad when I see someone quote tweet like Rashida Tlaib, for example, to tell her what an emancipatory slogan that Palestinians have used for fucking, 56 years, what that actually means. And there's some sinister hidden meaning actually. And that she, alongside others, are actually secretly saying we need to genocide the Jews. Like, that's what the real reason is. Like, that triggers the fuck out of me. This, on the other hand, is like a nuke. Okay? This is like a nuclear bomb went off in my brain. It shut my brain off when I watched it. And I don't understand how SNL, being incredibly cringe, still fucking clears this program. Colombia anti-Semite.
Hi everyone, we are live on YouTube with Colombia anti-Semite news, where everyone is welcome. LGBTQH.
H?
Hamas.
Yeah, I totally sim Hamas. Yeah. It's so trending right now.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Do you know why it's true? Because it rhymes. Oh. Just look at all this toxic Zionist propaganda. Kidnapped in Gaza. Does this look like Gaza to you?
Yeah, bro, I have no idea what Gaza looks like.
And they're smiling. Do hostages smile? Zionist liars.
Totally sus.
Do they think we're stupid?
Stupid? I major in queer post-colonial astrology. Ew.
I love the actual, like, legitimate distaste for, like, queer presentation in general that just seeps out of this too. You know what I mean? Like, this entire sketch is supposed to signal to the world, like, well, look at this classic contradiction. Like, Hamas, they would kill all the gays, right? They would kill all the gays. That's what they would do. And all these dumb gay people in America are defending Hamas. They love Hamas. They're supporting Hamas. Okay? Because they're so stupid, right? Like, it's the classic chickens for KFC moment, right? Now, it's obviously ridiculous. Solidarity with people who are subjected to cruel and unusual punishments should not be on the conditions that they agree with you. You should have a moral backbone that goes beyond that. I guess for reactionaries in general, this is like an unimaginable concept, because for them, they're like, you know, what do you mean? I only defend people who defend me immediately. Like that's it. Secondly, it also makes it seem as though like Israel's solution to the gay Palestinians is better, which is to fucking eviscerate them with bombs. Right? Someone is crying behind me a little bit, which is annoying me, but gonna be okay, I think. Yeah.
Jews make the world dirty.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm racist fluid.
Exactly. And now for a little break from all this activism, we want to say hello to our BFF,
Bestie freedom fighter,
Abu Fatwa in Gaza. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum as-salam, and inshallah, Allah will kill you all infidels.
Thank you so much for joining us. Love the headpiece, the all oppression chic. Very drip.
Mr. Fatwa, how are you? Are you safe?
Oh yes, I'm safe. I'm in a tunnel under the Gaza hospital. Above me, I have Allah and 2 million civilians protecting me.
Community is so important these days.
Do you need like humanitarian aid, food, fuel, medicine?
It's okay, I have everything. I'm only hungry for rockets.
As long as it's organic.
Yeah.
I wish I just could be there with you.
You can come to Gaza anytime and we will throw you from the roof.
Yeah, sick, dude. Fucking, yeah, exactly. That's what's going on. Stop this, please. No, you need to watch this to develop a better understanding, okay? Liberal comedy is very important. Liberal comedy is very important to unlock the consciousness of an entire population. This shit is so fucking gross. A screenshot of these losers in this video will be used for years and years as a disgusting reminder of it. I can see it now. Yeah. This is an SNL, thankfully. Yeah, no, it's just a projection of their pure, unadulterated racism. So that's number one. I mean, it's not even funny, though. That's the problem. Because I don't think you can, like, get this racist and be funny at the same time. It's just, like, it's not happening. This is, like, 2 steps from SNL would do, no doubt. Sure. But many Americans will look to this and recognize that this is literally like a Steven Crowder sketch. It's just so bad. Also, it's literally making the point that the blockade does not harm Hamas at all. I mean, there's so many different avenues to tackle this, okay? Yes, this was made by the Israeli SNL. Yeah. By the way, the Columbia Law Students for Palestine group wrote for the Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch for over a decade advocating for the recognition of the Israeli apartheid. We worked super hard. Al-Haq was our partner in Gaza, then the West Bank. Sorry for the spam, Habibi. Yeah. Oh, I'm proud of you guys for pushing. And then the dam broke on that end. But it's odd because it's like, yeah, it's been posted by the Israeli government. Why is it in English if it's the Israeli SNL? Why was it made in English? What do you mean? This is literally for guys. At what point will you recognize that Israeli propaganda does not have to exist for a broad majority of the Israeli population? Israeli propaganda has to exist for the Western world. Because without the Western world's unconditional support, without, for example, America constantly fucking vetoing any kind of UN Security Council commitment or condemnation, Israel would not be able to behave in the way that it does. This is something that you have to understand. Settler Night Live is crazy. Yeah. If there was a sketch comedy TV in the 1930s, Nazis would have been doing shit exactly like this. I mean, I think they did do that. There probably was. Shit like
You
that.
homosexual dirt.
Do you hear? Bro wanna throw me a rooftop party.
They are
I feel like saying this is Israeli SNL is anti-Semitic to Lorne Michaels. I mean,
so welcoming and inclusive.
So, shukran. And you are also very welcome to come here to America.
We will come. First, we finish with Israel, and America is next.
I love this. He's like, we're going to fucking come to America. Like, we're going to finish Israel, and then we're going to come to America. Like, Hamas is going to attack America, dude.
Great. So I guess we'll see you soon.
Yes, it will be a blast.
Can't wait. It will be so multicultural.
Yeah. They managed to hit all the talking points. Yes, this is not like... Who would laugh at this? Extremely racist people. Like, incredibly racist people. In order for this humor to work for you, you have to have the exact same positions as these people and maybe even more racist than they are. Like, you have to literally be... You have to be in the intersection of like just enough homophobia, just enough resentment for college campus activists, and of course a metric ton of Islamophobia in general to be like, to look at this and go, this is fucking hilarious. To me, it's like the grossest offense of this is that it's not funny. You know what I mean? How is it racist? They're talking about terrorists, not Palestinians. Come on, brother. Come on. Come on. Like, come on. Come on. You have a dude here. Like, this is such a Sam Harris 2004 take. Like, I feel like I feel like I'm getting whiplash. Like, you're one step removed from being like, actually Islam is a religion, not a race. Like, I have to go back to like the same fucking 2-decade-old arguments about how like Islamophobia is racialized and how, like, for example, my name is Hasan, but most people, if they didn't know what my name was, would not perceive me as like a Muslim person, whereas like the first victim of Islamophobic hate crimes in the aftermath of 9/11 was a Sikh person. You know what I mean? Like, all this shit. Like, do we have to work through all of this? Really? Like, you were that hardwired to jump to this? Like, the notion that Hamas is coming to America is fucking ridiculous. Brother, that's a 2023 Sam Harris take too. I know, Sam Harris hasn't even like switched it up. He's eating good.
Ya Allah, you are so stupid.
Thank you so much, Abu. We love you.
I won't even bother killing you. It's a waste of bullets.
Good vibes only.
It's better you just kill yourself.
Okay, bye.
Die.
Die. This is Ahmed the dead terrorist, bro. Like, straight up. You're a fucking dumbass if you literally look to something like Ahmed the dead terrorist and go, what's Islamophobic about this? Like, what's anti-Arab about this? That's just a terrorist. That's not a human. That's not like Muslims, dog. Comedian defends Ahmed the dead terrorist puppet routine against the South African ban. Nice. Funny man, ventriloquist, Jeff Dunham. Like, how do we have to? What is going on? Someone is bored. Someone is bored.
The polls at the beginning of the war were 5-1 in favor of Israel.
Recent major polls found more than 70% of Americans now back U.S. humanitarian aid to Gaza.
We got to be anti-immigration and anti-Muslim because they're allegedly homophobic and misogynistic, as if white Christian right-wingers aren't. I remember that shit back in 2014, 2016 era. Yeah, this was like super aggro Islamophobia. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Sam Harris interview, which we will look at. We will cover.
So, Ahmed, we've been going all over the place. Yeah, you know where we are? Well, we have going so many places I have lost track. And what's with all the Jews? We're in Israel. That's so funny. Yeah, okay, Israel. Yeah, that's really funny. What? We're in Tel Aviv. As in Israeli army. Holy crap. Well, I'm already dead. What the hell?
Anyway, so yeah, there you go. That's like exactly the same energy of being like, what's racist or Islamophobic about that? I don't understand. Okay, now we know who finds that earlier sketch funny. I mean, a lot of Americans did. Boy, put this on my timeline. It's pretty upsetting. What is this? Sam Harris became pro-Palestinian? He absolutely did not. Oh, this.
River to the sea. That means you want to kill me from the river to the sea. Ah. That means you want to kill me from the river to the sea. That means you want to kill me.
It's wild because like this type of shit, unironically, in my opinion, works as hard against any kind of Hasbara operation as does like Israel's own personal actions. So what do I mean by this, right? What do I mean by this? Okay, here's what I mean by this. First of all, this like betrays the notion that this is like a very dangerous prospect, that like you want to kill all Jews when you say from the river to the sea, because you're doing it like in the show tunes voice, right? So there's that part. Okay. Secondly, it's so fucking cringe. It is so insanely cringe. And it works in the exact same way that like Israel's endless bombing campaign works, where it's like you can't keep killing children, okay? You cannot keep killing children and then expect people to not go, hey, man, maybe you should stop killing fucking children. Like, it seems kind of crazy that you're killing so many children, right? Like, there isn't enough propagandizing that even mainstream media could do that all of a sudden makes normal the murdering of 10,000 people in Gaza, the overwhelming majority of which is women, children, and the elderly. I think it's like 73%. So when you do that, when you keep doing that, yeah, people are going to be like, listen, dog, this is fucked up. Especially because the only way to do that is with Western support. You can't do it on your own. Like, if you did it on your own, the money faucet would dry up real quick. Like, you think Israel's economy could withstand 300,000 reservists and an endless bombing campaign and an Iron Dome for defense, too, on top of that? No.
Yesterday, CNN's Jeremy Diamond went into Gaza on an IDF embed. I should note that journalists embedded with the IDF in Gaza operate under the observation of Israeli commanders in the field. And
understand, CNN is now allowed to film stuff inside of Gaza as an embed with the IDF. And if they are embedded with the IDF gets final cut approval over whatever footage they show. That is insane. Okay? Like, that's the kind of shit, first of all, across the board, that's the kind of shit that you're not supposed to do for the American military. But of course, we've moved far beyond honesty and truth in journalism. Like, that's not even an expectation here, right? That's not journalism. Like, you're not doing journalism at all. You are literally behaving like a stenographer for the IDF. You are 100% just repeating whatever the fuck the IDF wants you to say. You delete war crimes if they want you to. It's fucking ridiculous, right? You shouldn't even do that for the American military. So the fact that we're like offering these assurances, offering this level of commitment to a foreign military is insane. Okay? Like, why? Then don't go there. Then don't even fucking film anything, right? Yeah, we had embeds in Iraq, but even then, I think you understand, there were plenty of embeds in Iraq that actually unironically did devastating coverage for the Iraqi, against the Iraqi operation. Okay? There were a shit ton of fucking writers, both in Vietnam and in Iraq, that openly just went against this kind of thing and still wrote a lot of pieces. I mean, Generation Kill is the Rolling Stones coverage directly from Operation Iraqi Freedom in the first couple of weeks with the Marine Corps. That's like a real story of a Rolling Stones journalist. It basically showed everything. It showed what our tax dollars were funding, right? Iraq, not a prison, probably had something to do with that. No. I'm simply stating that, like, there was still a tremendous amount of like puff pieces and like ridiculous coverage that mainstream media engaged in. Obviously, they like championed the war in Iraq. They did that. They repeated lies that the government told, and they have blood on their hands as well. But even then, there was still some kind of coverage that went against that. Meanwhile, these are assurances that we shouldn't even be giving to the American military. We're giving it to a foreign military now. What the fuck is going on?
And are not permitted to move unaccompanied within the Gaza Strip. As a condition to enter Gaza under IDF escort, outlets have to submit all materials and footage to the Israeli military for review prior to publication. CNN has agreed to these terms in order to provide a limited window into Israel's operations in Gaza.
Ridiculous. To which I responded, I mean, there's no other way they could report from inside Gaza since the IDF is very good at killing journalists, which they have been. They've been killing journalists nonstop. So obviously, you can't have a fucking fixer or a handler or use any of your actual contacts because you think CNN doesn't have fucking on-the-ground contacts in Gaza? Of course they do. Of course they do. Except the IDF has been fucking killing them, ruthlessly slaughtering them and their families, which, again, should be mentioned every fucking day. Every goddamn day. Only democracy in the Middle East, by the way. Certainly not an apartheid state, by the way. How fucking insane. UN said Israel has set new world records for murdering civilians, children, journalists, and aid workers. Yeah. Because they are doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's what they're doing. Here's some old CNN footage from the Iraq War. It's the same coverage.
This half hour, live from the front lines. What is Saddam thinking?
Good evening once again. Today, another apparent Saddam sighting, this time with a twist. He appeared with his two sons, but was it really Saddam or was it an imposter? And when was the tape made? Is it all part of a strategy to keep the regime alive? Also, a lot of the atrocities anticipated at the outset of this war have mostly failed to materialize, at least so far. Does that mean Saddam Hussein is not in control? To answer the question, CNN senior political analyst Bill Schneider is joining us now live. Bill?
Well, Wolf, before the war, military analysts made a lot of predictions about what Iraq might do to stop the coalition. But many of them have not happened. Well, why not? Immediately after being attacked, some feared the Iraqi regime might fire missiles at Israel, as it did in 1991, to try to draw Israel into the war. It didn't. USA Today cited military experts who said the Iraqi army could slow a U.S. advance by blowing up bridges, using refugees to clog roads, and flooding rivers to wash out roads. A dam near Karbala was wired but not demolished. And as for the bridges...
The 5th Corps forces were able to seize a bridge intact over the Euphrates River. It was, in fact, rigged for demolition. They were able to remove the demolition, cross the bridge, and continue the attack.
In 1991, the Iraqis set the oil fields of Kuwait ablaze. There were a few fires early on, but nothing like the conflagrations of 1991. Everyone expected Iraq to unleash chemical and biological weapons. So far, it hasn't happened. What about Saddam's elite Republican Guard units that were supposed to form a ring of steel around Baghdad? The steel seemed to melt quickly under Allied bombardment.
Like, they're literally flexing that they're just ruthlessly fucking owning this withered and much weaker and completely and utterly destroyed and humiliated Iraqi military, whatever semblance of the military even exists at that point. Can we give a shout out to Auni Eldus? Kid wanted to be a streamer with over 100K subs. He was only 13 and was killed in an airstrike about a week ago. 10K at the time and over 1 million now. Don't mean much, but at least his goal was reached. Rest in power, Auni Eldus. This was a sub promo vid. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Yeah.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم عوني وفيديو جديد. اوكي يا اخوان. الفيديو هذا فيديو تعريفي، هذا كان لازم ينزله من زمان بس نزل اليوم. حينزل اليوم الخميس 18/8/2022. اوكي يا اخوان، تعريف عني. انا عون الدوس، فلسطيني من غزة، العمر 12 سنة. هذا هدف القناة طبعا نصل 100,000 مشترك و500,000 ومليون، وبإذن الله لل10 مليون، وبدعمكم بمحبتكم. اوكي طبعا شكرا على 1000 مشترك وبيس صار.
Yeah. He reached 1 million subscribers after he was slaughtered by the Israeli Air Force. So he's presenting himself 12 years. I want to have 100K to 1 million to 10 million. Thanks for the 1,000 subs. Yeah. And his favorite streamer YouTuber saw that he DM'd him about his channel. Yeah, I saw that video too. Okay. By the way, all 3,000 plus children that have been murdered also had dreams. You know what I mean? They all had dreams. They're all human. They all had wants. They all had needs. They all had dreams. And they all had their life cut short. That's the reason why I fucking hate this like human shield argument and understand exactly where it comes from. Okay? It comes from the same place that any justification for colonial action comes from. It's the underlying, hidden, incredibly cruel assertion that the enemy is not a human being, but instead something different, something lesser. That's it. And it's not like people hide it. It's not like many hide this position that they have. It's not hidden at all. It's very obvious. I mean, here, I covered this as well. I saw this earlier. Name one thing invented by Palestinians without Googling. You know what? Go ahead and Google. Like saying that Palestinians have never invented anything. Like they're stupid. And the implication that they're like, the hidden implication that they're dumb. Not so hidden, really. Like, they haven't done anything. They've done nothing. They don't deserve anything. Like, of course, like Israel is the dominant force here. Okay? To which I said, so much of the criticism of Palestinian emancipation relies on just being a fucking racist monster in the exact same way people defended other settler colonial projects throughout time. Here's the famous Winston Churchill quote: I do not agree that the dog in a manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance, the great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly, wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Here are some images showcasing Manifest Destiny at the time and the brutality of the savage barbarian Native Americans that wanted to ruthlessly slaughter beautiful, pure, white American settlers. It's not new. It's not new at all. Very old, as a matter of fact. You have to. Oh yeah, no, we're going to talk about this as well. You have to lie, and you can't ever give up on these lies. You have to consistently make sure that there's a steady flow of information all the way from using passive voice, which leads to headlines like Gazans say explosion materialized out of nowhere in dense neighborhood that may or may not have killed people or may or may not have led to deaths. And that's like a normal fucking, like, in the midst of this ruthless bombing campaign that Israel is engaging in, that is ethnic cleansing, you're fucking looking at this and going, I wonder how did this happen? Like, how? Where did the bombs come from? Yeah, the Visegrad 24 is affiliated with the fascist Polish Law and Order Party. I see so many supposed progressive liberals sharing their posts. It's scary. Yeah. Israelis are killed. Palestinians, however, die. Even from a cold-blooded sociopathic perspective, imagine how many great scientists, artists, engineers perished in wars like the one in Palestine right now. What is this, Stephen Jay Gould, who said, I do not care about the wrinkles in Einstein's brain. I care about how many children that could have been nuclear physicists that perished in fucking sweatshops. It's just like, I don't think people are valuable specifically because they're like brilliant, right? Yeah. How many have died in sweatshops and cotton fields? Exactly. I fought for the IDF in Gaza. It made me fight for peace. Beit Hanun, Gaza, after Israeli bombardment of July 26, 2014. Oh, it's Benzion Sanders. Benzion Sanders is the founder of the Breaking the Silence movement that is IDF veterans who work to end the Israeli occupation. He is someone that I rely on. I think he's great. He is a lot of, this is a multi-pronged, multifaceted, multi-front information war. So I think that it's very important to have people who are up close and personal with this carnage, that have actually that have actually dealt some of this carnage turn around, recognize their mistakes, and try to work against to undo that damage for the rest of their lives. And Benzion Sanders is a great example of this, to try and make amends for what they've done. And there are plenty like him. And it's important to hear their voices as well. Oh, before I forget, here is Fareed Zakaria. In 1986, anti-divestment, Fareed Zakaria, 1986, former president of the Yale Political Union, argued that Yale should not divest from its holdings in South Africa. Zakaria spoke at a debate last night between the PU and the Yale Debate Association. Bean Zion, is that how you say it? Benzion? Bean Zion? Yeah, there you go, man. My man, hey, if anything, he's consistent. You know who's not consistent? Motherfucking Matt Yglesias. Edingermentum found Matt Yglesias' piece from 2003 in Israel when he actually went to the West Bank. And this is what he wrote. Looking at the situation in the Middle East, I think the administration has things exactly wrong in trying to solve the Israel situation as a precursor to moving on Iraq. The only way a negotiated settlement will be possible there is if Arafat feels that his position is weakening. Oh, wait, never mind. Didn't he literally go to the West Bank and say that he was grossed out by it? Someone said he was grossed out by the horrific mistreatment of Palestinians there. Maybe he didn't care about it even back then. I know he was like a big pusher of the Iraq War. Anyway, the only way negotiated settlement will be possible there is if Arafat feels his position is weakening. Hello, it's 2003. His position is gone. The only way for that to happen is for the other Arab leaders to start becoming less supportive of him. The only way for that to happen is for our Arab allies to recognize the U.S., Saudi, U.S., Egyptian, U.S., Qatari, etc. relations are two-way streets, not just an endless dialogue about what we need to do to prop up their regimes. What better way to show that than to go do something they really, really don't know us to do, like, say, invade Iraq. Plus, if we invade Iraq, we can create at least one reasonable regime in the area. If some moderate government gets toppled or just becomes outright hostile, as the worriers always worry, then we can just topple them again and set up some more supportive regimes. That's awesome. I did find Matt writing critically of the Israeli occupation around 2007. Maybe he went in between this piece and 2007. There's a point in time where Matty Yglesias finds humanity for like a brief moment. It goes away immediately. I don't know exactly at what point in time he actually saw the mistreatment and the brutality the Palestinians were subjected to in the West Bank and was grossed out by it. But then he lost it very quickly because if there's one thing he loves, it's, getting clout and making money. So he don't give a fuck.
And more than 60% think the U.S. should call for a ceasefire. President Biden continues to oppose a ceasefire and has instead called for humanitarian pauses, something American diplomats say is under discussion with Israel.
Yeah. The same principle behind humanitarian pauses, if you're wondering why humanitarian pause, why not a ceasefire? The same principle behind that is the exact same reason why certain State Department members have either A, resigned, or literally fucking fed the media quotes to say Israel has no plan in Gaza, which is true. They have no plan in Gaza. They have no future plan in Gaza. They're just doing carnage for the sake of carnage, right? And it's also the same reason why Anthony Blinken at least offered some quotes urging Israel to use smaller bombs. It is because America does not care about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, but they do care about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians getting so far ahead of itself that it actually ends up serving as a negative PR for the Israeli campaign. That's it. Biden officials voiced new concerns and warnings over Israel's war with Hamas. Administration officials are worried that the president's quick support for Israel after Hamas could backfire. The reason why these articles are being written is because they're trying to say, dog, you can't fucking do this. You can't fucking do this. You can't keep killing this many children and think the world is going to go unnoticed. you are causing so much chaos. You are going to get the entire Muslim world to fucking revolt, okay? Not only does it destabilize all of these nations, it ruins all of the security partnerships that America has committed to with the Gulf leaders, because the Gulf leaders can't forever, squash their own protests internally. It's like, at the end of the day, no matter how authoritarian Gulf regimes might be, you're going to fuck up. Like, they can't fucking control that crowd if they get completely unruly and completely out of control. They know that they have to play this delicate song and dance where they want to maintain their position. They want to keep being cucked to America. They want to keep normalizing relations with Israel on paper, okay? They like the steady flow of American weapons coming in. The problem is, however, that the Gulf nations and the population there have dramatically different opinions on what's going on in Israel than the way that the Gulf leaders behave. Don't say Gulf leaders have cultish citizens. That's not true. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Because at the end of the day, the populations see what America is doing. The population see what America is doing. The population sees, they see what Israel is doing as an expression, as an American imperialist expression, which it is, and they get very fucking mad. It's only how far the leadership can, like, toe the line. Okay? The reality, of course, is that, Saudi Arabia doesn't give a fuck about its own citizens or whatnot, but they do give a fuck about riots, because there's only so much you can do to control your own population. And when they fucking get so mad and they realize that you're not actually representing what they want, they're going to fucking riot. This is precisely the reason why they have to play this song and dance where they're like, all right, we'll just wait. We'll just block and we'll push and we'll wait and we'll quietly help Israel. We'll quietly help America, but we can't, but we're not going to, we're not going to make a big fuss about it. Maybe like Erdogan, for example, will come out and we'll say some like real aggressive shit about Israel every now and then, while also quietly making assurances to the United States of America that, like, the campaign to normalize relations with Israel will continue. Erdogan is a great example of this as well. He's not a Gulf leader, right? You're kind of wrong, Hasan. The Gulf states are brutal to their citizens. It's really hard to get them to riot. Brother, you know what other country is really brutal to their citizens and will squash protests, okay, with dramatic efficiency? China. Guess what happened in China? The dam broke. When the zero COVID policies got way out of hand, guess what happened? The people fucking revolted. And the government had to respond to those revolts by listening to their demands and changing the zero COVID policy. I'm telling you, you guys do not understand if you think that these guys can maintain their positions without people losing their fucking minds and rioting. Okay? The reality is that these Gulf nations, their leadership at least, have been normalizing relations with Israel for some time now. This is not a new thing. It's just that on paper, they were normalizing relations. That part was new. The Abraham Accords basically was supposed to solidify. The Abraham Accords was basically supposed to solidify the relationship with Israel. Okay? Never forget, you cannot break the will of the people, okay? That's why neoliberal mechanisms of control are so powerful, because it makes you feel like you have liberty, okay? Rather than an authoritarian government that openly says, like, we're authoritarian. And the only way to revolt against the only way to push back against an authoritarian government is by revolution or by revolt. Okay? That's it. Agreed. So remember, we outnumber your mods 1,000 to 1. Suck my dick. Shut up, bitch. Take a day off. I have to disagree here. In UAE, when I lived there, Arabs who are not local are scared from deportation for speaking out, which happens a lot. Local people usually support whatever their government does, no matter what, because it benefits them, and they're very well off. I mean, there's certainly support as well. That's part of the reason why they can do this broad mandate to normalize relations with Israel. But what you have to remember is it's very different when Israel has killed 10,000 Palestinians. Okay? Do you understand? Like, it's only so much ruthless, indiscriminate violence that is an expression of Western imperialism that the Muslim world will withstand. There's also other aspects of this, like Jerusalem and its importance to the Muslim world in general. There were points of contention within Jerusalem, like Israel wanted to completely capture Jerusalem. It's contested territory. It's occupied by Israel right now, right? And they wanted to solidify their control over Jerusalem, to which Arafat time and time again said he was completely unable to do so. He was not able to offer Israel complete control over Jerusalem because there are symbolic ways in which the Arab world and the Muslim world in general will also retaliate violently towards these kinds of decisions. Arafat does not have unilateral decision-making capacity on the issue of Jerusalem, for example. He can't do it. These are the other like these are places that have symbolic importance, and of course they're going to like, no matter what happens, like, even if people normally don't care, even if members of Gulf nation states normally don't fucking care in general, they're like, yeah, whatever, Palestinians are getting fucked over, but like, I think it's better to like deal with America and Israel. It'll give us prosperity. There's only so much violence that they will put up with. Now, regardless, ultimately, the main actors here that are ruining all of this is Israel. They are far too horny to do indiscriminate violence, okay? They're far too fucking horny to engage in indiscriminate violence. When you do that, people will respond. People in America who have for a very long time turned a blind eye to these atrocities and the apartheid regime are responding in the way that I've never seen. I've never seen this kind of response. What is this? I think you're mildly confused, Hasan. Not only the brutality of the Gulf states stops revolting, there is also Zionist propaganda from the Gulf states leaders to the citizens. I'm telling you, man, if that was simply the case, then they would just go, all right, that's it. We don't give a fuck what you're saying about Israel. We're still going to fucking deal with Israel. We're still going to normalize relations with Israel. Why have they had to only normalize relations with Israel, not on paper, but behind closed doors? You're wrong. You're wrong. You're not right. You're wrong on this. Anyway.
Mr. President, any progress on a humanitarian pause? Yes.
Biden wasn't in Washington on Saturday to see the protest for himself, but demonstrators say, all the same, he cannot be blind or deaf to their anger.
The heads of
all right, let's do it. Paradigm-changing moment.
Agencies and NGOs have issued a rare joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, expressing shock and horror at Israel's month-long bombardment. The statement read in part, quote, "We need an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. It's been 30 days. Enough is enough. This must stop now," unquote. But Israel's rejecting all calls for a ceasefire, even a humanitarian pause, as the Palestinian death toll in Gaza and the West Bank nears 10,000 over this past month. U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken's continuing a trip throughout the Middle East. Blinken's in Turkey today after stops in Tel Aviv, Ramallah, Jordan, and Iraq. This comes as fears grow of a broader regional war. On Sunday, an Israeli strike on a car in southern Lebanon killed 3 children and their grandmother. The strike came 2 days after Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah gave a major address. We begin today's show looking at diplomatic efforts to halt Israel's bombardment, which began October 7th after Hamas launched a surprise attack that Israel says killed over 1,400 people. Israel says about 240 hostages were taken during the attack. We're joined by Shibli Telhami, professor of peace and development at the University of Maryland, also a senior fellow at the Center for Middle East Policy. He's co-editor of the book, The One-State Reality: What is Israel-Palestine? Professor Telhami, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you start off by talking about this horrifying landmark moment? Nearly 10,000 Palestinians have been killed, mass protests around the world. Secretary of State Blinken going to Tel Aviv, then surprising people by going to Ramallah, went to Jordan, met with Arab leaders, then on to Iraq. The significance of that now in Turkey. What you feel needs to happen now?
Well, first of all, in terms of this moment, which you asked about, obviously, anyone with a heart, it doesn't matter whether you are Jewish or Arab or Christian or whatever, the scale of horror is just unbearable. And we haven't seen that in certainly years, but perhaps decades in the Israeli-Palestinian arena. But I think it's even bigger than that. It's beyond the humanitarian heartache that we all witness every day, and we have witnessed also in the attack on Israel. I think it is, those people who think this is just another cycle of violence are really not captured in the moment. This is a paradigm-changing moment. This is a moment that's likely to really shift the way we think about the conflict. It is likely to shift the way people in the region think about the United States because of its role. And I think, therefore, even people who are thinking about, let's think about the morning after, are not coming to grips with what a morning after might look like if there is a morning after. So I think it's a moment that is bigger than most of us realize, because those moments in history usually are evaluated after the fact, not while you're going through it. We know it's horrendous, but we're not grasping the implications.
Let's talk about President Biden right now. Polls show that before all of this took place, I mean, when he was elected, he had something like 59% of the Arab American vote. We're now talking about something like 17%. And we're talking about key states like Michigan, Dearborn, for example. Can you talk about the significance of this nationally and then globally where he stands in the Arab world?
Yeah, I think nationally, obviously, we already see implications of this. We see it in various polling that has been taken. His popularity had dropped among Democrats, coincidentally, around the same time.
Her period is causing her to piss way more frequently, it seems. Something that I did not consider. Sorry. Just like you guys didn't consider the top of the hour ad break coming. She's not fixed yet. No. Just like you do not consider the top of the hour ad break coming at the top of every hour. Hello. No, doggy diapers is not good. We don't want her to piss. We don't want her to get comfy. I will fix her, yes. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, which you can fix by subscribing for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Time that this war.
I'm genuinely confused about something. How can the death count be so low? They've literally dropped more bombs on Gaza than they've killed people. Part of it is because they tell people to leave. That's it. That is true. Like, it's still a fucking war crime because they are hitting civilian targets. But yeah, there's also a shit ton of people under the rubble. These are just the confirmed deaths. But yeah. Also, the IDF claims 20,000 have died. According to this Ynet Alerts post, which I was trying to make sense of, a senior security official said 20,000 were killed by IDF attacks in Gaza, most of them terrorists, which is the most of them terrorist part is just fucking a complete falsehood. What do you mean 30K plus in 1 month is low? No, the amount in comparison to the amount of bombs that they've dropped, there are around 2,000 plus people that are under the rubble. The number of injured is also incredibly high, yes. If 20K Hamas died, Hamas would have been no longer. Yes, I know. Which is why they should stop, right? Like, they should stop the bombing, right? I thought they killed 20,000 Hamas terrorists, so they must be done, right? Except, no, they're not, because I don't believe those numbers are correct. How could they be?
It started and is going on, and we don't know that that's directly related.
Low, yes, low in comparison to how many bombs have been dropped. What the fuck are you talking about? The number is not actually low. No one would make this argument. I certainly would never make an argument like this. I've been covering this nonstop. Oh.
To it, but perhaps it is. But I have conducted a poll through our University of Maryland Critical Issues poll 2 weeks after the war. And there was a bump in the sympathy for Israel. But when it comes to the Biden administration's evaluation, more people said he was too pro-Israel than said he is too pro-Palestinian. And obviously, in terms of the implications for voting, we asked, are you more likely to vote for President Biden because of his stance on the Israeli-Palestinian issue? We have far more people saying they're less likely to vote for him than more likely to vote for him. So it has implications way beyond Arab and Muslim Americans, because our poll cannot possibly capture Arab and Muslim Americans in the sample. But we do know that in the sample, based on reporting and other polls that have been done, Arab and Muslim Americans are extremely frustrated. I know definitely that some of the Arab American leaders have conveyed to the Secretary of State directly that the president is likely to lose Michigan because of his stance. So I think the president, my own view is this war is going to hurt him, but globally it's also going to hurt him a lot because I think people understood his support for Israel after the horrific Hamas attack. What they can't understand is his inability to condemn the actions that have resulted in such mass destruction and killing in Gaza.
Why is Hasan aggressive always and disrespectful to people when they put in a view that's separate from his? Doesn't make sense, seeing as you can obviously tell this man is intelligent. First of all, I'm not. I'm a dumbass. Secondly, tensions would be high for you as well if you also personally saw each individual death as like a real human being. Obviously, when I am describing 3,000 children being ruthlessly slaughtered over the course of the past 30 days of nonstop bombing, and I say, please, we have to stop these bombing campaigns, and someone goes in and says, well, I don't know if I want to believe that 3,000, almost 4,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. It's not just like a different opinion. That's a gross opinion. Ultimately, it comes down to Ultimately, it comes down to, do you think what's going on is ethnic cleansing or not? If you think it's ethnic cleansing, then you have to stand against it. I'm Jewish, and I've literally had to keep my mouth shut because even when I suggest that Israeli response to unnecessarily killing and punishing Palestinians who had nothing to do with the terror attacks, I get accused of not caring about the Israeli people who died. Yeah. It also is like ridiculous because it's additionally ridiculous because it's not like, if your goal is to end this violence, if you're like actually interested in a permanent security assurance for Israeli citizens, right? If that's your only goal, if your only goal is self-interest, you have to understand there is no other way of getting permanent security in this circumstance by repeating the same idiotic, nonsensical, and violent actions over and over again. It's ethnic cleansing. It's an apartheid ethno-state engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing in an occupied territory. Okay? It is one of the most unjustifiable things. So, yeah, I get a little passionate. I'm sorry. I apologize if I've like yelled at someone, and people maybe thought that was like not great. Apologies, but yeah, I get heated because I think this is an important issue, and it's one that makes me feel like I'm insane. Because the more I cover it, the more I see the atrocities, the more I see America's lack of interest in stopping it, even though we play a very significant role, the more I lose my mind a little bit. Like, how are people who I otherwise would consider maybe even empathetic or progressive coming in here to say such incredibly awful things, such unprogressive things? Stop saying Gulf states when you mean UAE and Saudi Arabia. Qatar and Kuwait have massive daily protests are covered and supported by the governments. They've always been way less brutal to any protests compared to the U.S. Sure. I will try to do a heat check and maintain a less angry tone.
His seeming complicity in that, and that's really something that goes against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We know that he tried to defend the notion of a liberal international order, and certainly a rules-based international order. And opposed in principle targeting civilians or recklessly endangering them and war crimes. And what we see, he's not able to do that with regard to Gaza. I think this is going to undermine his standing globally, not just in the Middle East, not just in the global South, but beyond.
You also said in a recent interview there's a level of shock you haven't seen, even during the Iraq War, that you'd bet Biden today might even supersede Benjamin Netanyahu as the most disliked leader in the Arab world, Professor Telhami.
Yes, and as you know, I have, I took a position against the Iraq War in 2002 when people were talking about it to the point that I helped organize an ad for an international relations scholar in the New York Times, September 2002, saying the Iraq War is not in America's national interest. It was hard for us to break through and end the war.
Question: why are Indians so horny for Israel? How much time you got? A lot of Indians have a very important shared perspective with a lot of Israelis, far from every single person, but there's definitely big majorities there that just despise Muslims in general. It's Islamophobia, which is a giant uniting factor. Also, I would say Israel is fascist, and so is India. Like the Indian governance, BJP is fascist. The Israeli coalition government also is fascist, an apartheid state. Yeah, but of course there are still, listen, motherfucker, there are over 1 billion of us, including many communists. We aren't all BJP Israel ball polishers. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you see online. Someone asked, why are people so horny in India for Israel? It's really funny though, because like there is a level of racism in Israel too. Obviously Israel is incredibly diverse from a racial perspective in the way that you understand like American white supremacy and American racial boundaries. You will lose sight of Israeli politics if you think about it from that point of view. Like, oh, like Israelis are all white. They're not. They want to be, but they're not. Okay. And the most like ruthless, the most militant factions within Israel are always, or at least historically and certainly in contemporary Israeli society, have been Arab Jews themselves as a consequence of the integration policies, who still see themselves as like supremacists, like above the Arab Muslims and Christians, and therefore a lot of those guys also look at like Indians as lesser than as well, despite the fact that Indian Twitter and Hindu nationalists fucking love Israel because they feel like they have a united enemy.
Message through the regular media, and at that time I also conducted a poll in the Arab world that showed that
China does Muslim segregation too, if I'm not mistaken. No, they do have Uyghur segregation, not Muslim segregation. There's other Muslims in China that have not had to withstand the crippling surveillance state and re-education camps that Uyghurs had to go through 100%. Now, having said that, ironically, the broader Chinese government, as far as what I've seen from like Weibo and all these other like social media outlets, like there are a lot of anti-Israel sentiment in Chinese social media. Chinese government, however, has a different perspective. They've always been two-staters. They're basically like Anthony Blinken, okay? In the way that they talk about Israel, except they do have a different they have a secondary interest here. Number one, they're a massive purchaser of arms. Okay, so they have a very important trade relationship with Israel. So there's one. That's really important. That's something to consider when we're talking about the Chinese state. However, having said that, Israel is a Western enclave. It's supposed to be an expression of Western imperialism. It certainly is. It's an American state, right? So having said that, fun fact, there have been 0 Mizrahi prime ministers in Israel. Speaks volumes. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Given what I know of given what I see from Mizrahi Jews, like, maybe it might happen. Might happen, but not in a, it will spell trouble, I think. So, they have a trade relationship. China has a trade relationship with Israel that's important, okay? But also on top of that, the problem there, the problem there is still the fact that Israel is an expression of Western imperialism. So China can always use other regional actors to undermine America's hegemonic power, which they have. One of the biggest things that China did a couple months back, if you guys recall, that got very little coverage and very little attention, even though we covered it, was the normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. This was huge. This normalization agreement also created the conditions where Yemen, the current Yemen government is the Houthi-controlled government. The government of Yemen is in exile that is Saudi-backed. Saudi Arabia had horrifying blockades on Yemen and were engaging in bombing campaigns and was doing what at least the same humanitarian agencies called a genocide, right? China normalized relations or started the normalization process between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is in this same exact place that like all of these other large regional powers are in, where they're just hedging their bets against America by having decent relationships with China. Because whether you believe China will be the big actor, the new America in the new world or not, doesn't change the reality that you could very easily still get better deals from America by saying, look, this is what China is offering us. Same goes for even African countries as well. So, China normalizing relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia ended the blockade. And that's part of the reason why Yemen is currently firing missiles into Israel. So that's in part China's doing in some respects. You think Iran and Saudi are going to be best friends? Fuck no. I don't think so. Anyway, let's continue.
George W. Bush had become even less popular in the Arab world than then hardline Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. And I bet the same is taking place at the moment. This is a moment, as I said, it's a paradigm shifting moment. And I think that it's going to be very hard for Biden to recover from it. It's very hard for people to listen to him when he is speaking about a promise of peace or promise of two states. They had not trusted him before this in the Arab world, the public opinion I'm talking about. And I think after this stance, it's going to be impossible.
Shibli Tilhami, we want to thank you so much for being with us, Professor of Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, also Senior Fellow at the Center for Middle East Policy, co-editor of the book, The One-State Reality, What is Israel-Palestine?
Israeli forces say that they have encircled Gaza City as media in the country reports troops are expected to move in within the next 48 hours. For what's likely to be a fierce battle with Hamas. And right now, internet and phone services are being restored in Gaza after a communications blackout. Our Deborah Pata is following the latest from Jerusalem. So let's start there, Deborah. We know that there was a communications blackout. Certainly, that is going to have an impact on the messaging that Israel has been trying to get out, which is you need to leave the area. Israel is saying that not only is Gaza City surrounded, but they've essentially cut Gaza in half, the north and the south, and they'd like to see people move south. But how did this communication blackout impact or hamper that message?
I hardly think that's the main concern in many ways for the people in Gaza. They can't even speak to each other. So actually, whether that message gets through or not, they know how bad it is. They know how severe it is in the north, and people are trying to flee. They are trying to leave it. They're trying to get any way they can, whether it's on foot, on donkey carts. They're trying to flee from there. And the problem, I think, for them is that when the internet is cut, as soon as there is a barrage of renewed gunfire, the instinctive thing is that people want to phone their families. They want to phone and say, how are you? Are you safe? Do you need help? They're not able to do that. The other problem with the cutting of the internet is that if families are hit and they need help, they cannot call for their help. So that is the first thing that people are battling with when the communications are cut. The messaging about getting to the south, People know that. They're trying to get there, but it's difficult.
Right. And, you know, we showed some video of people walking down the main highway. As I understand it, you can drive, but really only to a certain point. And so then after that, you have to walk. And obviously, the people who have the ability to walk like that, after being pummeled, being caught in the middle of this war for nearly a month now, I mean, it's a lot of people are not going to be able to make it south, is what I'm trying to sort of get to.
And I think that's what you're seeing, Anne-Marie, is that people are going anywhere they can. If they can't walk and they have a wheelchair, they go in the wheelchair. They're piling people onto the back of donkey carts. But we've seen people who have injuries, who've sustained injuries, maybe not severe enough to go to hospital, but certainly difficult injuries that make it really, really hard to walk for long distances, to walk for hours and hours on end. There are about 1.5 million people, according to the United Nations, who are displaced, another 700,000 sheltering in UN schools, and even some of those schools have been hit. So that walk, that battle to get to safety in and of itself is perilous. And even as...
This is it, for the record. Like, this is, when you ask yourself, what's going on? Like, why is there actually like a perspective shift? This is it. Because no matter how much you engage in pro-Israel sentiment and try to contextualize the insane amounts of violence, okay? No matter how you do all of that, at the end of the day, news has to cover like the realities on the ground as well. And when you do that, cover that, it's just like it's Jover. It's impossible for people to look at this and go, no, they're all terrorists. Like, they all deserve to die, actually, as a matter of fact. Totally.
people run, they're saying they're seeing bodies on the ground, some of them decomposing. People can't get to those bodies. So even if you are injured and could perhaps go to help, actually getting to those bodies becomes very, very difficult. We've seen people as they flee have explosions around them. It's always that terrible choice, isn't it? Do you stay and risk the bombardment? Do you run and risk further peril?
Yes, Deborah, thank you very much. The terror attacks in Israel on October 7th and the government's response have sharpened the intense political divisions in the country. Many Israelis blame Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for what is happening, less than a year after he regained power with the help of a controversial right-wing coalition. Over the weekend, Netanyahu suspended his heritage minister after he suggested dropping an atomic bomb on Gaza. Our Raymond Asensio is in Tel Aviv, in a place now called Captive Square or Hostage Square, to honor those being held by Hamas.
Good morning. In a new poll by an Israeli news station, 76% of Israelis, that's 3 out of 4 people, say Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu should resign, blaming him for the security failures of October 7th. Angry protesters paid Israel's prime minister a home visit, chanting, "Jail now," echoing cries across the country.
He has to resign. He's lying again and again and again and again.
Moshe Radman leads anti-Netanyahu protests.
A leader needs to think.
There are louder voices on the fucking streets in Israel demanding Benjamin Netanyahu resign or push for a ceasefire than like American mainstream media as a whole. Obviously, there are massive protests happening that demand an end to the occupation in the United States of America and in the Western world. But if you look at American media in general, and if you look at American leadership, American politicians in general, Western politicians in general, you're not going to hear those fucking voices be represented at all. And it is so crazy to me that, like, while we're over here duking it out and creating a false narrative, a false reality that like, maybe a lot of what Israel's doing is permissible. Like maybe it's totally fine. Maybe the enemies are. Dude, you're such a propagandist. It's hilarious. I bet terrorists were there and stored missiles there. I love that I'm a propagandist. Don't block this guy. Don't ban this guy, chatters. Don't ban this guy, mods. I like that he said, I bet terrorists were there and stored missiles there. And then you turned around and went, you're such a propagandist. It's hilarious. First of all, I admit that I'm a propagandist. Secondly, why don't you address what I'm saying? Address what I'm saying. There isn't anti-occupation protests in Israel. I didn't say that there's anti-occupation protests in Israel. I said there's anti-occupation protests in the Western world. In Israel, however, people are demanding that Benjamin Netanyahu resign and are pushing for a ceasefire. Who is pushing for a ceasefire in Israel? Please think about this really clearly and you will understand it. The family members of the hostages, some of which have died, according to what Hamas has released. Probably 63 hostages, according to the latest numbers. I love the notion of someone going, you're such a propagandist, it's hilarious, while literally doing propaganda for Israel. Like, yeah, I am. I'm biased. The difference is I will always tell you what my bias is, right? My bias is lie with people who are unjustly and cruelly being subjugated to an occupation, who have to exist under an Israeli occupation, an apartheid state. Okay? I personally believe ending said occupation is not only a moral cause, something that must be done, but also will ensure permanent security for the Israelis that live there as well. It's the only way to do it. And for years and years and years, further and further right-wing Israeli governments have lied to their own population and made their own population and the Western world, which doesn't even fucking care, okay, but have lied to their own population to make it seem like, no, bombing Gaza endlessly will actually end up creating permanent security for us. It won't. It demonstrably won't. If it did, October 7th will have never happened. Why do you think the left is dead in Israel? I think there is a left in Israel. It's just very tiny. Why do I think that? Because Israel is fascist. It is a fascist apartheid state. The fuck do you mean? It's very difficult to be a leftist in a fascist, racist apartheid state. Half the Israeli left is in here right now. Think about it this way. I can't get American politicians on this broadcast, but I could incredibly easily... Stop. Don't do this. Israel was quasi-socialist up until the 90s. Stop. Israel was very much an apartheid state in the 90s as well. Shut the fuck up. Israel has maintained an apartheid regime, especially so since 1967. Anyone that tells you that that's not the case is a liar. The idea that Israel was also a quasi-socialist state literally before then is also ridiculous because 23% of the Israeli population is considered Arab, okay? Palestinian citizens of Israel, and they had no fucking rights, and they still don't have any rights. They don't have the same rights that Israeli Jews have. So you don't know anything about Israeli politics if you come in here and say that Israel is a quasi-socialist without acknowledging that pre-1967, there's no... The Palestinian citizens of Israel are dictated or ruled under military mandate. They do not have the same fucking courts process. Okay? And then post-1967, it's an apartheid. It's a permanent occupation. Come on. The majority of the Israeli left, or what remains of it, there are so many normal Israelis that are center-left, but they have no voice because anytime a leftist party says anything about diplomacy, Hamas shuts it down by causing terrorism. Yeah, totally. That's what happens. That's what the problem is. Yeah, the Israeli left, like, so Ehud Barak, You know, is that the Israeli left? Fucking Rabin? Is Rabin the Israeli left? Yeah, he's labor. Look what they did to him. They killed him. The guy known for fucking bone-breaking policies in the first Intifada that dared to deal with the Palestinians directly. They killed him, and then they voted for his for those who called for his murder over and over again. Hasan, Israel was not an apartheid state. I tell you, this is a symbolic Israeli who lives in the city of Arabs and Jews. 60% of my friends are Arabs. What do you mean Israel was not an apartheid state? Are you saying it's not an apartheid state still? Hasan, as an Israeli, I recommend you and everyone look up the Easy Way channel on YouTube. It has a lot of videos to explain the history of Israel occupation explained. Are you saying Israel is still not an apartheid state, or are you saying Israel was not an apartheid state? Because while you do have Arab friends, I'm sure, what you fail to recognize is that it was not. So you're not saying Israel, you're saying Israel is now an apartheid state. So we can at least agree on that, right? The fact that Israelis refuse to call Palestinians Palestinians is enough. I mean, that, and also on top of that, two things. To be fair to Rabin, he wasn't prime minister when he ordered the bone-breaking policy. He got slightly less bloodthirsty when he was PM. Yes, but even then, Rabin had to, whether this was a triangulation or whether this was his genuine opinion, and this much is in dispute at least, had to still consistently tell the Israeli population that it was not a real two-state solution, that it was simply going to be like a lesser than state, right? So the closest, at least according to historians, the closest that Israel got to a legitimate peace solution moving towards this two-state solution was one that had really horrifyingly awful and unjust conditions for the Palestinians in general that no one would take seriously. But even then, that was too much. And they still killed them. I think that says a lot about the politics. And since then, I mean, look at the Labor Party now. Look at where the Labor Party is now. Being a racist society does not make it not socialist. I'm confused as to what you're saying here. Do you think the USSR wasn't socialist because they deported ethnic minorities? No, you're right about that. It's just that I would definitely say that the USSR's ethnic displacement policies were what moved it away from like actual socialism. Yes. Socialism is still supposed to. Also, you just described the absolute worst aspect of the USSR. Like one of the worst aspects of the USSR. One of the major criticisms. Like unconditionally. Even the fucking most rugged tanky will still admit to that. Anyone that says it was a necessity is fucking ridiculous. It's ultimately antithetical. The closest Israel has gotten to having socialism is, I guess, a national socialism. Anyway, I want to hear from the guy who said I have Arab friends. I would also go so far as to say the Russification of the USSR was one of the major issues within the USSR. It was, and it absolutely ruined the project in general. Israel was after the 6-Day War, but today it is not an apartheid state. Wait, what? Israel was Baba after the 6-Day War, but today is not. It is not an apartheid state. There used to be, but today she is not. Oh, so you're saying that, okay. You're 100% incorrect. Israel was an apartheid state for Israel proper in the lead up to the 6-Day War, where the Arab citizens of Israel, or the Palestinian citizens of Israel, which are declared Arab, did not have rights. They offered rights to those citizens. However, after that, something else happened, an occupation. The occupation of the West Bank in Gaza absolutely made it even worse. A much larger number of Palestinians were now oppressed under the Israeli regime and lost their rights over the course of 56 years. This is precisely the reason why Human Rights Watch, you know, a little late to the game in 2021, considered it an apartheid state alongside Amnesty International. I like that, though. I like what you're trying to say, which is that Israel used to be an apartheid state because the 20% Palestinian citizens of Israel did not have rights, but they were given rights. So fuck off with the 5 million Palestinians that are currently living under the brutal thumb of the Israeli occupation. Yeah, the peace process died with Rabin, and Netanyahu came to power because he convinced people that there was no partner with the PA, and it was further entrenched when Hamas came to power. Okay, if you think that these things materialize magically, you are oblivious to the history, though. You understand that, right? The only reason why Hamas came to power was because they were the guys who saw, just like all the Palestinians did, which, by the way, they didn't even win by like a broad mandate. They never came near the broad mandate that fucking Yasser Arafat had originally. Okay? That's never happened. Nothing has ever even come close. So, something to always consider. But the idea that, oh, hold on, my food is here. I think we need to go through the history once again, because there are a lot of people who don't understand it. What is this? This is the channel that they mentioned. The Easy Way. Israeli occupation explained. The true story of Israel and Palestine. This is the solution to the Gaza. Is this the solution to the Gaza-Israel war? Israel's tragic opportunity in Gaza. The real reason Israel was attacked and went to war. The entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict in a nutshell. The 6-Day War, the war that shaped the Middle East. Okay. Please explain how Arabs and Israelis differ in terms of race. Don't ask me that, motherfucker. I don't think that there's a serious difference. There are Arab Jews in Israel, a tremendous number. Millions of Arab Jews live in Israel. The Israeli state considers them different than the Arab Palestinians who are Christian and Muslim. I wonder why. Also, even now, there is institutionalized racism and discrimination against Palestinian citizens of Israel to this day. To this fucking day. So the idea that like Israel, even to those Palestinians living in Israel that have Israeli citizenship, is not like is a perfectly just and perfectly democratic state is completely incorrect. What the fuck are we talking about? There are laws in the books that to this day allow a Jewish town to decide that they do not want to have any Arabs, that they do not want to have any Palestinian citizens of Israel in said town. That's unimaginable. You explain that reality to an American, they're going to be like, oh no, I get what that is. I know what that is. That's happened. That's happened in America. We had redlining in America. We still have segregation in America as a consequence, a historic consequence of redlining, but it's not fucking codified. Playing the race card again? What race card? What are you saying? I mean, this in and of itself, the Knesset passed the Basic Law on July 19, 2018. The Basic Law recognizes the right to national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to Jewish people. Come on, dog. What are we doing here? The fuck are we doing here? That's crazy. And this is like the people that have the most rights in comparison to the 5 million Palestinians that have no rights. 5 million Palestinians basically exist under the similar structure that the Palestinian citizens of Israel existed under. Actually, worse conditions than the 25% of the Palestinian citizens of Israel existed under inside of Israel proper leading up to the 6-Day War. So you're completely wrong. I don't know why people come in here. I guess, like, I assume that you come in here and you think, like, I have no fucking idea, because many Americans don't know any of this shit. So you come in here and you go, well, you don't understand. Here, let me defend this stuff leftistly, right? But that's not how this works. You know what I mean? Like, anyone that has been able to, like, anyone that's read one book, like, that's why I say, like, just read one book. Inan Pape, 10 Myths. That's it. Like, one fucking book. Listen to one lecture, and you will grab enough information from that just permanently solidifies what you have heard from this broadcast thus far. Yeah, Noam Chomsky, Ilan Pape on Palestine. Not that long. Anyway. Yeah, Rashid Khalidi is another person you could read. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of reading you can do, but there's also plenty of like much easier things you can do, which is read the reporting from journalists, for example, or organizations that dedicate their entire lives to covering the atrocities. Or, I mean, B'Tselem, a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid. This is the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories. B'Tselem is an Israeli organization. Or you could just watch this broadcast. But I'm saying, like, if you don't trust me on the matter, there are resources that you can trust. That other resources that you find legitimate. If you think I'm delegitimate, I'm, of course, simply repeating the information that I've read and internalized when I'm offering you analysis. Yeah, decolonizepalestine.com is maintained by Palestinians in the West Bank and is very easily digestible. This is a good one, too. There's the Myths database. We can go through this as well. Before that, though, I do want to do something different. I got permission from Lonerbox to watch his 100 Years of Gaza on the broadcast, and I think that that'll be pretty informative. I know that a lot of people don't, a lot of people have probably seen, like, his debates or some shit. I don't know anything about him personally, but as far as I understand, I've only seen one video of his. Here you go. Netanyahu's insanely dishonest interview with Lex Fridman. That video was very good. In that video, he also promotes another channel called Beast Process, okay? That channel is also very good and very informative, which is precisely the reason why I did not even think for even a brief moment that he was like in any way, shape, or form a Zionist. Now, there might be some criticisms of this video, which I'll admit. I don't know if is he against the ceasefire? Like, these are everything I've heard about Lonerbox is always from people in the chat. I've never heard. I've never seen something from him that makes me think that he's wrong on the history. I don't know if he's like super pro-Israel or not, but ultimately what I do know is, historically speaking, his videos have been decent on this matter, or at least the one video that I watched. You can't arrive at that conclusion. You cannot arrive at the conclusion that he's doing Zionist propaganda if you look at the actual history Openly. All right.
This is a Palestinian man playing his homemade flute to an audience of British soldiers in 1941. It's one of only a few pictures you can find on Google of the old village of Dimra, a small farming community of just over 500 people 1 kilometer north of the Gaza Strip. In October 1948, 5 months into the Israeli-Arab War, the women and children of Dimra were evacuated as the IDF made their advance into the south. The village was straight in the firing line of Operation Yoav, which began with aerial bombing and strafing attacks, something this community, like most others, had no preparation for. As the IDF was breaking through the Egyptian military lines, the evacuees were pushed into the enclave of Gaza, where they were joined by thousands of other villagers whose homes had suffered a similar fate. Shortly after the war, an American observer described their conditions. Gaza is an unattractive little Arab town with an original population of about 25,000. It now has, in addition, about 60,000 refugees.
So, first of all, did he say... Well, one, he's using Benny Morris, so that's interesting. Secondly, I mean, but it's fine. It's fine. It entirely dependent on like what you use with that, what you do with that information. I think he also mentioned the IDF, but that's not. I mean, at this point, it's the IDF of October, November 1948 was radically different. It's not the IDF at this point. So, at this point, it is, these are Zionist brigades. They do resemble a standing military. The difference is, that I guess, I mean, there's varying degrees of brutality that they engaged in. Lehi being the absolute worst of the worst, also known as pejoratively known as the Stern Gang, self-described terrorists, those who even tried to cut a deal with Nazi Germany. Not that it like reflects anything on the broader movement, but just important to mention here. And there's a lot of ethnic cleansing that occurred here. I think that's, I mean, he's correct. I don't think he said anything wrong. I'm just saying that I wouldn't consider it to be the IDF, but instead at this point is Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi are the three most prominent brigades. Haganah being
as the IDF was breaking.
It's a collection of those different brigades.
Through the Egyptian military lines, the evacuees were pushed into the enclave of Gaza, where they were joined by thousands of other villagers whose homes had suffered a similar fate. Shortly after the war, an American observer described their conditions. Gaza is an unattractive little Arab town with an original population of about 25,000. It now has, in addition, about 60,000 refugees. They pack the sidewalks, take up the vacant lots in the public market, occupy barnyards, and generally seem to fill in every empty space which the town might have had. They live in churches, mosques, schools, and public buildings. These people receive no relief ration as they are recently arrived. As they would soon learn, the refugees of Dimra were never allowed to return home. In 1949, in the newly born state of Israel, a small kibbutz was built over the old village and named Erez. Decades after the war, the remains of Dimra were described as such. Most of the village is fenced in.
For those of you who want to know, Benny Morris is an important Israeli historian that uncovered a lot of this stuff early on, that then changed his opinion, even using the term ethnic cleansing, that then went back on his work and said that ethnic cleansing is actually not appropriate to use, maybe under certain distinctions. He is the academics, the Israeli historians that I rely on are a part of the new historians that have that were formed after more and more information was uncovered about the actions during the Nakba. Many of this is still classified, unfortunately. even though there's, I believe, a declassification process in Israel where once a 50-year timeline has passed, you're supposed to declassify certain classified documents, even though there are certainly classified documents that never have been officially declassified. I thought it was 50. It could be 30 years. But a lot of this information came out, and the new historian wave occurred. Like Avi Shlaim is one of them, Ilan Pape is another, and Benny Morris is one that I think had different perspectives on at least like calling it ethnic cleansing that changed over the course of his career.
And used as pasture. A crumbling stonewater basin, concrete rubble from houses, and a destroyed well are nearly all that remain. A watering trough for cows has been placed on what appears to be a concrete fragment from a former house. The well is topped with an old, non-operating water pump. More debris lies in a wooden portion of the site near a Jewish cemetery. Some cactuses that formerly served as a fence, as well as shrubs and thorny plants, grow on adjacent lands. This would be the fate of several other villages around the Gaza Strip. A few, like Dimra, were built over. The others were destroyed or abandoned. As their populations struggled to make a new life for themselves in Gaza, the land surrounding their old villages would become home to a new Israeli population as several communities were founded in the area.
I mean, this is not wrong. I don't know why you guys are mad at his coverage of this. This is completely, he's already, this, so far, all of this, as long as it doesn't say it was totally valid and totally justifiable because Jews were under attack everywhere, is completely correct. I don't know why
like the town of Sderot would become predominantly inhabited by Mizrahi and North African Jewish refugees who were seeking to escape persecution from their home countries. After the war, Kibbutz Erez became the place of refuge for Yacob Naim, a Holocaust survivor who had been forced into a labor camp in Libya at the age of 6. 3 weeks ago, Naim's 27-year-old grandson was killed defending his home against Hamas. So, how did we get here? On October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched a coordinated surprise attack on Israel codenamed Al-Aqsa Flood. They began with a barrage of thousands of rockets as their militants broke through the Gaza border, attacking IDF bases and civilian communities. Even by their own video uploads, it's clear that Hamas made no distinction between civilian and military targets, or even between adults and children. Over 1,400 Israelis were killed and at least 200 taken hostage. Israel declared a state of war the same day, and as they fought to secure the border, they began what would be the most intense airstrike campaign.
Oh, it started on October 7th? No, dude, come on. This is literally Gaza the last 100 years. It's you're ridiculous if you think that he's just going to sit there and only talk about October 7th when the entire video is about what predates October 7th. Everybody calm down, okay?
In Gaza's history. At the time of recording, up to 6,000 Palestinians have died and 1.4 million have been displaced. This attack from Hamas was completely unprecedented. As in, this might be the first time a Palestinian militant group has ever been able to capture and hold on to Israeli territory.
I mean, this is 100% correct.
The IDF were caught completely off guard. And now we are barely 3 weeks into a war that has already claimed more Israeli and Palestinian lives than every other Gaza war of this century combined. How did this happen? I'm sure by now you've heard at least a few people's opinions on the matter. Many opinions. We've seen a lot of pro-Israel people turn into Howard Stern after 9/11. A lot of pro-Palestinian people turn into, I don't know, Bin Laden after 9/11. And I've had my own opinions. Many opinions. You can have a look through my live channel if you want all the opinions. But for this one, I want to take a step back and hopefully just leave you with a better understanding of what exactly led us up to here.
While I disagree with the verbiage and statements of second thought on that particular matter, I would not compare his words to bin Laden, especially because I hope this video will show that there is a reason as to why, one, Hamas came to power, and two, there is a reason as to how this violence materialized.
The recent events in Israel and Palestine have been
What did Second Thought say? He talked about how these are settlers and are illegally occupying the space that they're in, and therefore are valid targets. Something along those lines. I don't even fully know what he fucking said. What did he say? This is what a liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. The attacks on Israeli civilians are awful, but attacks on Palestinian civilians have been continuing for years with little comment in the West and will continue until there's a proper solution on a militarized apartheid Zionist state in power. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of your home and your family has lived for generations, and relocates you to an open-air prison. Are those occupiers civilians? No, they're criminals and accomplices in genocide. Yeah. He basically said what you said, except he didn't wait 17 years. No. What I said in the aftermath of October 7 was that this is, of course, going to be an expression, a violent retaliation to a brutal apartheid. I do not consider the fucking Israeli kibbutzim, like people living in the fucking kibbutzes and their children, to be valid military targets. I don't. I don't even consider the fucking settler terrorists and their children in the West Bank to be valid military targets. There's a mechanism to deal with this under international law. Obviously, it's a joke. Like, international law is a fucking joke and nobody gives a shit. But my goal is not to justify violence. My goal is to end violence. That's the major difference here between myself and Second Thought. Kibbutznikim, people who live in the kibbutzim. Sorry, I used the wrong term. Anyway, let's continue.
The recent events in Israel and Palestine have been incredibly polarizing. People are anxiously watching towards Lebanon, where Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging fire for weeks, and the Israeli ground invasion of Gaza has begun. The situation is unprecedented, and especially through the fog of war, it's hard to know exactly what information is reliable. Using ground news, I can see that the ground operation is being covered by 165 sources. I can see that the majority of the coverage is coming from the political center as well as the left, although only 17% from the right. This suggests that the operation might be a blind spot for right-wing readers. I can also see that the center and left-wing sources covering this seem to be the most factually reliable, whilst many of the right-wing sources have mixed factuality. This means that they don't always use proper sourcing, or that they might fail to correct false or misleading information.
This is an ad read, isn't it?
And crucially, ground news also allows me to see who exactly is funding each source. The ground
motherfucker's doing an ad read at the top of the hour, nonetheless. When I have my own my own personal ad read coming. Fucked up. That was a really good segue. Straight up. Here, I'm running my ad as well.
A news website and app works by aggregating news articles from thousands of sources, giving you access to a range of different perspectives, allowing you to challenge your own biases. Something which I think is crucial if you want to avoid misleading headlines.
And your arguments there are literally correct and in line with international humanitarian law. Despite how morally reprehensible settler actions are in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, they are never considered anything other than civilians under international IHL, citizens within the official boundaries of the State of Israel are, of course, civilian. Yes. Citizens within the official boundaries of the State of Israel are, of course, civilian. Settlers, on the other hand, especially those who are armed, especially those who are engaging in pogroms and acts of violence, are like technically legally considered enemy combatants and engaging in an act of terror, and therefore, especially against the IDF, the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank, or against settlers in general in the West Bank, many of which have engaged in, not many, but like a lot of which have engaged in paramilitary action against Palestinians living on their own turf, are legally and morally allowed to fight back violently. Now, the difference is there is no matter of international law that allows you to kill children. It's just like, it doesn't, I think it's morally repugnant. That's why I criticize Israel all the fucking time, because they are literally the number one baby killers, okay? Straight up, objectively, they are the number one baby killers. Completely unacceptable. And I would say the exact same thing to little babies in the West Bank too. Like, if people went around slaughtering little babies in the fucking West Bank, settler babies, that would be unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. That's not how this works. This is also part of the reason why I personally believe in a one-state solution. That one state, Ohio, exactly.
And disinformation. And if you go to ground.news/lonerbox, you can get 30% off from your unlimited access plan. All you need to do is use the link in the description. So, Gaza's history is ancient. Its recorded history goes back about 4,000 years, and it has switched hands quite a few times. It was once a Canaanite settlement before it came under the control of ancient Egypt. In around 1200 BC, it was taken over by the Philistines. That word, Philistine, would become the etymological origin of the term Palestine, or in Arabic, Philistine. It was conquered by King David and for some time became part of the Kingdom of Israel. In 332 BC, it was captured by Alexander the Great, and most of the people living there were killed. It would later come under the Romans, who at some point renamed Gaza, as well as the rest of the region, from Judea to Palestina. Some scholars have suggested that this was done as a way to wipe out Jewish memory from the region after the Bar Kokhba revolt.
No.
Maybe that's true. I've read other people say that it was being called that before the revolt for more benign reasons.
It was.
I guess those aren't mutually exclusive though, but you can fight amongst yourselves on that one. What else? It was taken over during the Muslim conquest of the 7th century, the Crusaders in the 12th century. In 1516, it came under the Ottoman Empire and remained so all the way up until 1917 when it was captured by the British. And by this point, the majority of Gazans were Muslim, but throughout this whole history, there was always a persistent Jewish presence in the area. This, for example, is a mosaic from a synagogue that was built in Gaza City around the 6th century. Isn't that crazy? But under British rule, this historic Jewish presence in the enclave was temporarily ended. 1917 was also the year of the Balfour Declaration, the precursor for what would eventually be the forming of a Jewish state in historic Palestine. When this declaration was made, Jews made up around 8% of the region's population. By the late 20s, that number was up to 15%. At this point, the Palestinians had hoped to come out of the British Empire with a system of majority rule over the whole region, but...
Like, the aspects of this that are missing, I guess, because this is a 34-minute video, I would personally say that's why I'm reacting to it, to add more information that he couldn't get to. Is, well, that one, obviously Balfour is an anti-Semite, and one of the major reasons as to why this was pushed originally is to get Jewish people out of Europe. Two, he mentioned in 1918 there's a 6% population. Historically, in historic Palestine, the number was 3%. But there was a steady flow of immigration that has started by that point, and by 1918 it reached up to 6%. This is all, in my opinion, important to recognize, specifically because, did he say 6% or 8%? Well, it doesn't matter. It was less than 10%. What matters is that the British also made. What matters is that the British also gave assurances to, just like the French did, the Arab populations living under the Ottoman Empire, that if they aligned with the British during World War I, that they would be able to engage in building their own nation states. So similar promises were made to the Palestinian population as were to, as to those living in Lebanon and everywhere else. Now, of course, British people had a very different opinion. They wanted to, one, get Jews out of Europe in general because they were also anti-Semitic, and two, thought that they could use the Jewish population against the native Arab population, that they could very easily just manipulate both of these groups, obviously still heavily favoring the Jewish population as it was at that moment, and that time frame, an act of ethnic displacement. Resettlements occur all the time. Resettlements have occurred all the time throughout history. One of the examples that I've talked about before is Crimea. There was ethnic displacement of the Crimean Tatars from the area, and there was a Russification, both in Crimea and a lot of territories in even eastern Ukraine. So this is a consistent principle of a dominating power that ends up changing the demography of the region, oftentimes through violent means. You cannot compare that to the population transfer between Greece and Turkey, in my opinion, because while that was also done through very violent means, I would say, it was still different than a colonial power coming in and ruthlessly displacing the native population. Uprooting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people from the homelands that they lived in and telling them to go somewhere else is always going to be a brutal process. I know this from my literal grandparents. Like, they are, my grandmother and my grandfather on my father's side come from Crete and Salonik, both mainland and also island, Greek islands. So they literally experienced this population swap that occurred, the border swap that occurred. They were there. So I know. He's been lying this whole time. Yeah.
By the late 20s, it became very clear that this was not going to happen. So in this period, there was a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews, and in 1929, there were riots in several major cities.
True.
The most famous of these was the Hebron massacre, where over 60 Jews were brutally murdered, many of them women and children. And it was following these riots where several Jewish communities in the region, including Gaza, were forcibly evacuated by the British. So by 1948, the population of the Gaza Strip is somewhere between 60 and 80,000. Now, there's obviously a lot to say about this period, but for the purpose of this video, we'll keep it short. Basically, the UN tries to partition the region, turning one part into a Jewish state and the other into an Arab state, with Jerusalem as an international zone. The Palestinians, who made up around 2/3 of the total population of the region, reject this offer, and when the British mandate ends...
Yeah, well, they reject it because, one, they're like, what the fuck? This is our home. We were supposed to have a nation state. Like, why the fuck would we ever listen to the international community or a colonial power, in their opinion at the time, forcibly changing the demographics? And on top of that, literally creating an Arab state that has 43% of the land and a Jewish state that has 56% of the land, despite the fact that Jewish people made up a much smaller percentage of the population at this point. Yeah, of course you're going to say, what the fuck? No, that is terrible. Especially when, according to Ilan Pape and others, and Zach Foster, who I talked to about this as well on the broadcast, the lands that that early Zionist settlers wanted to or were able to purchase was very limited, and it was not arable. It was not good land, not good for agricultural development. So now they have significantly better land. It's like, well, what the fuck? Anyway,
the neighboring Arab countries declare war on the new state of Israel. And they lose. The result of this war is that Israel consolidated even more territory than what they were offered by the UN, turning Gaza into a disconnected enclave, and on top of this, 750,000 Palestinians were displaced from their homes in what is now the land of Israel. We know today that the majority of these people fled because they were either...
Okay, on that, I mean, I don't agree with that. I think that that's definitely... Yeah, I mean, I think that not even me that would disagree with that. I think plenty of Israeli Jewish historians would disagree with that. Even on his own admission, like the scholar that he used, Benny Morris, and I think like his earlier work would also disagree with that as well. I think like yeah, even Benny Morris has acknowledged that the Nakba happened. I don't know. I feel like it's I mean, this
directly forced out by the IDF, or because they had heard about war crimes and massacres being committed by Israeli soldiers in other villages. Many of these people were forced into Gaza, where the population almost tripled to around 200,000. So,
I mean, that part is true. It's not wrong. That is how the Nakba happened. Obviously, they didn't just hear about the gross war crimes. They also committed gross war crimes. Deir Yassin and Tantura are two that have that you know, firsthand, those who are firsthand involved have uncovered details of. I think that 700,000 people being ethnically displaced with a standing army, committing acts of insane terror, like shit that they say Hamas did, some of which Hamas may have even done in comparison to like back then, shit that they certainly did, like 100% verifiably did. The one about Deir Yassin is the one that stays with me, especially because the intelligence person that because there are Jewish villages at this point, and then there are Arab villages. Okay, some Arab villages at least have like some semblance of a standing militia, but they're obviously not as powerful, nor do they have the same level of, nor do they have the same level of firepower that the British trained Israeli forces have. I think that that power imbalance should be talked about. Ultimately, what ends up happening is 6,000 deaths on the Israeli side. I get the Jewish side, the Zionist side, whatever you want to call it at that point, with 15,000 Palestinians dying. So the disproportionate nature of casualties began in the inception of the Israeli state. Yes, Zionists also had illegal arms that they were able to bring in through illicit means. They had arms they had gotten. They had training from the British militias. They had training from the British police force at this point. Some of them were literally World War II veterans. I feel like talking about it and mentioning the Hebron, the massacre of 60 Jewish people, while glancing over the 700,000 Palestinians that fled their homes specifically because of the atrocities, the documented atrocities that were committed in an organized attempt, by the way. Like, there was, this was a well-oiled machine at this point, and it was perfectly organized. It was a standing military going into fucking towns and just ruthlessly slaughtering populations, and then allowing the fear of that to continue on to other Palestinian populations, so that whenever they went to other Palestinian towns, Palestinian cities, then these people, knowing full well about what happened in Tantura, Deir Yassin, would run away, and of course still killing people in those towns as well. Some of the psyops that they engaged in, for example, were they had armored personnel carriers, they had loudspeakers. I don't get, how did he ignore it? Loner knows about the plans. Irgun, Nakba, Deir Yassin, he says, and we'll say what you're saying. Well, I mean, he moved on. He went from it. He called the Nakba period the Israeli-Arab War, which I feel like is already, like, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely a little bit of energy in the other direction there, as far as like both the asymmetry of violence and also who the victims were ultimately of said violence.
If you've ever heard people talk about how densely populated this area is, you're maybe starting to see why. After the 48 War, Gaza came under the military occupation of Egypt. By this point, the majority of Gazans were refugees, and that would remain the case up until this day. The Strip suffered from poverty, poor living conditions, high unemployment, and with no statehood, most of them didn't really have anywhere else to go. They weren't even allowed to enter Egypt until 1954. For many of them, the bitterness of living as refugees, knowing full well that the ruins of their old homes were just a short walk away in what was now a flourishing new state, was a bit too much to live with.
Don't you think he also makes it seem like the Arabs were the aggressors by omitting all the ethnic displacements that was previously committed by the British? It does feel like that a little bit. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm being very charitable to his coverage, but it does feel like he's, it does redeploy the same narrative that I've heard time and time again, that like the Arabs are the aggressors in this circumstance, without really covering what their perspective on the matter would be. He covers it in the aftermath and why it's like, this ethnic displacement was obviously going to be scarring, but there's definitely a buildup to that moment that their fears were realized, yes, but also they had valid reason to fear, not because they were like scared of Jewish people or whatever due to anti-Semitism, especially considering that Jewish people at the time, especially in Palestine, is not like a subgroup that is being pogromed at all, especially under the Ottoman Empire, where there was significantly less brutality towards Jewish people than their European counterparts. But also, he is I think he's very, very well read on this matter. So I do feel a little surprised in the way that he brought it. A little surprised in the way that he brought it up. Because, like I said, I think that the ones who were wronged in this circumstance were absolutely the Arabs. And one, they were right to feel threatened, because this wasn't like Jewish people immigrating into this area peacefully, and this was like a collaborative effort or whatever. Although there were certainly Jewish people that were immigrating peacefully and were interested in integration, interested in like collaboration. For the broader Arab population there, the broader Palestinian population there, some of which were Jewish, it seemed as though this was a colonial power, a new master, if you will, that was engaging in displacement by changing the demographics of the population on the ground. A coordinated Western effort, yes, which is true. I mean, that is what happened. That was exactly what it was. So, their understanding of the situation, especially considering the assurances that they supposedly got from the British, I think it makes it way more reasonable for them to be, to want to defend. They see this as like not necessarily people peacefully moving into this area, but instead as a violent act from a colonial power that rules them, because it was.
A small minority of Gazans resorted to violence and started launching low-level attacks into Israel. These nationalist militants, who often made no distinction between civilian and military targets, would become known as the Fedayeen, or in English, self-sacrificers. The IDF would then respond with raids on Gazan refugee camps, one of which resulted in 50 civilian deaths. In the mid-50s, there was even a plan organized by Egypt and the UN to transfer the refugees from Gaza into the Sinai Desert. The Palestinians, who saw this as a way of killing off their right of return, protested en masse against the plan, resulting in violent clashes with the Egyptian military. The protests were so unmovable that the resettlement scheme was abandoned in 1955. Then, in 1956, during the Suez Canal crisis, the IDF was present in Gaza for around 4 months, with the objective of rooting out Fedayeen fighters. These operations were incredibly rough. It seems to be
You see wait, what the fuck? Oh, I muted it on accident. Do you see a one-to-one comparison here? Time and time again, it's just odd. Time and time again, there's an understandable resistance to a outside nation that, at the very least, like the Egyptians offered them like some level of authority, some level of autonomy, some level of authority to the Palestinians inside of Gaza. But even then, all of these circumstances lead to Palestinian interests never being represented. Their understandable interests never being represented. Their morally righteous interests never being represented. Okay? At this point, they've become permanent refugees. They're still close enough to their ancestral homelands, but they're still permanent refugees nonetheless. And the disposition of any kind of violent retaliation which was perfectly valid, any kind of violent retaliation that was perfectly valid was always met with a tremendous amount of state violence. State violence both by the IDF and state violence by, for example, the Jordanian Authority.
Scheme was abandoned
and the
in
Egyptian Authority.
Then, in 1956, during the Suez Canal crisis, the IDF was present in Gaza for around 4 months with the objective of rooting out Fedayeen fighters. These operations were incredibly rough. It seems to be the case that dozens of Fedayeen were summarily executed without trial even after the fighting had stopped. In the towns of Rafah and Khan Yunis, the IDF operations devolved into massacres and over 375 people were killed. The details surrounding these events are murky, although a UN report from the time didn't exactly paint the Israeli forces in the best light. For example, the killings in the Rafah refugee camp happened after the IDF had called the men up for a screening procedure. It seemed like the call wasn't clearly delivered across the whole camp, and the men were not given enough time to respond to the call. In the confusion, a large number of them ran toward the screening point for fear of being reprimanded for being late. In response, some Israeli soldiers panicked and opened fire on the crowd, killing 111 people.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is a tremendous amount of charitability offered to the IDF every single step of the way. They're not simply, I mean, if you believe that, then yeah, you also believe personally that like Israel's currently wiping out Hamas. Like, it's not ethnic cleansing. They're simply engaging in a military operation in the Gaza Strip, just like they have time and time again. And oopsie, there is no deliberate, there's no deliberate attempt to mow the lawn. And it's always just simply, in a moment of panic, 111 people just like, I hit the genocide button. No. I don't agree with this. Because I do ascribe a motivation to all of the actions that IDF and before IDF, like other Zionist brigades, have engaged in. And I do think that not mentioning the violence within the Nakba and simply glancing over it is also not correct, because that violence set the tone for the expulsion. Because, like, if you're talking about in Hebron, 60 Jewish people being slaughtered in a pogrom or something similar to a pogrom in a riot, many of them women and children, you have to bring up, in my opinion, these incredibly formative events in Deir Yassin, Tantura, and many others that we don't even fucking know about because some of this shit is not declassified, that led to the violent expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians. Like, they didn't just leave. Like, he doesn't do the Ben Shapiro thing. Ben Shapiro personally lies and says there was an Arab war. All the Arabs were like, fuck the Jews. And we wanted to kill all the Jews. And then all of these Palestinians foolishly thought that they would escape and the Arabs would save them. And then they'd be able to come back to their homes. Like, it's ridiculous. The Arabs abandoned their home. You are anti-Semitic to the bones? What? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm anti-Semitic to the bone? Like down to the very bone? I don't even know what that means. I'm fucking bad to the bone. Anyway.
Notably, Israeli officials at the time didn't acknowledge any wrongdoing, but they didn't deny it either. In 1967, after the Six-Day War, Israel took control over the Gaza Strip, as well as the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, which had been previously controlled by Jordan, and the Golan Heights, which had previously been part of Syria. So that's a lot, and now Israel had to decide what to do with these territories. Some of them, for example, East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, were annexed, but the future of Gaza was unclear. In the early days after the war, the Israeli cabinet even considered expelling the Palestinians living there, although this was quickly ruled out. That's encouraging. When Israel finally managed to make peace with Egypt over a decade later, they negotiated the transfer back of the Sinai Desert. But the Egyptians had no interest in taking back Gaza, which from here on would remain in limbo. And it was in 1973, under Israeli occupation, when a quadriplegic imam called Sheikh Ahmed Yassin founded a charity in Gaza called Mujama al-Islamiyya, in English, Islamic Center. Born out of the Palestinian branch of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, this charity set up an Islamic university in Gaza, as well as mosques, schools, and a library.
It was recognized as a charity by Israel in 1979 and briefly given financial support. Also true. I mean, he will, I assume, mention that these guys were not exactly power players.
They also played an important role in providing healthcare and social services to Gazans, many of whom were still living in refugee camps. The heads of Islamic Center were rabidly anti-Semitic, but the Israelis were willing to tolerate them and, to a degree, even encouraged them for a very interesting reason. By the mid-70s, the Israeli government had been warned that Yassin was no traditional Muslim cleric. It was unlikely that he even had any formal Islamic training, and he seemed to be a lot more interested in politics than in faith. But for some Israeli officials, the political Islam of Yassin wasn't such a bad thing, because for them, it served as a counterweight to Israel's main enemies, the secular nationalists of the PLO. As a way of attempting to divide their Palestinian opponents, Israel officially recognized the Islamic Center as a legitimate charity, and
everything he said so far is completely correct here in this point. And I would even go so far as say, I mean, I guess he didn't mention that like Hamas in and of itself was like entirely, like they were nothing. And in 1988 as well, when they became more, like when they developed more political power by that point, they were still completely a marginal, completely powerless movement.
Even for a period, provided them with financial support. And without the benefit of hindsight, it isn't hard to see why they did this. At the time, it was the PLO who were carrying.
Without the benefit of hindsight, I mean, yeah, this is a story as old as time itself. It quite literally has identical parallels to the Mujahideen. Yeah. It has identical parallels of the Mujahideen, which were funded and radicalized by the United States of America, even before like Ronald Reagan, under Carter, because they thought that this would present a perfect opportunity against the communist Afghan government, which was also pretty ruthless in and of itself. So there was already plenty of interest on the ground to rise up against, from Islamists, to rise up against the Afghan communist government, which then ended up turning into the Afghan Civil War, Soviet invasion, yada, yada, yada. But also, the reason why I mentioned that, and the reason why, you know, this is important to understand is because Western powers have been doing this for a very long time. Now, of course, modern Hamas, and I will admit this readily, easily, except Hamas is nowhere as fundamental as Al-Qaeda, both of whom are offshoots of their respective organizations. You are absolutely correct. Not only that, but also Hamas has a much greater interest in civil governance, whether by survival or genuine interest, I don't know. But Hamas has a much larger interest in civil governance than other significantly more radical Islamist factions in comparison to what Hamas is in modern day. Okay? Hamas's tactics are ruthless. They are brutal. This much is true. The brutality, however, has been adjusted due to the brutality of the occupation over the course of many, many years. Anyway, I feel like there's this part is going to be really interesting to see what he says, but I am a firm believer that there would never, ever be a real, robust, viable Hamas or Islamic Jihad if it was not for the Israeli government. Not because they funded it or whatever, I'm not even saying that, but specifically because Israel showed the Palestinian people time and time again that if you collaborate with us, we'll fuck you over. You won't get anything. We will keep dangling the two-state solution in your fucking face as an effort to neuter all of your popular movements. We will neuter your popular movements. We will never give you anything. We will continue building settlements in the West Bank, and there's not really anything you can do about it. And then we'll take your secular parties that were once popular, once they've become significantly unpopular, we will take them under our security apparatus and use them as oppressive forces against the Palestinian population, as is what the Palestinian Authority does on this very day. They did this with the earlier versions of this were absolutely happening with the PLO as well. There was always violence that the Israeli government absolutely egged on, sectarian violence that is the Israeli government absolutely egged on between Islamist factions like Hamas versus the PLO and other secular formations. Not only that, but I will take it one step further. The irony now is that as awful as Hamas is, or as ruthless and as brutal as Hamas is, which I will always recognize is a byproduct of the brutality of this occupation. What? The irony of the matter is that Fatah at a certain point literally arrested under the Israeli Authority, under the recommendation of Israel, the leader of the PLFP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a Marxist-Leninist formation. They arrested him. The people that pushed for his release were Hamas. So even the modern day the modern day Hamas does not resemble the same Islamists, even though their leaders are, certainly, even though their leaders are, and there's a lot of internal rift within Hamas as well, that the modern day Hamas being compared to ISIS is completely ridiculous, absolutely unacceptable. I do not agree with that. That is factually incorrect. This does not mean that they're good, mind you, but it certainly gets lost in the sauce. And I think it's like a mechanism to propagandize. It's like looking at that and making that comparison is like looking at Israel and saying they're Nazi Germany. The violence that Israel subjects Palestinians to is certainly nowhere near the same level of violence that Nazis subjected Jewish people to. There are comparisons you can make, but you can't say that it's a one-to-one comparison in the same way that Hamas and ISIS are not only diametrically opposite to one another, especially because while they are both coming from other larger Islamist fundamentalist groups, Hamas being Muslim Brotherhood, their allegiances with global partners have been with literal Shias, with Iran. Hezbollah is Shia. Iran is Shia. Their current regional ally that is rising to the occasion is the Shia Houthi government that is sending missiles, which I did not even know, from fucking space, which is crazy to think about, especially when you remember the fact that they were under blockade not that long ago. So that's right. Yemen and the missiles that they're sending to Israel literally go all the way up to fucking space. It's crazy. Anyway, why did I bring all this up? Because Al-Qaeda and even the Taliban, as a matter of fact, which also has a responsibility of civil governance in comparison to the contemporaries that the Taliban is compared to, is still significantly more Islamist, like way more interested in a Sharia regime, if you want to call it that, or an Islamist regime in its civil governance in comparison to Hamas. That's why when you go to Gaza, for example, there's plenty of women that don't have any fucking headscarves. There's literally fucking Christian Palestinians that are able to pray in their own Christian churches and shit. If there was a comparison that you could make between the motivations of Hamas being like an Islamist fundamentalist one, especially one that like is similar to ISIS or Al-Qaeda, then they wouldn't be killing ISIS and Al-Qaeda operatives that have tried to garner influence. Now, it could be from the reason why they've killed ISIS and Al-Qaeda militia inside of Gaza could be potentially because they want to be the only game in town. Certainly, it could be out of again, self-preservation. But ultimately, the way that they have, the way that they've continued on their civil governance side has at least leads me to believe that while they are understandably declared a terror cell because they are targeting civilians as well, sometimes due to the fact that they do not have enough, they do not have guided munitions, they are not in any way, shape, or form comparable to ISIS, who had very different motivations. This is a very important fact, though. Why? Why is this a very important fact to understand? Because when you understand this fact, you also have to come to the conclusion that the greatest way to destroy Hamas does not come from violence. Violence only makes super Hamas. Violence only makes Hamas more violent. The greatest way to end the influence of Hamas upon the Palestinian population is by going to a time when they didn't have any fucking Hamas. Their Hamas had no influence whatsoever, and there was no reason for there to be a violent emancipatory movement because, you know, they were dealing with the Palestinians in a negotiations process, at least at the time people thought earnestly, when it wasn't.
Carrying out attacks against civilians, whilst the Islamic Center was completely peaceful. This would come to an end in 1984 when the Israelis discovered that Yassin and others had been secretly stockpiling weapons in one of their mosques. He was jailed only to be released a year later as part of a prisoner exchange. In 1987, Yassin and 6 other members of Islamic Center founded a small paramilitary party called Hamas. Their formation would take place right in the wake of the First Intifada, which was a 6-year period of intense protest and violence, mostly born out of Palestinian frustration at the lack of progress towards statehood.
That and also the violent subjugation and humiliation that had already started at this point, including the pivotal moment where 4 Palestinians were killed by a trucker that ran them over, and then the subsequent protests against that turned incredibly violent. Once again, Israel ramping up the fucking violence, always and forever. Something to remember, always. This is not happening as a consequence of this is not happening randomly, okay? This is not happening randomly. Sabra and Shatila not even getting a mention. That was a massive spur on many Palestinian events that followed. Also true as well. So gross and so gruesome that punishments were even, light punishments were even doled out internally for the massacre. These are all incredibly violent acts that Palestinians are experiencing. Different country doesn't matter. These are still Palestinians. Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon is still housing Palestinians. You think they don't fucking hear about what's going on? You don't think that they hear that the IDF has allowed psychopathic Christian fascist militias to literally go into a Palestinian refugee camp to kill Hamas members in an identical fashion, where the only thing that they're doing at that point is literally blocking off all the exits, allowing them to slaughter babies and women. Literally, if you've ever heard someone talk about a pregnant woman having their child cut out of their body, okay, while the child is still alive, that's from Sabra and Shatila. That's where that story comes from. That's where that happened. They send in the psycho fucking no, his father is not a phalangist. Shut the fuck up. You're just saying that because he's a Christian Lebanese. I don't think his father is a phalangist. Shut up. Shut up. Ridiculous. Anyway, if you look at the situation, if you look at all of the events that unfolded and you don't really talk about or focus on in any capacity, phalangists were attached to the IDF by that time. Yes, they also murdered Shia Lebanese there. Yes, also true. Listen, if you don't focus on the atrocities committed by Israel at this point against Palestinians, then yeah, you're probably going to think like, oh, they just wanted freedom, and it's kind of fucked up that like maybe they were getting a little too violent in their interest in gaining emancipation, in their interest in gaining freedom. But I mean, it's far more than just that. Although it is just to engage in an emancipatory act, the violent conditions that Israel subjected Palestinians to, both inside of the areas that they had occupied at this point, but also even outside of the areas that they occupied, or even in countries, neighboring countries, was unimaginably cruel.
Israelis battled with the youth of the Intifada, then PLO dominated. The Islamic movement was being allowed to grow. In the hope of breaking the unity of the Intifada, the Hamas trend was ignored.
By this point, they controlled just under half of all the mosques in Gaza, and they were able to use the charity's institutions as a cover for their operations, a tactic they still employ to this day. Politically, they were rejectionists. They opposed any negotiations or compromises with Israel, and instead argued that the Jewish state should be obliterated and replaced with a single Islamic state.
This part is true, but I think it's also important. I hope he will mention that, like, due to their attitude, they were unpopular. This is very important. Due to this attitude, they were one of the few rejectionist parties and therefore completely and utterly removed from any semblance of real power.
State of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. As for their opinion,
still defending fascists, I hope you're talking about, you're not talking about me, I hope. Is the inherently violent view in this case not so different than the people who say some people are bad and do crimes? Jank's view on crime? Yes.
On the Jews, I think their founding charter, along with their recent actions, makes it pretty unambiguous. I don't really know the rules about reading out terrorist manifestos on YouTube, so you can...
The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill him." Zionism's scheming has no end, and after Palestine, they will covet expansion from the Nile to the Euphrates River when they finish digesting in the area on land which they've laid their hands, yada, yada, yada. So, here's the thing. I need to repeat this again. I don't know about unpopular. Yassin was a key figure / spiritual leader of the first Intifada. Politically, they were nothing. They were nothing. At this point, there were still, especially because there were still people who were interested in violently resisting against Israel. Those intifadas did not happen with like Hamas militants. Those were regular old Palestinian citizens. Okay? Those were normal Palestinians that were fucking fighting back against a brutal occupation.
Pause this and read it. Now, Hamas did not win over the Palestinian...
Thank you. There you go. Suck my dick, chatter.
public right away. In 1989, they were supported by less than 3% of the people living in Gaza, though they would slowly gain.
There you go. In 1989, fewer than 3% of Palestinians in Gaza, where Hamas would prove strongest, supported the organization. In the days before the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993, only 16.6% of Palestinians in Gaza identified with Hamas politically, and only 10% in the West Bank. This figure was much smaller when it came to active supporters. The journalist Zaki Chahab claimed that Hamas' military wing only had 20 machine guns when it began its campaign of terrorism as the Intifada wound down. For much of the 1990s, the military wing never reached 100 total fighters.
In support over the 90s, they were still a long way from taking power. What kept them at bay in this period more than anything else was the optimism of the peace process.
Yes. Okay, this is 100% correct. Yes. So here's why that's important to understand. Because, of course, a violent rejectionist movement was not going to be considered serious at all. Understandable, however, that it existed because it's still a fucking occupation. It's still an apartheid. There's still a shit ton of violence that is happening as a consequence of this against Palestinians. That's why Sabra and Shtil is important. That's why understanding how the first Intifada happened is important, right? You can't just like glance over it and be like, oh, they just wanted rights, so they started fucking violently reacting. That's not true, okay? A murder took place. No real legal recourse was occurring for said murder because the victims were Palestinians. Palestinians rose up. There were strikes, mass strikes. There's still freedom of movement leading up to this moment. There's still freedom of movement between Gaza, West Bank, and Israel proper. At this point, Palestinians and Israelis, not just the Palestinian citizens of Israel, but like Palestinians that don't have Israeli citizenship are allowed to go to Israeli schools. Israelis are allowed to go to Palestinian schools. Like, there is significant more collaboration. They're like still second-class citizens now. However, while they're still second-class citizens, their situation is not as dire. So for them, they're of course going to push back and be like, what the fuck are you doing? You killed our people. Like, that's completely unacceptable. And they fought back. Okay? They fought back, some of which had more violent and also anti-Semitic interests. Certainly. But to say that that was the case for the broader Palestinian liberation movement throughout any point in history, with the exception of, I guess, like fucking 1948, like, the boundaries shifted. Things changed. Periyodu var. Her yere kanıyor. Evet. Gerçekten mi? Sen en son gördüğünden beri büyüdü. My dad says she's grown so much. Ben yedim bile. That last chatter literally uses the same name they use for jerk off in what Joe IE in video requests, and all of his preferred models are Jewish. One's name was Squirt Mitzvah, and I had the X out of there. Don't make me read this right now, Lamau. Oh my God. Ne istiyorsun baba yemek? Okay. Okay. I forgot what JOI is. Is it jerk off instructions? Is that what it is? Acısız, tamam. Regardless, love you, HasanAbi. Keep reporting the truth, mate. Yeah, of course.
In 1993, the PLO leader Yasser Arafat and the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin signed the
By the way, you guys understand why I think it's like, why I say what I say about Hamas in general now, right? Like, I don't think he's making that argument either, by the way. I think he's like been pretty fair thus far. Damn, Mott's clapped that guy who was saying some anti-Semitic shit in the chat before I could get to him. But like that's why I think it's like ridiculous. That's why I think it is ridiculous to look at Hamas as any like serious influence, having any sort of serious influence on the ground when, or like changing the slogan of from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free to mean like we're going to violently remove all Jews. When even in 2017, 52% of Palestinians said that they wanted a two-state solution. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Really? You think that's what 52% of Palestinians who said they want a two-state solution, even after everything that had happened thus far? The fact that they were so endlessly charitable to the Israeli government is unimaginable to me. I would not be able to. I'll be honest with you. If a government had historically wronged me in such violent ways and I was living under an apartheid regime, I don't think I'd be as open-minded as Palestinians are to a two-state solution. 100%. I'm sorry. I'll be very honest. I would not. And I don't think you would either, by the way. There's no way you can comprehend that. There's no way you can understand what that's like. You can't. Unimaginable. At that point, it's a means of survival, too. Anyway, let's continue.
Oslo Accords, the first of a series of negotiations that saw the creation of a Palestinian government.
Yeah, I mean, the Oslo Accords were shit. It was always, everything was shit. Everything from the peace process from 1993 onward is shit. And it's literally, like, maybe the major difference here is that, like, at least Palestinians are represented as opposed to not. Which is how it went for the longest time. But also, what is this? Barnaby Raine absolutely bodies Rees-Mogg on here.
Into an open air.
You want to see Barnaby Raine quoting Churchill to Rees-Mogg? Here it is in well worth a watch. Not at least Jacob denied the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed, and Barnaby then asked him why he thinks Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Okay, we'll do that in a second. Hold on, I got to get my dad food. It wasn't in our best interest at all? No, of course not. I've said this before. I think some Palestinians regard Yasser Arafat as a fake Egyptian, lying dog shit CIA asset who sold out the Palestinian population so he could make dollars. Okay? Now, I don't have such words for him. Maybe because I'm looking at the situation from the outside. Now, at that point, they love him, right? At this point, they love him. And there are still plenty of, yeah, it's the worst thing that you can call Yasser Arafat is, of course, the worst thing you can call him, Egyptian, which is what I've heard people call him before. But anyway, I personally think that there is some truth to, obviously, Western involvement, the fact that he always avoided the top of the hour ad break. Okay, and you can too by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. What are you doing? Hello. Hello, my love. Hello. Anyway, what was I saying about Arafat? So, shit. Oh, I do think that he literally saw the writing on the wall. I do think that he saw the writing on the wall and was like, this is the best hand we're ever going to get these motherfuckers. Do you understand? Like, I think the reason why he conceded time and time again, and the reasons as to why he said no to certain key points throughout the negotiations process was quite literally because he recognized, like, this is an inevitability that, like, if there isn't some sort of peace process, that they're fucked. They're completely fucked. So I don't think he was like a piece of shit American dog who is Egyptian in nationality and Egyptian in soul who fucked over Palestinians deliberately, even though at the end of the day, Palestinians did get fucked over, but it wasn't because it wasn't Arafat that fucked over Palestinians. It was still Israel. You know what I mean?
And would, people had hoped, begin the path to a two-state solution. Over in Israel, this process was deplored by the right wing. Protests organized by the Likud party and
I mean, dude, even if you look at this, by the way, it's so funny. Even if you look at the Oslo Accords, like fucking Wikipedia page, okay? Or Camp David, or any other, I mean, Oslo Accords being what he's discussing here, even if you look at the conditions, you're like, this is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. Outline of the peace plan here. Stated goals of the Oslo Accords were, among other things, Palestinian interim self-government, not the Palestinian Authority, but the Palestinian Legislative Council, and a permanent settlement of unresolved issues within 5 years based on Security Council resolutions 242 and 338. Although the agreements recognize the Palestinian legitimate and political rights, they remain silent about their fate after the interim period. The Oslo Accords neither define the nature of the post-Oslo Palestinian self-government and its powers and responsibilities, nor do they define the borders of the territory it would eventually govern. Like, this is the greatest peace deal that you could put together for the Palestinians, really? This is like, that's it? Not to mention Israel never implemented the Oslo Accords fully either, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Israel consistently was like, oh yeah, dude, let's do a deal, okay? Let's do a deal, dog. Come on, let's do a deal. Come on. And then they'd be like, fuck you, no deal, Yeah, we'll do a deal. We'll do a deal. I promise we'll do a deal. Boom. Fucking Netanyahu comes in. He's like, deal? Get the fuck out of here. Ran against destroying it. Literally waited for the governing boundaries of this deal to eradicate before ever engaging in anything else. It's just, most Palestinians reject the Oslo Accord for understandable reasons. But it was the only genuine effort by Israel towards a two-state solution, and Rabin got murked for it because I need you to understand something here, okay? The conditions of this deal was dog shit, okay? The conditions of this deal was absolutely fucking dog shit. And if you listen to Rabin's own words when he talks to the Israeli government, the Israeli Knesset, or Israeli people in general, maybe because he really wanted to get this done and maintain his popularity, okay? Or maybe because he just legitimately didn't think that Palestinians were ever going to get a state, he openly stated time and time again that it was not going to be a real state. There was not ever going to be a real Palestinian state. I think the term he used was like, what, state negative? Something lesser than a state. I like that Imperialist donated $5, says, hi, I'm Palestinian. 99.99 Palestinians love Yasser Arafat more than anything else. Not true. Come on, dog. And they don't regard him as a fake Egyptian. Also not true. I mean, I have heard that. Most Palestinians, though, think that Arafat did a mistake and was manipulated by signing the Oslo Accords. Also true. As opposed to what this guy said, Rebel 2, HasanAbi, I'm a Palestinian. It's a lie. 52 agreed to two-country solution. And most of us hates Arafat except beneficiaries of the Palestinian Authority. So this part I don't agree with, but this part I do agree with. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B for both of you guys, okay? I'm a bit of a centrist. Yeah, both sides, baby. Anyway, further redeployments of Israeli military forces, specified military locations will commence after the inauguration of the council will be gradually implemented to commensurate the assumption of responsibility for public order and internal security by the Palestinian police. During the further redeployment phases to be completed within 18 months of the date of inauguration of the council, powers and responsibilities relating to the territory will be transferred gradually to Palestinian jurisdiction Now, we'll cover West Bank and Gaza Strip territory except for the issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations. First phase includes withdrawal from areas A and B. Redeployments from Area C would follow in subsequent phases. Area C means areas of the West Bank outside of areas A and B, which except for the issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations, will be gradually transferred to the Palestinian jurisdiction in accordance with this agreement. No, the fuck they didn't, though. The issues that will be negotiated were Jerusalem, settlements, specified military locations, Palestinian refugees, borders, foreign relations, and Israelis, and powers and responsibilities not transferred to the Council. By excluding Jerusalem and the settlements from the areas to be transferred to the Palestinians, Israeli presence, including military to protect them, would not change without a negotiated agreement. The accords also preserve Israel's exclusive control over the borders, the airspace, and the territorial Gaza waters. Does this seem like a legitimate deal to you, is the question I must ask. You don't have a standing military. The occupying force that you are negotiating with is saying, you might have an internal police force, okay, with like some level of power, okay? But ultimately, you don't have anything. You don't have a right to return is a non-starter for the Palestinians that are outside of Gaza and the West Bank. Hamas didn't agree. First of all, fuck Hamas. Hamas is nothing here. Like, Hamas's agreement or disagreement doesn't mean anything. I also personally believe that Arafat wanted to give anything to the Palestinians, 100%. Surely there was a bit of corruption, as is always the case when dealing with the West. But I think that he did. I do legitimately think that he saw the writing on the wall and tried to do anything and everything he could for any kind of deal, like literally any kind of deal. She believes that he was trying his best to give Palestinians something, and that if it wasn't for him, he might have not even had something to fight for now. Anyway, in order to guarantee public order and internal security for the Palestinians of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the Council shall establish a strong police force as set out in Article 14 below. Israel shall continue to carry the responsibility for defense against external threats, including the responsibility for protecting the Egyptian and Jordanian borders. So they don't have any control over their own borders. Israel still maintaining a strong presence at the border, at the Jordanian border with their own military, but also beyond that, they're also partitioning, not only partitioning areas in the West Bank, but continuing to build settlements, and which is a big part of this fucking negotiation, while also taking over additional land for military purpose. So it's completely unacceptable. And for defense against external threats from the sea and air as well. Oh, yeah, it's for national security. The first step was a partial Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and Jericho and transfer some of the powers and responsibilities on civil matters to the interim Palestinian Authority, all to agree upon within 2 months from October 1993. Then Israeli troops would withdraw from the populated Palestinian areas, paved the way for Palestinian elections to establish the Council. The Council will replace Palestinian Authority and the Israeli civil administration in the West Bank and would be dissolved. Further redeployments of Israeli troops would follow upon the inauguration of the Council as detailed in Protocol Annex 1 of the Accord. Article 1.5 of Oslo II reads, after the inauguration of the Council, the civil administration in the West Bank will be dissolved and the Israeli military government shall be withdrawn. 20 years later, however, the withdrawal of Israeli troops did not take place, and the civil administration still has permanent military presence in more than 80% of West Bank and areas B and C. Yeah, this has also been widely considered Treaty of Versailles Palestine edition. Permanent status negotiations about remaining issues would start not later than May 1996, 2 years after the signing of the Gaza-Jericho Agreement, and would be concluded before May 1999, end of the 5-year interim period. A peace treaty would end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Arafat didn't have real power. He was strutted around as a representative of the Palestinians for the sham of negotiations they had. No, a lot of you that say stuff like this are probably very young. Understandable. You're saying stuff like this because you personally are thinking about it with the benefit of hindsight. At the time, this was very popular. At the time, it was very popular. To say that it wasn't popular is ridiculous. Of course it was popular. The problem is that over the course of a multiple decade process, not only did Yitzhak Rabin get assassinated by far-right Israeli psychopaths, and those who called for his assassination were voted into office over and over again. Benjamin Netanyahu, who literally was doing rallies and told by the internal security to the Shin Bet to stop doing these rallies because there are credible threats on Rabin's life at this point. He refused to do so. And then even after his assassination, openly stated, I would have beat his ass anyway. I'm really fucking mad that they killed him and martyred him. Cold-blooded shit. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu, regarded as a major piece of shit by international, like every international politician. So Oslo was the reason all our Palestinians are completely against the PLO and the Palestinian government at this moment. Okay, so this was the first step. It got significantly worse time and time again. The 2000 Camp David summit, the U.S. tried to save the Accords by reviving the negotiations. Bullshit. After the failure of the summit, the Second Intifada broke out, and the peace process reached deadlock. So the Second Intifada is where Hamas comes into play. For sure. Because by the end of this, in 2000, at this point, Palestinians went from giving a massive governing mandate to Yasser Arafat in elections that were considered fair and free by international authorities. Now we've gotten to a point where it's like this entire time frame, Israel is mercilessly and ruthlessly expanding and building settlements. The people that the Israeli government is voting into power are psychopaths like Benjamin Netanyahu. So, of course, people are like, well, what the fuck? You put your arms down. There's still going to be people that want to violently fight back. That's where Hamas comes into play. Anyway. Where were we on this video? Because this is like from 1993 to 2000. This is where Hamas starts gaining more momentum.
Other right-wing groups depicted Rabin as a Nazi, a murderer, and a traitor. They argued that he was giving up what was rightfully Jewish land and endangering Jewish lives by helping the Palestinians towards statehood. And in 1995,
here. This is what I... Thank you for finding it, yeah. Seth Anziska argued Oslo provided the vestiges of statehood without actual content, formalizing the ceiling of Palestinian self-rule, pointing to statements from Rabin that referred to a permanent solution of Israel existing alongside a Palestinian entity that was, in Rabin's words, less than a state. Anziska argued the Accords were a legacy of Menachem Begin's position or opposition to Palestinian statehood. Edward Said said in an interview, Israel and the Western governments want Arafat to repress certain elements of his society. They want him to be a dictator. The mechanism of peace accord make this very clear. I am for peace. I am for negotiated peace, but this accord is not a just peace. Anyway, let's continue.
The Likud politician Benjamin Netanyahu led an anti-Rabin march which descended into a riot with protesters chanting the words in
a three-state solution? Fuck anyone that says they want a 3-state solution, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. Yeah, how about a 10-state solution? How about a 20-state solution? Let's do a 4-state solution. Let's do area A, B, and C. Let's carve that out as well. So that's all 3 different states. And then let's put Gaza as the 4th state. Get the fuck out. And then Israel proper as the 5th state. So how about a 5-state solution? Fuck it. Give Lebanon to Israel too. How about a 1-state solution where Israel owns everything from fucking the river to the sea and also Transjordan and Lebanon? Fuck it. YOLO. Who cares? Am I right? Get the fuck out of here. What do you mean a 3-state solution? Suck my cock. 1 state. That's it. Yeah, give Israel Egypt and Lebanon and Jordan too. What a ridiculous take, dude. Like 2 states. I'm trying to describe to you that Israel used the dangling of the carrot of the 2-state solution to continuously fucking build settlements and expand into the West Bank and partition the West Bank, which is internationally recognized Palestinian territory, Palestinian land, in an act of unjustifiable settler colonial violence. Okay, these guys are terrorists. They're settler terrorists engaging in an act of settler terrorism. While they kept saying like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll give you 2 states. Thank you, Comrade Leho. Exactly, because the truth is that it's already 1 state. It just needs to be democratic. It's not, there's no 2 different states here. Get the fuck out of here. What kind of autonomy have the Palestinians ever had? They never have had that. It's always been a lie. It's always been 1 state, an apartheid state, a state of Israel that brutally and unjustifiably destroys Palestinians. Some motherfuckers being like, I believe in a 3-state solution. Yeah, okay, dude, sure. How about 10 states? Fuck it, 50-state solution.
Blood and fire, we will expel Rabin. When Netanyahu was warned about threats being made on Rabin's life and asked to moderate the tone of the protests, he declined.
Yeah,
Later that year, Rabin was assassinated by an Israeli ultranationalist after holding a rally in support of the peace process. Was Netanyahu engaging in stochastic terrorism? Discuss below. Hamas, on the other hand, fought against the peace process with actual terrorism. In the early 90s, they decided to borrow a
Okay, see, no, I'm sorry. No. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think Israel is also engaging in an act of terror by continuing the occupation at this moment. No, I don't agree. Actual terrorism, if what Hamas is doing at this point is actual terrorism, which I guess he's like going to start talking about the second intifada, which is like, you know, terrorism in the way that we understand it from a Western lens, you know, suicide bombings on civilian areas, suicide bombings happening on you know, school buses and shit. That's ridiculous. If that's actual terrorism, then what Israel is doing is infinitely worse. No. I think that Israel at this point is an apartheid state. It certainly is violent in its maintenance of said apartheid state. This reaction to that is coming at the heels of a potential peace process being dangled in front of the Palestinians, but they're not stupid. They see it. They see that this is bullshit. Like the 2-state solution is just simply the 2-state solution is simply only causing more settlements to be built.
Tactic used by Hezbollah against the Israelis in Lebanon, known as suicide bombing. Their first attempt in 1993 was botched. The bomb had a flawed design which caused the blast to go up instead of out, so the only people who died were the bomber and one innocent Palestinian worker. RIP. But they would succeed with plenty more in the future, and they were soon killing between 30 and 70 people a year within Israel's borders. They publicly took credit for the bombings, describing them as revenge for decades of Palestinian deaths at the hands of Israelis, but
that's true. Like, is that not true? I don't understand. That is true.
For the most part, it didn't sell. In 1996, over 70%
This part is also true. I'm glad that he's talking about this. Okay.
of Palestinians opposed the bombings, and support for Hamas fell to 6%. The efforts of Hamas didn't immediately push people away from the peace process, but it did slow things down. And it also succeeded in
No. I mean, he gives like some information. He gives some information that's all true. Like the violent retaliation to Israel in this situation in the hands of Hamas is still unpopular because they're still, in the eyes of Palestinians, like regardless of how shitty the fucking deal is, there's still a potential for peacemaking, potential for deal making. And every single time that this happened, in every single circumstance, there is a tremendous amount of violence that the Israeli state is subjecting Palestinians to that just completely gets lost here. If you only talk about what Hamas is doing at this point, you're skipping a shit ton of violence that Palestinians who are engaging in an act of civil disobedience are getting subjected to. The first intifada was fucking ruthless, and so was the second intifada. I don't agree with this. The first intifada was brutal to the Palestinian population, even without like the random indiscriminate acts of murder, which also happened. Like tens of thousands of people were severely, gravely wounded. And then also, there's another point here that is very important. I mean, I don't know what part he's talking about between 1993 and 2005, but the mosque shooting of Baruch Goldstein going into the mosque and shooting 29 people praying, throwing a fucking grenade and like wounding, I forget how many people he wounded, but there's a shit ton of incredibly gross, incredibly violent actions that take place in this time frame. I mean, this is, I don't think I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to look at this as though it's like, oh, well, some guys were like, I hate peace. I'm going to fucking blow up a school bus or some shit. Like, it's not, that's not true. If you watch this, would you assume Israel literally did anything? Yeah, I mean, my takeaway, if I didn't know exactly what was going on, if I wasn't aware of the history, I would literally leave this thinking, well, Israel was pretty fair to the Palestinians. It does seem like, maybe they were like lying a little bit in the negotiations process, at least so far. Maybe he'll change up after, but yeah, I don't know. Two good vids on the Intifada. You heard the term Intifada. The first Intifada, when nonviolent protests turned violent, history of Israel explained. I like that the first Intifada, the first Intifada, fine. Second Intifada, age restricted. Because that is what happened. That is literally what happened. They went from like strikes and stone throwing to age restricted shit. Yeah, killed 29 and injured 125 in the mosque attack. And yes, Israel's retaliation to the first Intifada was insane, okay? I don't agree with I think that there's a lot more on this video. I think it's like historically accurate. I wouldn't say it's historically inaccurate, but I think it's good. I think it's a good video to give you like some of the basics, but it certainly is a good video to give you the basics if you know the history beyond just like what you're hearing in this video, because I do think that the framing of this makes it seem as though like Israel is kind of bad at times, but nowhere near as ruthless as they actually were.
Connecting the Gazan population from the state of Israel. In the mid-80s, nearly half of the people in Gaza had permits to...
What? Oh, why'd you ban that guy? Chatters, he had a really good take. Funeral Leech says, Hasan, I'm getting tired of your immoral, pseudo-intellectual, populist propaganda and deception. Hamas murdering mothers and kidnapping their children is terrorism by definition, not resistance. Israel murdering children and kidnapping mothers, on the other hand, is perfectly valid and also dealing with terrorism and not an act of terror, even though Israel is the apartheid state in this circumstance. And those who live under an apartheid state are simply supposed to take it up the ass the entire time and never actually fucking do anything. That human beings are supposed to literally sit there and go, oh, thank you. Thank you for destroying me. Thank you for killing my fucking uncle. Thank you for killing my entire family. This is perfectly cool. God forbid, I am a human being and recognize that, like, these conditions that I've been subjected to are brutal as fuck, and there's no way out of it. Okay? You're so biased that you can't even call Hamas a terrorist organization. You're not any better than the conservatives you hate so much, and you're not speaking for the innocent civilians in Gaza, whereas Funeral Leech is. Funeral Leech, on the other hand, is speaking for the innocent civilians in Gaza, which I assume just simply, unfortunately, have to die by the thousands, right? Let's see. I like that we're literally talking about the conditions that created. I like that we're talking about the conditions that quite literally created Hamas. And this motherfucker's answer to this is like, it's really fucked up that you think that people are, it's really fucked up that you think people can't just like vote away apartheid when they have no fucking voting rights. And that, why are you putting up so many straw mans? Me? Oh, you're talking about that guy. No, I unbanned him because I want to hear some, I want to hear more wonderful takes from this guy because he's got a lot.
To work in Israel, and unemployment was rarely higher than 5%. But by the mid-2000s, in response to the bombings, the number of permit holders fell to less than 7%. And by this point, in the wake of the Second Intifada, the peace process between Israel and the PLO was as good as dead, and Hamas became increasingly prominent. When Israel pulled out of southern Lebanon, it was widely believed
even in the Second Intifada, it wasn't that fucking...
that they were pushed out by Hezbollah, and Palestinians became increasingly convinced that violence would have a better chance of winning their freedom.
Wait, what happened? There's an upper limit. Okay, that is actually unironically exactly what they saw. Because that is what happened. Yes. In the eyes of the Palestinians, they were like, we had 2 decades of fuck you from peace negotiations with the Israelis. The Americans don't have our fucking backs, even though, you know, Arafat and the Americans are chummy. Okay. And the only time Israel's actually dialed back their indiscriminate violence literally it was because there was a successful resistance movement. Why the fuck would Palestinians look at that and go, well, we're trying to deal with you peacefully and look what you're doing to us? Meanwhile, those motherfuckers are not, and they succeeded. Why would they ever look at the situation and go, yeah, we should keep doing the peaceful thing?
Freedoms. Though a majority of them still opposed Hamas's suicide attacks, the number was markedly lower than it had been 10 years earlier. In 2000,
come on, dude. Yeah. 52% still say suicide attacks are unjustifiable. Come on. And at that point, there's like nothing remaining. There's not, what do they have? They got nothing. Oh, dude. I mean, those numbers, if anything, those numbers literally show the majority still were against against these acts of violence. There was no period of time prior to 1948 that the Arab Palestinian population had sovereignty over what we know as Israel today. Oh, dude, Hasbara talking points are popping off. Okay. Doesn't matter. Okay. Before 1948, there's no fucking Israel either. Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you mean? Before 1948, you know what it was called? Isn't real, dog. That's what it was fucking called, dumb fuck. Palestinians had more of a historical reason to engage in a post-colonial nation-state building project that the British fucking promised them than Israel did. What the fuck are you talking about? Dumb bitch. Suck my dick. What a stupid fucking take. Oh, they didn't have a nation-state. Like, as though all of these countries hadn't been, like, recently formed anyway. What the fuck was happening? What was happening? Yeah, there was no India before 47 either. Like, you're so stupid. Shut up. Then, let's continue. Palestine was not a state. There was no states! Half the states were not a state! What do you mean? Half the states were not states until, like, recently. Stupid. Stupid bitch. None of this still means that you can build Israel there, okay? There was people there. The entire war has been built on a simple deceptive lie. You're talking about Islamophobia, anti-Islam, but not a word about anti-Semitism. Yes, dude, totally. Yeah. I definitely never talk about anti-Semitism. Listen, you dumb fuck. I talk about anti-Semitism all the goddamn time. What the fuck are you talking about? As a matter of fact, if you look at, like, the last 10 years of me doing political commentary, I've probably talked about anti-Semitism more than I've talked about Palestine. Okay? Anti-Semitism is gross. Don't try to fucking cynically tie me to any kind of fucking anti-Semitic sentiment here. Israel has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. You can criticize Israel in an anti-Semitic way, certainly. Some people who honestly criticize Israel might have anti-Semitic opinions, certainly. Okay? I'm not one of them. So the fact that you would come in here and try to cynically do this fucking nonsensical bullshit is because you're out of arguments. You have no arguments. That's why. You have one fucking ripcord that you can pull, which is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism. You're doing anti-Semitism. Suck my dick. I'm facing so much racism right now as an ethnically Jewish atheist. Your fans are sending me hateful messages right now. Oh my God. I should have never read that last part. That's so fucking stupid. No, people are sending you hate because you're a fucking dumbass, dude. Not because you're Jewish. And before you fucking act like there's bad faith actors in here who are banned but can still probably whisper your fucking stupid ass, okay? We ban anti-Semitism of all forms, okay? That's precisely the reason why you don't have anything to point to, so you just fucking laughably just go, oh, that's kind of anti-Semitic. You've never mentioned anti-Semitism. Oh, my God. How the fuck would people ever know that you're Jewish, by the way? Like, what a ridiculous thing. You're an anonymous account. Like, how awesome. Meanwhile, motherfuckers like, wow, I really hate the Islamophobia. You only talk about Islamophobia. It's like, brother, do you know how much I get called HasanAbi? Like, where do you think that comes from? Like, why do you think that? Like, how many times do I have to fucking condemn Hamas's actions on October 7th? Like, doesn't matter. At a certain point, it seems like you don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? You're going to still say I'm HasanAbi. Motherfucker said Palestine wasn't a state in 1948, dude. Sick. The new neolib talking point is the Palestine wasn't a state. But that's not even a new talking point. That's just like old ass Hasbara shit. You know how many times I've fucking heard that? I know you're not a big fan of Netanyahu, okay? I know. Everyone says that. Every liberal Zionist goes, me. I hate Netanyahu, actually. And then fucking turns around and goes, I'm going to unconditionally support what he's doing in Gaza, though, because we have to. Shut the fuck up. Explain to me why you don't like Netanyahu without using selfish reasons like his right-wing coalition. He's personally corrupt and self-interested, in his right-wing coalition are taking away my civil liberties, but I have nothing to say about the apartheid state. I just don't like him. I don't like him aesthetically. Also, we have to kill children in Gaza. You don't understand. Those are human shields. We have to liberate Gaza from for speaking for the innocent civilians in Gaza. We have to kill them, is what you said. It's so funny. It's like, Hasan, why are you cursing me? What? I'm not cursing you. Just sick and tired of motherfuckers constantly being like, oh, I hate Netanyahu, but also we have to eradicate Hamas. When this has been the talking point for the past, since 2005, this is the talking point. We got to eradicate Hamas. 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 So what? What is it? Every single time they go in and they fucking blow shit up and kill children, Hamas isn't getting eradicated. Why is it that so many of you understand the denazification protocols that Russia engaged in was completely ridiculous, but when it comes to fucking eradicating Hamas, denazifying the Gaza Strip, then it's like, I love that shit. That is extremely my shit. Israel is denazifying the Gaza Strip. Get the fuck out of here. Israel's killed more fucking children than Russia has even. And Russia is a brutal occupying force, engaging in completely unjustifiable acts. I never for one fucking second in my life did I ever say that Russia is actually denazifying Ukraine. Time and time again, I said the exact opposite will happen if you invade Ukraine. So how can I understand that? And how can you understand that for Ukraine, but you can't fucking wrap your head around that when it comes to Hamas? It's crazy. Okay, now you're just shadowboxing. Who are you talking about? Who was saying Ukraine? Because I know what he would say about Ukraine. I know where these idiotic takes come from. Absolutely zero people unironically believe, I hope, I never did, that Russia was going to denazify Ukraine by attacking Ukraine. I think that Netanyahu is racist, and I don't like the fact that he sits with Orthodox Jews in the government, but come on, how is Israel not a democracy when you can literally vote for the far left and anti-Zionist parties such as Hadash and United Arab List? I don't know. Here's a good example. I don't just fucking read Wikipedia pages on my broadcast. I actually talk to members of Hadash. If you weren't such a dumb fuck, you would probably know that. And if you ask them, or at least Ofer Kasif, they would tell you that Israel is an apartheid, that Israel is a fascist apartheid state. So why don't you fucking do a little bit more research? What's new? Palestinian flags were kicked out of the democracy protests we've had since early 2023. Our left is hypocritical, hate Netanyahu, by the way. Exactly. I hear this so much, but it's like, come on, dog. I'm obviously pro-Ukraine. There you go. I knew it. I am too. So what's up? Do you think Russia was actually denazifying Ukraine? Do you think Russia successfully denazified Ukraine? Or do you think they just simply used that as a reason to fucking do land grabs and occupy a country that they could not potentially occupy, really, realistically? So why is it that if you can understand that, why can't you fucking understand when Netanyahu's government Or even the liberals, the centrists say, we have to eradicate Hamas. Everyone goes, oh, dude, you're so right. That's how we're going to denazify the Gaza Strip. By the way, it's so funny that you said, hilarious that you said Israel is a democracy and then used Hadash when considering that, like, Ofer Kasef was literally expelled for saying the exact same things that the Haaretz editorial board said. He was expelled. You would know any of these things instead of like watching fucking weirdo debate pervert liberal streamers. If you like read something else, please. And I say this to my audience all the time. Read, okay? Read. It's good. It's good to read. It's good to read a broad variety of different resources to develop a better perspective. You cannot say Israel is a democracy because Israel is a Jewish ethno-state that is also an apartheid state. You can't have both. You can't have it both ways. Israel's not even a fucking democracy with full-blown rights for Palestinians living in Israel. Get the fuck out of here with this Israel is a democracy shit. And those guys at least have significantly more rights than the 5 million Palestinians that are living in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip that are currently being occupied. In Gaza, they're being bombed into oblivion. Their schools are being destroyed. UN schools are being fucking destroyed. Hospitals are being destroyed. Babies are being fucking ruthlessly slaughtered over the course of the past 30 fucking days. And in the West Bank, there's pogroms. Hundreds of people have been slaughtered by both settlers themselves in direct acts of violence, Molotov cocktails being thrown in to people's homes, people being forcibly removed from certain areas, certain villages, and the IDF just looks around and defends the settlers because they don't have any legal reason to defend the Palestinians because the Palestinians have no fucking rights. So no, it is not a fucking democracy. Russia started the war. I'm obviously pro-Ukraine. Russia started the war, ... Brother, I know. You're failing to understand because your head is stuck so far up your fucking asshole that you literally don't recognize that Russia's arguments in denazifying Ukraine was bullshit. It was a bullshit reason to start the war, just like Israel's arguments in denazifying the Gaza Strip, the cleansing Hamas of the Gaza Strip is also a bullshit reason. It's not a real reason. Unless you literally think Hamas and October 7th is the first time anything happened in the history of Israel. Russia started the war and Hamas also started the war. Checkmate, terrorist. Yeah, dude, I know. Listen. Brother, I've talked to liberal Zionists so many fucking times. I know the talking points, okay? I did not say the IDF are angels, Hasan, but there's a difference between shooting unarmed civilians and bombing your enemy. No, there isn't! No. Until you give Hamas guided munitions, okay, and an air force, and the entire population registry of Israel proper, and then they fucking bomb hospitals in the same way that they're fucking lobbing missiles indiscriminately into Israel because there's like bathtub missiles, you can't even make this fucking equivalence. Unless you literally are saying babies are your enemy. Israel's greatest enemy, babies. Israel's greatest enemy, the press. My enemy is the cancer ward. Also, I love that you said there's a difference between shooting unarmed civilians and bombing your enemy. Meanwhile, the IDF is shooting unarmed civilians in the West Bank, okay? And the IDF is bombing their enemy in Gaza. The settlers in the West Bank are obviously horrible. Yeah, but you'll do nothing about it. Okay? You'll do nothing about it. You never have done anything about it, and you won't do anything about it. You'll just complain. You'll say, oh, it's really bad, but what am I to do? And then you'll come in here and go, wow, you're actually... No, he's not concerned trolling. I don't think he's concerned. I don't think this chatter is concerned trolling, for the record. I think this is like... He comes across as a liberal Zionist, in my opinion. Like someone who says, yeah, settlement expansion in the West Bank is horrible. It's completely unjustifiable because it fucking is. But Israel's not an apartheid state, which also is wrong. Israel is an apartheid state. You can't have you can't have it both ways. You can't on the one hand be like, well, technically settlements are fucking horrible, but then also simultaneously be like, but Israel's not an apartheid state. Those settlements didn't materialize out of thin air. They were created. They were literally paid for and defended by the Israeli government in a deliberate act of partitioning parts of the West Bank. Why are there checkpoints everywhere? Obviously, the IDF should make sure the civilians of Gaza are not killed, but that's a different topic. If we can't agree that Hamas is a terrorist organization, then I have nothing to add. No, you just keep going back to Hamas, and terrorism, okay? What Hamas did on October 7 is terrorism. What Israel does every fucking day in the maintenance of an apartheid regime is also terrorism. Significantly worse terrorism, both by metrics and also in general. Hamas is a violent retaliation, an act of terror, because the colonizing force, the actual militarized state, sets the standards of violence in this regard. That's why, if you know anything about Israeli history, which I'm sure you do, the first intifada and the second intifada were fought in dramatically different terms. Okay? Like, you can't constantly resort back to condemn Hamas, it's terrorism, it's terrorism. I already have, time and time again. Anyway. Speaking of which, from Haaretz, Steinberg, who during those years served as the Shin Bet's head advisor on Palestinian affairs, argues that Hamas's transition from focusing on suicide bombings against military targets in the territories to civilian targets with the Green Line stemmed directly from the Goldstein massacre. If you can't understand how people get radicalized into engaging in ruthless and incredibly violent acts of terror due to constantly living under an apartheid regime, and then also on top of that having, extrajudicial acts of violence, I don't know what to tell you. Think about it from how angry, Hasan, I'll keep watching you. I do appreciate your content. Okay, well then understand this. Understand one thing. If you are Israeli, because I think you might be, you sound like a liberal Zionist. I don't think like most people would know to say these things unless they at least like had some understanding of the situation, unless you're like directly repeating talking points you heard from someone else. Understand this. The hatred that you feel in your heart towards Palestinians, the Palestinians have every right to feel in their hearts towards Israelis, okay? Towards Israel. Like, of course, if you can understand how you learned to fucking hate Palestinians, then you can understand how they learned to hate, literally, Israel as an occupying force. Okay? And in that situation, one side controls everything. The other side has nothing. That's my perspective. I want to reach a I want to reach a situation where there's we're comparing the moral boundaries that we place upon a violent emancipatory group that is understandably declared a terror organization due to their targeting of civilians, okay, in comparison to a militarized state with a motherfucking nuke that literally is maintaining an apartheid state. It's ridiculous. If you can't comprehend that, I don't know what to tell you. You learn to hate Palestinians. okay, due to their reaction to the violent apartheid regime, they learn to hate you because you've been fucking them over nonstop. I love when there's like on Israeli television, they talk about like UN schools, like they're teaching Palestinian children to hate Jews, to hate Israel. And I'm like, no, dog, they don't need to go to school to fucking learn how to hate Jewish people or Israel. Okay? They learn that when their school gets blown up. Like, what do you mean? You learn to hate the Palestinians at school and from a one-sided way of understanding the history of Israel. You have to learn to hate because there's no other way to justify an apartheid state, because most people, when removed of their biases, obviously want peace. Like that's our natural predisposition. We are not violent. We want to cooperate. That's how history works. So the only way that you can justify the maintenance of an apartheid is by learning constantly to hate and dehumanize your opposition. Buddy, no one is listening to this rant, pal. I mean, you're in here. You, pal, 0 bitches. Hasan, please get some bitches on your dick, bro. Take it to the press, pal. Buddy, no one is listening. You are the yapper. Okay, that guy's funny. See, I called it. I live in Israel. That's why my English is not great. I didn't serve in the IDF, by the way. I got profile 21. Anyway, so heed my words. Let's continue with this video now.
5. Israel unilaterally disengaged from Gaza, and the 8,000 Jewish settlers who lived there were evacuated by the IDF. The pullout was done with no negotiations or input from the Palestinian side. And this allowed Hamas to push the line that Israel had been forced out by terrorist violence. And whilst this wasn't 100% true, it was true enough for an effective PR campaign. In 2006, Hamas...
Wait, what?
...forced out by terrorist violence. And whilst this wasn't 100% true, it was true enough for an effective PR campaign. In 2006, Hamas defeated Fatah in the parliamentary elections. Now, this victory...
Yeah, with 3% of the vote. Now, part of the reason why was because in a lot of these elections, there were multiple secular options that split the vote. Multiple Fatah options even, if I'm not mistaken. But multiple secular alternatives that took away from the vote. Whereas Hamas was the new player in the field with newfound political prominence and a anti-corruption mandate, because at this point in 2006, everyone's like, all right, this shit fucking sucks, okay? These motherfuckers, they don't give a shit. They don't care about us. They don't want to fucking deal with us. They just want to fucking kill us. Now, this election in and of itself, for the record, this election in and of itself was only done because George W. Bush wanted it to happen, okay? At the time, Fatah and the Palestinian Authority literally told them not to have this election. Okay, they were like, don't do this. We're not ready. We're not ready for an election. Hamas is going to fucking cook us. Everybody thinks we're collaborationist pieces of shit because we kind of are.
Is often interpreted as a Palestinian mandate for terror and rejectionism, although this is not necessarily the case. An exit poll from the election found that most voters...
This is pretty fair. His assessment here is fair.
...actually opposed Hamas's...
Yeah, look at that. Should Hamas change its policies regarding Israel? Yes. 75%. Support for a peace agreement with Israel? 80% in support. So, suck me. At that point, motherfuckers are not voting for Hamas because they're like, we love Islam. We love Islamist fundamentalism. We fucking personally love blowing up Israeli school buses. Not the case.
Policies towards Israel and were in favor of pursuing a peace agreement. Instead, it looked like Hamas's victory was really owed to a desire to end government corruption. The leaders of Fatah were very corrupt. Fun fact, their leader, Mahmoud Abbas, currently has a higher net worth than Netanyahu. Whoa. And Hamas would turn out to be very corrupt too, but they were at this point able to project an image of trustworthiness due to their religiosity and their origins as a charity. But here, there was a problem. For one, Israel, the United States, and the European Union all refused to deal with the Hamas government. Abbas, who had just been elected president a year earlier, wanted to uphold the PA's recognition of Israel, something which Hamas refused to accept. The result was that any unity government of the two parties would have been unable to negotiate with Israel or their Western partners. The two parties repeatedly failed to reach an agreement, and in 2007, they went to war.
Okay, that's not what happened. The United States of America facilitated a coup after their failed election because they thought Fatah would be able to win, despite the fact that Fatah leadership personally told the United States that that would not happen. They would lose the election. Then they were like, oopsie, okay, let's do a fucking coup. They literally tortured a bunch of Hamas people. And then guess what the fuck happened? Hamas seized control over the entirety of Gaza because of the American-facilitated coup d'etat.
Hamas ended up seizing the Gaza Strip and establishing a de facto government in the enclave, which remains to this day.
Was the shit about Hamas leaders being rich true? Sounds way too sus. Yes, Hamas leadership is also very wealthy, and so is the fucking... No. What are you doing? Are you trying to get out? Are you being a bad girl right now? Because you've been such a good girl today. Is it bad girl time? Are you being a bad bitch? I would pick you up on my lap, but I'm scared because you're bleeding everywhere. You're free bleeding. She's up to mischief. In Arabic world, we would call Mahmoud Abbas, Mahmoud As. What? As.
So from here on, we have two separate governing bodies in Gaza and the West Bank, both more or less at war with each other and both exerting authoritarian rule over their territories. Abbas has refused to hold elections since 2006.
Okay, except these guys are doing it at the behest of Israel. There's also an important distinction to make. These guys are doing it at the behest of Israel. These guys are doing it for their own personal interest, certainly. But these guys at least have, due to complete control over Gaza, except for the fact that, like, you know, they don't have any commerce, and Israel controls all matter of trade and everything that's going in and out of the Gaza Strip. They at least have like a semblance of civil governance that they have to engage in. They literally have to engage in some semblance of civil governance. They have to. It's an incredibly chaotic, volatile situation. If they don't actually at this point engage in some kind of civil governance, then they're fucked because some other group is going to take over, right? They don't have any real authority. But with the limited amount of authority they have over the Gaza Strip, they work on, one, creating a structure where they can violently respond to Israel every time, because everyone is at this point completely given up on the West Bank protecting the interests of Palestinians, Fatah protecting the interests of Palestinians. So every single time Israel decides to fucking, squeeze the Palestinians further, every single time Israel chooses to squeeze the Palestinians further in the West Bank, the violent retaliation comes from Gaza. This is also pushing more Palestinians in the hands of Hamas in general, seeing them as the only violent, emancipatory reaction. Now here's why it's important. Because make no mistake, if you think that like Palestinians think that they're going to fucking kill everyone in Israel, you're fucking delusional, okay? That's not the point, nor is it the purpose. The purpose is to say, you cannot consistently occupy us without a fucking price. That's why they're doing terrorism. Do you understand? It's not like there's no real There's no real fucking way of like violently wiping out everyone in Israel. Nobody fucking thinks that. Hamas doesn't think that. They can say whatever the fuck they want from the comfort of Lebanon or from Doha or wherever, but it doesn't matter. There's nobody literally thinks that they're going to fucking kill every person in Israel. They simply believe that if you consistently maintain this, no, they don't understand, but thank you for saying it. Oh, you mean people don't understand this? Yes. Like, people love creating this, notion that, like, yeah, dude, they want to just do genocide. They want to do genocide endlessly. Yeah, Ben Shapiro thinks that because he's a fucking psycho. No. The goal isn't to do fucking genocide. No, nor is, I don't know, Hamas's own personal interest in the matter. I don't think, I mean, they updated their charter, but I don't really personally believe that, like, they, if given the opportunity, if they had any kind of real power, would be interested in, like, a secular democratic state, even though they do claim in their new charter that they do. But who gives a shit what they want? What matters is what the people want. Okay? But the reason as to why so much of the actual public discourse on Palestine is just racist fantasies is genuinely disturbing. I mean, it's much easier to justify anything and everything you want to do to the Palestinian population if you think that they're all a monolith. All Arabs are a monolith and they're all violent and they're all violent Jew haters. Like, then, boom, it's super easy to just be like, yeah, maybe we can turn the other way when we're engaging in ethnic cleansing. Okay? Yes, secularism is incredibly popular among the Palestinian population. That's what matters.
Over in Gaza, Hamas has maintained a stranglehold over the population. Their extensive use of imprisonment and torture against dissenters is well documented. Like their counterparts in the West Bank, they are notoriously corrupt, with their leaders living luxuriously between Doha and Turkey, whilst the unemployment rate in Gaza...
Yeah, the only difference is, like, you know, that guy's fucking family members still get slaughtered in Gaza. Okay? Like, that's just, you know, something to consider. And also, ultimately, the real stranglehold still comes from the occupying power. Okay? Israeli here, I don't know if you know about this. If you don't, really should. I saw in Israeli media some boomers got booted out of Gaza when Israel pulled out of it, are now dreaming to return to their homes in Gaza. So there could be some very well settlements in Gaza again and everything will settle down. I say some. I don't know actually the numbers. Yeah, no, I've seen that as well. Yeah, I've seen that. And I've seen the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime. No. No. You're starting to be a little baby right now. I don't like that. I don't like that. New trainer. I mean, she's fine. I took her out of, there's too much movement happening. March is here and like a bunch of people are here looking at the studio, so she like wants to go and check what's happening over there, you know what I mean?
Rarely falls below 40%. But Gaza's economic issues go far deeper than just corruption. As soon as they took control, it was clear that Hamas intended to turn the enclave into a base from which they could launch attacks into Israel. After the takeover, Israel and Egypt imposed a blockade over the strip as a way to stop them from importing weapons, and also any secondary materials that could be used to make weapons. Just by their own admission alone, we know that they have the capacity to produce their own weapons with support from Iran. We know that when Gazan infrastructure gets destroyed...
Yeah, no, I think that's bullshit too. Again, like, that's what Israel claims, and that's the reason why they have a blockade, but that's not the real reason why they have a blockade. Israel, on its own admission, has said that we want to put the Palestinians on a diet when talking about what kind of food is allowed or what the daily caloric requirements come out to. That's bullshit. I don't agree with that. Straight up. I don't agree with that at all. Like, no, I think that's ridiculous. Does Hamas utilize anything and everything they have in their power to create weapons? Absolutely. Do they still sneak in by way of Egypt or Egyptian tunnels? Sneak in weapons? Absolutely. Okay. But the idea that like Israel's blockade is somehow justifiable is incorrect. It's not correct whatsoever. No. Why do you think a lot of U.S. liberals can obsess over social justice in the U.S. but completely be okay with the genocide of Palestinian people? Islamophobia. Very powerful tool. Dude, stop fucking sending me the Sabra and Shatila thing. No, that's not a real fucking tweet. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Stop. What's the official Israeli line for insane food restrictions? Putting the Palestinians on a diet. I told you.
By Israeli airstrikes, the remains will get recycled into weapons, and we know that they will sometimes dig up old water pipes and turn them into rockets.
Yeah, the water pipe video is a famous one that everybody always loves using. Those water pipes, and I know Lonerbox knows this because I watched his other video where he talked about it, are unironically water pipes that no longer have water in them that were going directly to the settlements that Israel cut off. I've seen him talk about this. You can make some rockets with the PVC, as I found out. I didn't know that you can make any rockets whatsoever, but you can make some like small, not really meaningful ones. But you don't disagree with this, by the way. He's literally lying. It's not a matter of opinion or disagreeing. It's a matter of fact. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Israel's blockade is completely and utterly unjustifiable. There are many different moments in which Israel could have offered dignity and humanity to the Palestinian population, and refusal to do so is how Hamas gained at least enough momentum and captured the attention of enough Palestinians to win the elections. Then also a failed coup permanently solidified their position in Palestine. At any given point, Israel could have also still turned around and allowed elections to occur, but they never did. So there's also that aspect of the conversation that needs to take place as well. Anyway,
yeah, they're pretty creative when it comes to making weapons. And as a result of this, even foreign aid imports to Gaza are treated with caution. Keep that point in mind for later. With Hamas.
Also, yeah, if the blockade was effective, then October 7th would have never happened. That's the worst. That is that's the point of consideration that many Israelis forget. Okay? That's the thing that many Israelis and many Zionists in general globally fucking forget. That like all of this is an abject failure. Okay? All of this is an abject failure. It's like looking at a fucking prison riot and being like, wow, they made shanks out of fucking toothbrushes. It's like, yeah, of course. Of course they did. What do you mean? They're in prison. What are you talking about? They can't do shit. So clearly, collective punishment, which straight up led to this level of influence to begin with. Okay, Lamau, bye. All right. Sure. Say Lamau, bye. All day, every day. Given his citations, he read the truth, but is refuted and repeated and instead making an excuse for the Israeli occupation. I don't even think that he's making an excuse for the Israeli occupation, but I think that there is a consideration here that falls on the Israeli side. I think he is showing it's impossible to show the situation as a just one. It's not, especially if you're honestly describing events that took place. There are certain points where he is omitting information, in my opinion, to not come across as like openly anti-Israel. But in this 100-year history, there's a lot of aspects that there's a lot of aspects of the story that I think get left out in his argument that that certainly makes it seem like Israel is maybe not a small being, but like had to do this stuff. And the security concerns, the security concerns have always been the reason why Israel justifies what it does. So, in my opinion, stating that without talking about how fucking utterly ridiculous and inhumane it is, okay, is basically doing, a Israeli propaganda pretty much. A blockade has been imposed by Israel and Egypt on the movement of goods and people in and out of Gaza Strip since 2005. After Hamas' takeover in 2007, the blockade aimed to isolate Hamas and prevent smuggling of weapons into Gaza. The blockade predates, not only does the blockade predate Hamas, but also Israel blew up the fucking airport in 2001. Why the fuck were they not allowed to have an airport ever again? Where was Hamas then? Like, they were marginal at best, still. But they were still being propped up as the major reason, right? I'm just saying, it's like, come on.
Now launching attacks into Israel, the work permit scheme in Gaza was almost completely wiped out, and the 6 border crossings into the country have been regularly closed. And ultimately, the Gazan economy and the people working in the enclave are the ones who pay the cost. For one example, in 2006, when a border crossing was closed after an attack, farmers were unable to get their goods out to international buyers. Stranded at the border, they eventually had to dump their produce into a field.
Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, come on. This is not Hamas that's doing this. You can't just say like this is Hamas's doing. This is Hamas's doing because like Israel's security concerns are valid here. Like, I don't even think he believes that.
And leave it to get eaten up by goats. But the biggest new feature of Hamas coming to power in Gaza has been the wars, of which there have been quite a few. Usually, these wars will start with either a rocket barrage from Gaza or...
No, that's not how they start. I don't think that's how they start. I don't think that the wars start because Hamas out of nowhere is just like, all right, time to fucking send rockets into Israel. That's not how that works. Time and time again, first of all, the 2018 border protest is a great example. Holy fuck, the way that they describe this is insane on Wikipedia. Jesus Christ. I never read Wikipedia pages for this kind of stuff, but god damn. During the 2018 Land Day protests, 168 Palestinians have been killed and thousands were injured during clashes with Israeli troops at the Gaza-Israel border. They weren't clashes, man. Those were the Israeli snipers just opening up fire on fucking children and pregnant women and nurses and shit. What the fuck? Dude. Okay. I did say originally that if you look at Wikipedia, given how brutal and unjustifiable the Israeli occupation is, like, it's almost impossible for you to arrive at the conclusion that Israel is in the right in any capacity. But maybe I'm wrong, okay? Because holy fuck, that's crazy. Like 10,000 people were gravely wounded by sniper rifle fire. It was not a fucking clash. It was like Israel's always just murking people, like civilians, and then being like, it's a clash. every single instance, like you can point to like geopolitical concerns in the region to why Hamas operates in the way that they do. But in the overwhelming majority of rocket fire into Israel, okay, rocket fire into Israel is always an act of retaliation to something that Israel is doing that many members of the Israeli security forces openly keep telling, just like before October 7th, the Shin Bet did, openly keep telling the Israeli government, hey, stop fucking murking people in the West Bank. You're really going to piss the Palestinians off. It's going to be a security concern. It's going to be a security issue. This is going to be a matter of national security. How is Wikipedia not a good way to get an overview of something? I mean, I think it's a decent way, but I mean, this is like I just showed you why this is like a ridiculously biased way to look at the situation. You can be easily misled, it seems. The Great March of Return has been what? This page was last edited 28th of April. Wait, why is it 2018-2019 Gaza border protests, also known as the Great March of Return? Most of them demonstrated peacefully far from the border fence. Peter Kamak, a fellow with the Middle East program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, argued that the march indicated a new trend in Palestinian society and Hamas with a shift away from violence towards nonviolent forms of protest. It's true. They tried it and they got fucking killed. Don't even think about it. Uh-oh. She's sitting on the Teddy Fresh. Nevertheless, groups consisted of mainly young men approached the fence and committed acts of violence directed towards the Israeli side. What? The Israeli officials said the demonstration was used by Hamas as a cover for launching attacks against Israel. What do you mean? Like they threw rocks when the Israeli snipers started opening fire. What violence? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, see, I mean, that's ridiculous. Israeli officials said the demonstration were used by Hamas as a cover for launching attacks against Israel. Oh, never mind then. IDF warns of larger military response. Oh, God, Jerusalem Post. Ay. The Gaza wars often begin as a result of a chain of events. In 2014, wars started after 3 Israeli teenagers were kidnapped and killed. A Palestinian teenager was then kidnapped by Israelis and killed, and large-scale arrests then occurred in the West Bank. Rockets were then fired by Hamas, and the operation began. Yeah. Except, ultimately, given the consequence of existing under an apartheid state, it's always still in the hands of Israel to not have any violence whatsoever. This citation is from Jerusalem Post. IDF warns of larger military response to Gaza protests. Israeli military spokesman Brigadier General Ronen Manelis said Hamas, which controls Gaza, was using protests as a guise to launch attacks against Israel. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Shit, dude. Shit, dude. I guess if Jerusalem Post and is covering the IDF spokesman, then that must be what's going on. Anyway, but yeah, all of these clashes. If you wanna look at a whodunit, okay, there are circumstances where there are situations where let's say there are additional geopolitical considerations at play, and Hamas engages as as a way to disrupt whatever is going on in the region. But beyond that, almost all of these rocket attacks, almost all of them, oftentimes happen as a consequence of hostage swaps, that come at the heels of like 10,000 people being held under unjustifiable detainment in the apartheid state, or rocket fire being sent into Israel, 90% of which gets intercepted by, American taxpayer-funded Iron Dome defense. And then Israel turns around and punishes ruthlessly with disproportionate violence. Yeah, the UN Human Rights Watch has a report on this protest. They dispute any attacks from Hamas and say over 6,000 unarmed civilians were sniped, disproportionately targeting the disabled and children. Yeah. It's also outrageous to childishly talk about who started it and ignore the ongoing occupation. Of course. No, I agree. Anyway, let's continue.
An Israeli raid on Hamas's extensive tunnel networks underneath the Strip. Israel typically responds with airstrikes with the stated goals of stopping the rockets, stopping the smuggling of arms, and taking out as much of Hamas's military infrastructure as they can.
Exactly. And they've done so time and time again. And for some reason, Hamas's influence or its firepower grows. Perhaps there's a different way to deal with this problem if you actually want a permanent security assurance. Because you cannot keep bombing areas that you personally occupy, areas that you personally have complete control over. It is like incredibly densely populated as well. Here, this is where this comes into play. Here's Barnaby Raine.
2.2 million people penned into an open-air prison in Gaza. The significant majority of those people are not from Gaza. They're refugees who were ethnically cleansed from their homes in 1948. Now, I know that the people you admire are fine with that. Winston Churchill said he didn't mind when a superior race displaced an inferior one. No. That's how he talked about what happened in Palestine. But some of us feel from all over Britain.
Most of the people, you've had plenty of time. Most of the people living in Israel have had to go there fleeing persecution where they lived, and mainly persecution in the Middle East.
No, actually, that's not true.
That's crazy. Dog, the Holocaust happened. What the fuck are you saying, big homie? God damn it, dude. Yes, I know who Jacob Rees-Mogg is. He's one of the absolute worst. If there was a fucking freak that like perfectly embodied being a Tory, there it is. Big homie said they were fleeing violence, mostly from the Middle East. Don't you know the Holocaust was done as a consequence of the Grand Mufti? That is what Benjamin Netanyahu told me. And I believe him. He is Jewish after all, and, well, you know, it's anti-Semitic if I don't agree with him on that one. Oh, are you telling me that you're also a Jewish historian, Barnaby? Okay, well, did you know? I'll have you know, I'm anti-Semitic. But a very specific type of anti-Semite, only anti-Semitic to Jews who are anti-Zionist. Yes, Barnaby. I will now engage in Holocaust revisionism.
They're mainly Sephardi Jews.
Some of my family members who live in Israel came from Europe.
Yes, but the majority didn't. The majority came from the Middle East.
Do you know why my family went to Israel, Jacob? It's because white Christian Europeans who believed in tradition and hierarchy spent 2,000 years excluding and then massacring us. So I will take no lectures from white Christian Europeans who believe in order and hierarchy about anti-Semitism. Just because people like you spent thousands of years murdering us, I don't think Palestinians
people like me did not do that, actually. You can't...
Wait, first of all, he literally is like, I feel like he probably is directly responsible for some pogroms. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Isn't he like, I mean, he's upper class. You can tell, you can track these guys like lineage back to cousin fucking days, no? Yeah.
You can't blame me.
White Christian
Europe. You can't blame me for things that had nothing to do with me.
Do you know why I do? Do you know why I do? Because the same logic that says that some life is worthwhile and other lives aren't. That logic that was central.
His grandfather was the man who literally turned Jews away during World War II. Source. Trust me, it feels right. Oh, okay. Fuck you.
All life is valuable. All life is valuable. But
now,
surely
that same logic is meted out to Palestinians.
Surely the state of Israel. Surely the state of Israel has the right to defend itself.
Palestinians who are ethnically cleansed to pay for Europe's.
But they're not ethnically cleansed. This just isn't true. They're not ethnically cleansed.
Why is Gaza one of the most densely populated places in the world?
The Israeli state is trying to defend itself.
The Israeli state is trying to defend itself by forcing the Palestinian dogs into, the Palestinian humans. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Israel has a right to defend itself by doing an apartheid. I love apartheid. It is my favorite thing. Sorry, it is my culture. I am British after all. I love partitions. It is in my nature to tell me that I cannot do partitions in areas that I have no business being in, and ethnic displacement. You are going against my culture. It's unimaginable, sir. The only thing I want more than apartheid and partition is a queue. Have a jolly good day, sir. Anyway.
President Biden has said that it would be a mistake for Israel to occupy Gaza. Who should govern Gaza when this is over?
Those who don't want to continue the way of Hamas. It certainly is not. I think Israel will, for an indefinite period, will have the overall security responsibility because we.
An indefinite period. Fucking an indefinite period. Animal.
We've seen what happens when we don't have it. When we don't have that security responsibility, what we have is the eruption of Hamas terror on a scale that we couldn't imagine.
President Biden has said that it would be a mistake.
Yeah, see, if we don't control Gaza, if we don't occupy Gaza permanently, see what happens. Yeah. The Tories ruined the UK, and then when popularity backfired, they passed the government quickly to the Labour Party, so the Labour Party will be accused for diminishing the state of the UK. Yeah, these guys are fucking rabid, dude. The
result is that even if we assume Israel is acting within the laws of armed conflict,
they're not.
A lot of Gazan civilians die.
That's great. Come on, Lonerbox. They're not. They're not acting within the fucking... Dude, there is not a single... First of all, the UN doesn't agree with this, and there's not a single human rights group that would agree with that. Nobody agrees that Israel, with the exception of America, Israel's greatest defender, no one believes that Israel is operating within the boundaries of international human rights. No, they're not. They have time and time again lied and said, oh yeah, we're just dealing with Hamas. We're dealing with Hamas. But no, they weren't. They were never dealing with Hamas. They just wanted to fucking keep punishing ruthlessly everyone inside of Gaza with ultimately an arrival at the final solution, which they're currently engaging in. These sorts of things also help with domestic politics for right-wing forces, okay? As a Turkish citizen, I know this very well from Erdogan's actions against the Kurds. Oh shit, popularity is slipping. Boom, let's fucking squeeze the Kurds a little bit. Oh fuck, they retaliated with a terror, they retaliated with like a bombing of a civilian area. oh shit, now we squeeze the Kurds further. Nobody cares about my corruption now. Okay? It's just like, it's classic. So there's two different reasons as to why Hamas's existence is a gift for Benjamin Netanyahu. And for the record, Benjamin Netanyahu has also personally said this in his own words. Okay? He said this in his own words, both in the 2019 meeting that we talked about. If you want to thwart any kind of nation state, if you want to thwart the development of a Palestinian nation state, you have to make sure that Hamas are the only actors. Okay?
There are a few reasons for this. One, Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth, making it almost impossible for civilians to separate themselves from military targets. Two is Israeli recklessness. In the 2008 war, they were challenged for their use of white phosphorus in a densely populated area.
Like, I wouldn't call that challenged for their use of white phosphorus. I would say that that is a real war crime. That's not reckless. Like, that's deliberate. That is not reckless. That's just war crimes. They did a war crime. And they always do war crimes. For sure.
Destruction of a wastewater treatment.
By the way, they didn't learn from their mistake because they did it again this time around too.
Plant, which had no discernible military use. Their methods of warning people to evacuate targeted areas has often been criticized. For example, roof knocking, where they drop a small explosive on top of a target as a way of warning the civilians inside to evacuate. It turns out that technique is kind of ineffective. It seems to be the case that roof knocks are actually quite hard to distinguish, especially when there are explosions going off all around you. Who'd have thunk that? And more relevant to the present day, they've also been criticized for their failure to allow the free passage of medical items, food, and clothing. And three, there is Hamas's strategy of embedding themselves in civilian infrastructure. And I know the phrase human shield does sound a bit comical, but it's not a meme. Not only does Hamas place their military infrastructure in residential buildings, schools, and mosques, they've also gone so far as to commandeer people's individual houses to use as temporary military bases. Some of these Israel-Hamas conflicts would only last a few days.
Okay. For every one singular instance of this happening, there are 1,000 instances where Israel indiscriminately is leveling entire city blocks. There is absolutely zero reason to hand it to Israel by saying, oh, it's human shields. Okay? How to use a home as a military base? No, Gaza is densely populated. Of course, and so is Tel Aviv, by the way. Did you notice that? Tel Aviv is also very densely populated. Israel is also areas where Israeli citizens live are also very densely populated. And guess what? Considering that there's mandatory service in Israel, a lot of those enemy combatant aged males and also women too are technically could be at any given moment active duty service members. This does not justify Hamas deliberately fucking attacking civilian populations. If it doesn't justify Hamas deliberately attacking civilian populations, like they did on October 7th, it certainly does not justify Israel doing so, especially when, one, they have the population registry. They literally call people. They know who lives where. They have a massive surveillance apparatus that they're predator drones on top of fucking Gaza every goddamn day. Like, the IDF headquarters are in a civilian area as well. This does not justify nuking Israel, okay? They know what they're bombing. And yes, Hamas does fucking use residential buildings from time to time to fucking throw rockets, or not even residential buildings, but specifically in between residential buildings where they actually fucking throw rockets. But like, of course they're going to do that. What the fuck? Where are they supposed to lob rockets from? Like, what do you mean? Like the idea that Hamas uses human shields while Israel does not have human shields is fucking crazy. Okay? It's crazy. It's completely ridiculous. They're making do with the limited resources that they have. Okay? They have nothing. So they're making do with the limited resources they have in times where they feel as though Israel is increasing the pressure in the West Bank, and they consistently keep doing this. The goal is not to like kill every Jewish person, okay? The goal is not to do genocide on Israel. They know they do not have the power to do that anyway, okay? The goal is to say, hey, you can't keep occupying us without paying a fucking price. That's the goal. You can consider that terrorism. I do, especially when it's targeting civilians. But ultimately, that doesn't change the reality of what that goal is, okay? Why would they not use human shields, though? It makes sense as a propaganda tool. No, it's not a propaganda tool. It's not a propaganda tool. See, this is what you're saying. Doesn't Hamas have headquarters under hospitals? There has never been a single fucking indication that Hamas actually has headquarters under hospitals, okay? The only proof is Israel claiming so. And then showing like a fuel depot next to a hospital to be like, well, see, that's actually a Hamas base or whatever the fuck. Okay? There's never been proof. I do have proof that it's not. Do I know for sure? Absolutely not. They definitely do have a tunnel network that's 400 kilometers long. Okay? It's 10 meters in the ground and it's 2 meters high. That part is true. And it's 400 kilometers long. There's a tunnel network underneath Gaza, okay, in certain parts of Gaza. Now, I also know that you can't really reach that tunnel network by using the conventional missiles that you're using, okay? So that also kind of destroys that. That also kind of destroys that argument too. But the notion that like Hamas is not playing fair is fucking ridiculous. Of course they're not fucking playing fair. What do you mean? They're fighting against a fucking apartheid. Like, what are we talking about? Their tactics are brutal. Their tactics are ruthless. Their tactics are violent. Okay? But like, we can't even fucking meet Israel on the same metrics as Hamas. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, we can't set the same fucking moral standard for one of the largest militaries on the fucking planet, really? Like, one of the largest militaries on the planet with a nuke cannot meet the same moral playing field as a fucking violent militia in an occupied open air prison? Like, really? I mean, think about that. Of course it's not fair. What is the expectation here? That like Hamas is supposed to be fucking launching rockets from out in the open? Are you implying Hamas is moral? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all, dumb fuck. I'm saying if you think Hamas is immoral, then you should be like grossed out by the mere sight of Israel's actions. By the mere mention of like a fraction of what Israel does on a daily fucking basis. It's so stupid to me. It blows my fucking mind. Check this out. Straw Widow. What?
אז בעצם היה פעולה די שגרתית. שקראנו לה אלמנת קש. אני הייתי סמל בצוות צלפים תצפיות, ואולי הדבר שעשיתי הכי הרבה, או עשינו הכי הרבה, היה בעצם מבצע את האלמנות קש. כשאני אומר אלמנת קש, אני מתכוון בעצם לכניסה, כמעט תמיד. לבית קבוע שיש בו אוכלוסייה אזרחית במטרה
with the aim of taking over the house. Wait, can't you be generally offended by both sides' actions without being obviously biased? No, you can't. Okay, you can't. That's ridiculous. Okay? Being offended by both sides is ridiculous. Okay? Simply keeping it at like, well, both sides are pretty bad is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Why? Why? I want an end to violence. I think Hamas's actions on, not even just Hamas, but the Palestinian coalition, Palestinian forces in general, and the wanton, indiscriminate violence against civilians is unjustifiable. Okay? It is. But would I ever consider that to be equally ruthless and equally as brutal as like an apartheid regime? Fuck no. And I'll tell you exactly why I don't fucking feel that way. Because I don't feel that way about the IRA. I do not feel that way about the ANC. In every single circumstance, I don't feel that way about the Algerian forces. Because in every single circumstance, the offending party is always going to be the one that sets the standard, the one that is the colonial power. It is ridiculous to act like Israel is a small bean here, okay? It's the same as the Viet Cong and their actions. They were fucking intense. They were so ruthless. They were so brutal. But that brutality came because of how brutal the occupying force was. The person that strikes the first time is important here. Like, it's not, you can't just like cast that away and be like, oh, excuse me, Israel has a right to defend itself. It does. But if Israel genuinely cared more about Israeli security, then they wouldn't act the way that they do. And when all is said and done, Western libs will be like, you had my worthless support until you went slightly too far, and now I'm offended. When all is said and done, will you look back if one day there is really, truly a singular secular state where Palestinians and Israelis can coexist with equal rights and representation? Will you look back and say, well, you know, the real violence was the militant factions that consistently harmed Israeli citizens, okay? I think you can be equally discussed about the attacks of Hamas on Israel. However, you can't put atrocities on a balanced scale. Yeah, you just can't. You can't do that. Because when all is said and done, if you think that like Palestinians would have no matter what behaved this way, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Not only are you wrong, but it's not even historically accurate. The notion that like Palestinians were always slated to be violent against Jewish people is ridiculous. Oh, here's the other side of this story, by the way. I forgot to bring this up. Official statement from Hamas calling the UN Secretary General to form an international committee to visit hospitals to verify Israel's claims that Hamas uses them as sites for resistance. There it is. I'm by no means generalizing Palestinians. I'm generalizing humankind. Everyone who can cause more destruction will. No, that's not true. That's not true. I do not believe that Palestinians are inherently violent, nor do I believe Israelis are inherently violent. That kind of violence is learned and carefully maintained. Okay? And you're wrong. You want to know why you're wrong? Look at fucking Ireland. You want to know why you're wrong? Look at South Africa. You know why you're wrong? Look at the entirety of Europe. These motherfuckers have been killing one another, butchering one another, while still fucking each other's cousins for a much longer time than they have actually had peace and stability. And you would never even imagine that. You would never look at Europe and go, wow, I can't believe. Fucking World War II, look at Germany. Come on, dude. Ridiculous. The idea that like people are inherently violent is just a silly way to get out of this. Okay? I've got to finish this video. Holy shit, I've spent so much time on it.
Others over a month. At least 2 of them included ground invasions, the last one of which was in 2014, where they actually intended to destroy the tunnel system. So I guess that was a failure. And usually these conflicts would end with a brief ceasefire. Until the next one. And politically, this cycle had, up until just this month, produced a very strange status quo between Israel and Palestine. With the Palestinian leadership fractured between Hamas and Fatah, the peace process over this period has been completely dead. Mahmoud Abbas basically functions as a useless, corrupt authoritarian who has no credibility amongst the Palestinian people, and Hamas are, terrorists. And one of the first things we learn about foreign policy, of course, is you don't negotiate with terror.
Yeah, I don't like this because it's not true. Like, the idea that we don't negotiate with terrorists is just so untrue. Especially like talking about this at the heels of like Afghanistan is so funny. Afghanistan pre-American invasion, Taliban rule. Afghanistan post-American invasion, so many people dead, still Taliban rule. So like terrorism in this regard is both parties engaging in acts of terror, both parties engaging in war crimes. Okay, so ultimately, we don't negotiate with terrorists is literally a George W. Bush quote. Like, no serious person should ever fucking use that. I hope he's joking.
You must stop the terror.
For the sake of the Palestinians who suffer, for the sake of the Israelis who are under attack, we must stop the terror.
And for the Israeli right wing, this relation is kind of a good thing. The lack of Palestinian unity means there's no pressure to ever revive the peace process. The terror attacks from Hamas serve to push more and more Israelis further to the right. Eventually, the Israeli...
I can't tell if he's like using that as a joke to say like that's bad and stupid, or if he believes it. I'm a little confused by that one.
Voters reach a point where even the most corrupt shitbag on earth can hold on to power, so long as they're willing to take a strong stance on national security.
Like, if you're gonna say this fucking dipshit is a terrorist, then like, this fucking dipshit is this guy is the arch terrorist. You know what I mean? It's true. Benjamin Netanyahu is the arch terrorist. The CEO of terror, in the words of Ben Shapiro, he's an arch terrorist. Especially because a lot of the violence that happened, most of the violence that happened way before Hamas. In the entire Israeli history, like, a metric ton of the violence predates Hamas. Hamas is born out of that violence. Hamas is legitimized out of that violence and a lack of real interest from the Israeli side in giving Palestinians emancipation or recognition, or even like being able to fucking have their own, standing military and shit and conduct their own affairs without Israeli intervention consistently.
Where even someone like Netanyahu can say, you might not like me, but I'll keep you safe. In fact, Netanyahu was one of many right-wing voices who opposed the Gaza pullout in 2005. He actually resigned over it and publicly warned that it would result in Gaza becoming a base for terror. every attack from Hamas is his way of telling the Israeli public that he was right, that Palestinians cannot be negotiated with, that they need to be handled with strength. The result is that the Israeli voters keep pushing towards the right, the state continues to expand settlements into the West Bank with impunity, and any question of what should ultimately be done with the Palestinians is kept quiet. This, in turn, helps Hamas. With no foreseeable progress coming from Fatah, and with increasing settler violence in the West Bank, Palestinians feel more and more that they have no other option than violence. If they're not turning to Hamas, it's to paramilitary groups like Lion's Den and the Jenin Brigades. In Gaza, the collective trauma of Israeli airstrikes and the hopelessness of life under blockade produces a similar outcome. Hamas may not be as popular as some people think, but the people in Gaza don't have much of an alternative. And all of this works to further Netanyahu's claim that Palestinians are too violent and too fragmented to make peace with. And he does seem to be kind of aware of this. In the last decade...
Not kind of aware of this. It is deliberate. It is by design. Also, the Jenin Brigade is just.
The Jenin Brigades.
I mean, it's like, it's a standing military at that point on occupied territory. I mean, if you shut out any kind of militant resistance to Israeli occupation on Palestinian territory, then like, you have nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Then you're not giving anybody any outs here in this conversation, right? Like what are they not supposed to have any fucking military? Like the only fucking people allowed to have guns is like the Palestinian Authority thugs that like Israel has allowed to have weapons so they can like turn them on Palestinians only. Like that's crazy. You know what I mean? So, as far as like, you know, the people are becoming more violent than ever and all this other stuff, this is deliberate. And I think that the exact same argument can be presented in the opposing way when describing the top of the hour ad break and how people become violent as a consequence of that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The exact argument he's describing here is precisely the argument I make when talking about Hamas. And the reason why I make this argument is because I believe Israel, being the state power and also being the original offending party, considering that it is an apartheid state, has all of the power to end the occupation and therefore cause Hamas and all of its needs in violent emancipatory resistance to perish. That's it. Like, I don't believe that human beings, no matter how much I want them to be, are going to, I don't think that it's right to demand that Palestinians just like sit there and take it and be perfect victims and get slaughtered.
Hamas is his way of telling the Israeli public that he was right, that Palestinians cannot be negotiated with, that they need to be handled with strength. The result is that the Israeli voters keep pushing towards the right, the state continues to expand settlements into the West Bank with impunity, and any question of what should ultimately
U.S. troubled by Israeli settlement expansion plans
be done with the Palestinians is kept quiet.
Like, this is, I'm sorry, but to act like West Bank settlements are a result, like, or people turn the other cheek to West Bank settlements as a result of Hamas violence from Gaza is so unacceptable. I don't agree with that either. If anything, Hamas violence is a consequence, a direct consequence of West Bank settlements. There is infinitely more arguments to be presented on that side. It's ahistorical. Settlements predate Hamas. And one can absolutely state that settlements are directly, like, not even as ahistorical. Like, I've used this example time and time again, but former security officials themselves, while they were in power, and also after they were no longer in power, have said time and time again that this is a direct reason as to why Palestinians push back, Palestinians fight back, Palestinians fucking throw rockets into Israel. Newer polling showing Israeli racism only for suicide bombing. What? Like, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with this at all. I don't think that this is correct. I don't think that the Israeli officials themselves even fully agree with this. Like, if that was the case, then like Shin Bet members wouldn't regularly talk about fucking violence that Palestinians are subjected to in the West Bank and it being a legitimate legitimate security concern, because there will inevitably be retaliation.
Quiet. This, in turn, helps Hamas.
And the idea that like this helps Hamas is also ridiculous. People who ask why Palestinians turn to Hamas should Google Rachel Corrie. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. This in turn helps Hamas. Hey, stop. This in turn helps Hamas, makes it seem like they're like a fucking group that's being voted in or some shit over and over again, in the same way that like Likud is, or Netanyahu can keep creating a right-wing cabinet. You know what I mean? Like, let her do whatever she wants? No, she's not allowed.
With no foreseeable progress coming from Fatah, and with increasing settler violence in the West Bank, Palestinians feel
like no progress coming from Fatah is also incorrect. Fatah is a feckless, powerless institution, and that is the Israeli design for Fatah. And for the record, I think the most significant part of this video that legitimately shows the interest of Benjamin Netanyahu, at least, is the classic. I use this all the fucking time. I'm sorry, but his 2019 talk, Likud, where this is from the 8th of October, from the Times of Israel. For years, Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Now it's blown up in our faces. Hamas was also included in discussions about increasing the number of work permits. Israeli officials said these permits, which will allow Gazan laborers to earn higher salaries than they would in their enclave, were a powerful tool to preserve calm. This demonstrates that the Israeli officials understand that like economic prosperity is the way to try and deal with the political problem, without while also simultaneously refusing that the real problem is the apartheid. No. Don't even. But here, according to various reports, Netanyahu made a similar point at a Likud faction meeting. Most of the time, Israeli policy was to treat the Palestinian Authority as a burden and Hamas as an asset. Far-right MK Bezalel Smotrich, now the finance minister, who was a fucking homophobic fascist by his own words, not mine, his own fucking words, now the finance minister in the hardline government and leader of the religious Zionism party, said so himself in 2015. According to various reports, Netanyahu, what are you doing? Oh, she's too tall now. She could put her fucking whole ass head on the desk. Stop. According to various reports, Netanyahu made a similar point at a Likud faction party meeting in early 2019 when he was quoted as saying that those who oppose a Palestinian state should support the transfer of funds to Gaza because maintaining the separation between the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas and Gaza would prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. This article only paraphrases it. I don't know why he's not actually legitimate. The article only paraphrases it. The original quote is far more damning. He openly states, if you want to thwart the development of a Palestinian nation state, you must make Hamas the only party to negotiate with. Bezalel. Is that how you say it? Bezalel. I don't fucking care how you say his name, I'll be honest. Fuck that guy. Anyway, so that guy is a fucking psycho. Israeli lawmaker. My wife wouldn't want to give birth next to an Arab woman. Smothers justify segregation in maternity wards. Says he doesn't want his wife lying next to a woman whose baby will murder his child in another 20 years. Really cool guys, by the way. Odd that it's just like this doesn't get mentioned when we're talking about like how the 1988 charter of Hamas is like, we want to do all the Jewish killings, the most amount of Jewish killings possible. And then never covering like people that are voted into positions of power and the many times where they're like, the Arab is a wily dog and must be put down as wily dogs are put down time and time again. Bro branded the baby as a terrorist right after they were born. I mean, if only the Israeli Air Force policy also kind of corresponded to that kind of attitude, assuming that Arab babies are also Palestinian terrorists in the womb. You know. Anyway, this is why I always talk about how fucking insanely racist Israeli politics is and how impossible it is to comprehend, okay? But overall, why did I mention this part? Because this is a deliberate attempt. Everybody knows Hamas are terrorists. Ooh, they're Islamist fundamentalists, right? So if you say all Palestinians have is Hamas by pushing the Palestinians into recognizing that the only option they have left is Hamas at least fucking taking matters into their own hands and going out on their own terms, okay? Do you understand? Then everyone will go, oh, dude, Palestinians are fucking terrorists. There's no way we can deal with this. We have to let Israel keep ethnically cleansing, okay? We have to keep ethnically cleansing Gaza. Israel has to do this because everyone is Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. The most effective means of like completely shutting out and undermining a Palestinian nation state or Palestinian emancipation. This is why I fucking despise these are valid security concerns argument. There is no valid security concern in an apartheid state because one, it's immoral, okay? Fuck your security. And two, you're literally creating less security. There is no way to permanently maintain an apartheid state without it inevitably coming back to bite you in the fucking ass. October 7 is the proof. Think about how restrictive the Israeli occupation has been in Gaza. And October 7 still happened. Clearly, it's a failure. When will people understand that?
Feel more and more that they have no other option than violence. If they're not turning to Hamas, it's to paramilitary groups like Lion's Den and the Jenin Brigades. In Gaza, the collective trauma of Israeli airstrikes and the hopelessness of life under block.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Lonerbox would ever use the terms that I'm using to describe the situation because, like, the things that I say are not exactly. The things that I say are not exactly seen by a broader liberal audience as even remotely close to the way they see the world. In the eyes of like the average Western American living in a liberal democracy, they're thinking like they're in a world of fantasy. They're thinking like, oh yeah, Israel is the greatest democracy in the Middle East. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. What do you mean it's an apartheid state? That sounds kind of anti-Semitic. Like no fucking shot is any liberal content creator gonna fucking turn around and be like, yeah, no, I think that the Jenin Brigade technically has, under international law, a right to exist. That is something that, like, no American is going to believe. They're going to be like, what? But they wear bands. They wear the headbands. It looks a lot like the Hamas headbands. Maybe even the ISIS headbands, actually. They're white. ISIS wears the black and white headbands. They wear the white and black headbands. I have no way of comprehending that this is, like, this is actually technically both morally permissible and legally justifiable under international law because it's supposed to be their territory. Like, Like, there's no world in which you can describe this to people. I do think, however, that he could have been more critical of Israel for sure. And I think at the end he does get a little bit more critical of Israel, but I think he could have certainly been more critical while still, maintaining a liberal predisposition.
Blockade produces a similar outcome. Hamas may not be as popular as some people think, but the people in Gaza don't have much of an alternative. And all of this works to further Netanyahu's claim that Palestinians are too violent and too fragmented to make peace with. And he does seem to be kind of aware of this. In the last decade, he had spent years allowing Qatari funds to be transferred into Gaza, and by his own admission, he did this in part to keep the Palestinian public divided and to buy quiet.
No, he didn't do it to keep the Palestinian public divided. He did this specifically because, well, two reasons. One, you do have to fucking help people economically. In 2018, famously, the one country that immediately recognized when Donald Trump created like the Muslim ban and changed rules in the administration that would make it illegal to give money to Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority even. The people that actually responded to that negatively were the Israeli government. Why? Because they understand that, like, yeah, if you fucking starve the Palestinians, they're going to come and kill us. Like, of course, economic volatility and economic instability creates more of an opportunity for radicalization, understandably. So they get it. Like, they understand it. So that's something to always consider when you hear about how Netanyahu and others want to deal with Hamas and want to deal with the Palestinian population in general.
From Hamas. Intelligence officials now believe that at least some of this money was being diverted to Hamas's military operations. Referring to this story about Qatari funds in 2019, a Labour member of the Knesset eerily stated that Gaza border residents were paying the price for the lack of policy and the arrogance in facing terror. Of course, this bizarre equilibrium.
Oh, here. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas, and transferring money to Hamas, the prime minister reportedly said at a 2019 meeting of his Likud party. This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in the Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. Wait, there's more, though. Hold on. The exact comments have not been confirmed by sources. He also said, we control how high the flames go. He did say that. He has a Philly accent, except for when he says Hamas. Anyway.
Equilibrium between Hamas and the Israeli right couldn't last forever. Last year, Netanyahu was elected prime minister alongside the most right-wing government in Israeli history. His coalition involved the leader of the religious Zionist party, Bezalel Smotrich, and the leader of the Jewish National Front, Itamar
Psycho. Also psychotic.
Ben-Gvir. Perhaps two of the most comically evil people in all of modern democracy, both of whom basically want to...
Because it's not a democracy. It's not a democracy. That's why it's not a democracy. They're fascists. Israel is a fascist, Jewish supremacist ethno-state. 1,000%. It is a theocratic ethno-state that is moving on the theocratic front, okay? And remember, it's not my assessment, okay? From where I'm standing, I look to Israel and I go, that motherfucker on the right is Arab. He's an Arab. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean he's Jewish, so he's different than the Palestinian Arabs? Like, he's an Arab. He's half Kurdish, half Arab. The fuck out of here. Fuck you mean? But according to Israel, according to their own designation, he's Jewish, therefore not Arab. Arabs are Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims.
To conquer the entire West Bank. And this new government oversaw two crucial policy positions: the rapid expansion of settlements and to weaken the checks and balances system of the Israeli Supreme Court, both of which would reap horrific consequences on October 7th. The result of settlement expansion was, as it always has been, increased violence between the settler community and local Palestinians, combined with the ambition.
I don't even agree with it. Like, this is a one-to-one. Like, no, the result is like literally fucking pogroms. Yeah, he is. He's half Kurdish, half Arab from Iraq.
And the rhetoric of Israel's new government, this process was put on steroids. 2022 was the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank since 2004. At the start of this year, when a mob of settlers were rioting through the city of Huwara, Smotrich was calling for the town to be wiped out. Although he would
it's a slip of the tongue.
Later say this was a slip of the tongue. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. The result of these clashes was that
It's funny because, like, there's no point in Israeli history. Like, you look at Smotrich, right? And you're like, oh, well, you know, this is a new version. Like, these guys are like openly fascist and it's very different. It's like, no, dog, there's no point in Israeli history where, like, the motherfuckers in power haven't spoken about Palestinians with the exact same terminology. Okay? Yeah? You think they were woke in like 1967? What are you, crazy? What are you, fucking nuts? Like, Ben Gurion is a great example. Like, there's never been a moment where, like, Zionism did not feature an incredible amount of Islamophobia, an incredible amount of anti-Arab sentiment. Has there ever been a time when they condemn this rhetoric? No. I mean, here, the best condemnation you'll get is when Itamar Ben-Gvir had a mural dedicated to Baruch Goldstein in his fucking house. One of the worst fucking terrorists engaging in like a singular act of violence against Palestinians. A fucking Kahanist terrorist. And this fucking scumbag had a mural dedicated to his murder of 29 Palestinians in a mosque. Okay? They made him take it down, and he was like, fuck no, I don't want to take it down. And they literally forced him to take it down, so he very publicly declared that he took it down only because he wanted to win votes. He wrote a Facebook post where he said, I'm taking the fucking mural down, okay, because you guys are making me, but also more importantly because I want to win votes, and I'm doing this for Israel. Yeah, it was a framed poster, like a mural of this fucking Kahanist terrorist piece of shit.
The IDF had become increasingly more focused on the West Bank than on Gaza. And now, after October 7th, it seems likely that this stretched them too thin and left gaps in their security. As for the judicial reforms, well, we know that they sparked some of the biggest and most drawn-out protests in Israeli history. And we also know that hundreds of IDF reservists were refusing to show up for duty in direct protest.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but these motherfuckers weren't doing that because personally they were like, oh yeah, we have an apartheid state. They were doing that because they were like, oh, we want to still be secular, and you guys are kind of gross in the way that you're conducting internal affairs now. Okay? And you cannot separate the two. You can't literally look at a situation where you're like, oh, well, the apartheid state is fine, like, or maybe it's bad. I'll talk about how bad it is in the settlements, while simultaneously fucking being like, I'm actually real mad that you're taking away my secular Supreme Court so I can't, like, have a fucking secular apartheid state, you know? It just doesn't work that way. The two go hand in hand. And in those protests, as Volodymyr Zelensky said, our lone Israeli leftist in the chat, in those protests, they banned the Palestinian flags, dog. Palestinian flags were not allowed to be flown in those protests. Okay? So make no mistake, they did not want any kind of mention of Palestinians at all at those fucking protests. As an Israeli, I yearn for the day that Israelis and Palestinians can live together in peace. I have lost all respect in my public and struggle for work only because of my anti-Zionist beliefs. My Mizrahi friends aren't considered true Israelis only because of the color of their skin. Some of them have even been brutalized or jailed for protesting against the occupation. It is fascist here. I mean, well, there's some other Mizrahi friends that maybe even have a different approach on the opposing side. But listen. It is a fascist state. You're not alone. There are plenty of fucking people. There are plenty of people in Israel who also feel the same way that you do. You know what I mean? Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. It's important.
Of Netanyahu's government. During the protests, Netanyahu even fired and then unfired his defense minister for warning that the divisions caused by the reforms were undermining Israel's security. We knew all of this was happening at the time, and if we knew it, so did Israel's enemies. Just earlier this year, Israel had already had its worst clash with Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon since the 2006 war. And their leader, Hassan Nasrallah, openly said Israel was on a path of collapse, fragmentation, and disappearance. That was at the end of July 2023.
I mean, he's not wrong. He literally isn't wrong. I know that, like, people look at that and go, oh, that's a threat. Like, he wants to destroy Israel. But the reality is, it's true. If you keep fucking behaving in the way that you're behaving, thinking that you can get away with this, like, anything short of full-blown ethnic cleansing is not going to cut it. Like, you're always going to have to deal with internal domestic pressures, like internal pressures, and a constant security concern. I looked it up. Netanyahu has been prime minister in 1996 to 1999, 2009 to 2021, and December 2022, the president. Lol, cool democracy. Well, I'll have you know that the last time around, he was also going to go to jail. Like, there was an active corruption investigation. That's part of the reason why he was able to whip up a coalition government, and that's the reason why he had to rely on the most, like, far-right elements. He is a fucking freak. He's a demon, dude. He is one of the most violent, psychopathic demons in modern history, straight up.
In an interview in 2016, Netanyahu said, "I would like to be remembered as the protector of Israel. That's enough for me." The fear of Hamas amongst Israelis allowed him to keep up this facade for decades. Now, the man known as Mr. Security has become the one who presided over the worst security failure in Israeli history. Neither he nor Hamas ever wanted peace. Both of them depended on keeping their people scared, keeping them opposed to peace.
Bro, they're not like a real political entity. Like, if anything, they have a governing civilian faction that has to engage in civil society. But this is not like a... Like, there's no... You can't both sides this. Like, I don't think that there is any both-sidingness. Okay? This does not exist without this. This certainly exists without this. Okay? Some other form of this still exists without this. That's the problem. Because Israeli policy has been consistent. It has always been consistent. And only under that policy where you carefully maintain an apartheid, where you have this. Like, it's pretty simple too. Like, let's say you kill him, okay? Let's say you kill every Hamas leader. Let's say you blow out the tunnel system. Okay? Let's say you do all of that. Okay. Do you think that like the rest of the Palestinians are going to be like, thank you so much. We loved when you killed my family. I personally loved when you blew up my fucking school, and then you blew up my hospital, and then you blew up the fucking food supply, and when you blew up the fucking water supply, when you told me I can't have any water whatsoever, when you called me a human animal, I love that. I'm so glad that you've rid me of Hamas now. I will welcome you with open arms. This is fucking insane. This is a fucking insane thing to claim. Like, please just investigate it a little bit further beyond the talking points, and you will recognize that that is not how this goes, okay? Like, there is no equal ground between Hamas and Benjamin Netanyahu. There isn't. It's ridiculous. One, and its existence is caused directly by the actions of the other, whereas even if it wasn't for him, there was literally someone else. And you could say, Hasan, without Hamas, there'd be another militant faction. That much is also true. But you know how you eradicate it? Not by fucking blowing up Gaza. Not by setting up a permanent occupation on Gaza. Okay? But by engaging in it as a political problem, because that's exactly what it is. Be careful, you are saying shit that will bring heat on you? What do you mean? What heat? Also, what do you mean? I've heat on me now, you think? You think I'm getting heat on me now? I've been getting heat. Nonstop. There hasn't been a moment I haven't been receiving heat for the past fucking 3-4 weeks now. Yeah.
And in an odd way, they both provided that service for one another. Now, that status quo is over, and the ones who will have to pay the biggest price for it will be the least deserving. The Israelis who have just experienced the worst attack on Jewish life since the Holocaust, the Palestinians being murdered by settlers in the West Bank, and the people in Gaza who are now trapped in a war zone. Just 4 months ago, a poll found that half of the people in Gaza wanted Hamas to stop calling for Israel's destruction and instead accept a two-state solution based on the 67 borders.
Wait, what? That's literally... In July 2033, Hamas' decision to break the ceasefire was not a popular move. While the majority of Gazans did think it likely that there would be a large military conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, this year, similar percentage supported Hamas maintaining a ceasefire with Israel. That part makes sense. But why would half of them agree with the following proposal? Hamas should stop calling for Israel's destruction and instead accept a permanent two-state solution. That is their, isn't that literally their charter? Well, I guess it's not. Their new charter doesn't say a two-state solution, but a secular state, right? Moreover, across the region, Hamas has lost popularity over time with many Arab publics. This decline in popularity may have been one of the motivating factors behind the group's decision to conduct. I didn't expect this high level of Zionist apology from Lonerbox. He's friends with the South African Zionists. I wouldn't. I mean, I think like this at least shows the events. It at least like tells the events, but I think that there are a lot of key details that are missing from it. I don't know. Anyone who downplays the Nakba like the video did and no mention of the apartheid is all pro-Zionist. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't mention the word apartheid. I think it's decently fair. It tries a little too hard to be seen as unbiased. I think in a situation like this, it does try to be seen as unbiased. I agree with you. But if you try to be unbiased when it's an apartheid, it's going to come across like you're doing apologia for the actually violent entity. Not to say that Hamas is not violent. Of course it is. But that violence is born out of the violence of the apartheid. He's trying to seem unbiased. He has a video about Israel being an apartheid. Yeah, no, I know he's not. I don't think he's a Zionist. At least from what he has told me, he's not. And I think that this video, however, relies on a lot of sources that show the situation as though it's like kind of out of Israel's hands. Like it leans a little too much, in my opinion, on Israel's security concerns have necessitated this situation. I watch you guys all the time. You guys are grinding like 95% of shit. Yeah, no, I think so as well. On this issue especially. Like the major distinction between me and him is that I, one, don't spend a lot of time talking about like Hamas's. He literally called you for the ban because us, Chad, are China simps, and also that's why he was surprised at you praising him. I don't give a shit, dude. I don't care. There's plenty of fucking content creators out there that have said horrible shit about me. If someone is personally making a video that is like historically factual, I'm still going to praise it. But I do think that it's like it's trying to be as even-handed as possible. Didn't this guy shit on you for Ukraine stuff? I think he did, but I've never watched it, and I most likely will not. And I don't even care. I don't. Like, there is a lot of information in here that's good to know. But if you didn't know anything and you arrived at this and you watched it, I feel like your takeaway would probably be that your takeaway would probably come across as, well, Israel does have a right to defend itself, and this is like Israel's security concerns that have like accidentally created a situation that like became really violent or something like that. So overall, I don't even think he agrees with that assessment. And I think that the way you handled KB was fantastic. You proved me wrong 100%. KB, but this isn't the same, I don't think. Hopefully I'm wrong though. Oh, knowing better? Yeah. You like public transport, infrastructure spending, and suddenly you're China simp, even if you denounce social authoritarianism? Yeah. Anyway, my point is this. I think this is like trying to spare the feelings of a lot of people, this video in and of itself. And I think it does a disservice to good analysis in an effort to capitulate and in an effort to come across as like not as aggressive as it should be. And I think that it should be aggressive, like way more aggressive, because the circumstance is completely unacceptable morally. It's not legally permissible. It is immoral. So trying to talk about it with terms while like also trying to talk about it in the way that he talked about it I think, does a disservice to good analysis that I think he is not only capable of, but has these opinions. Like, I don't think you will not arrive at his like actual accurate opinion from watching this video, because it's trying to be as neutral as possible. And especially when you're using like Jerusalem Post or Wikipedia exclusively, that covers a lot of the back and forth, as though it's just like Hamas is just launching rockets. Hamas is just launching rockets, and they're like a violent. They're like a rudderless ship, and they're just simply violent for the sake of violence, and they're not even thinking about anything. Like, they don't have any. They're not engaging from an act of like. They're not making any tactical decisions, no matter how fucking wrong or brutal or violent they may be, right? And I get that, because I'm the type of person who does very openly say, like, sure, yes, what Hamas is doing is abhorrent. The violence or the conditions of that violence are set forth by the occupying party, by the state. The state is the one who's like determining how fucking awful the situation is. And the retaliation to that will also be awful as a consequence of how awful the apartheid management is. But also on top of that, that like, albeit no matter how fucking Islamist fundamentalist or no matter what, there's still a genuine reason for why people act the way that they do. Right? Like, the reason as to why the Al-Aqsa flood happened is in its name. Like, it's not, they're not just like, they didn't just call it Al-Aqsa because like ultimately they wanted to kill all the Jewish people, but they wanted to hide that they wanted to kill all the Jewish people. You know what I mean? The reason why they declared this operation the Al-Aqsa flood is because it's supposed to be a violent retaliation for actions that settlers and the Israeli occupying force engages in Al-Aqsa specifically, but also in the West Bank. Okay? To be honest, that sentiment is really harmful, because that's how I felt about Israel-Palestine before learning about the Nakba. The repeated message of Hamas attacks made it seem like Israel is a passive bystander with no mention of the IDF apartheid violence. Yes, I agree, which is precisely the reason why I think any kind of consideration, any kind of historical mention of Israel should always feature the Nakba, which is very important. It's a very, very important moment in the inception of the Israeli nation state. And simply stating it is like a Arab-Israel war is, I think, a falsehood that only serves to muddy the waters and make it seem as though like Israel was just retaliating. And I think that that's improper, and I think that that's inappropriate. That's one. And two, it always has to be, when you're talking about contemporary Israel, especially since 1967, you have to mention that it is an apartheid state. Even before 1967, it's still an apartheid state, because of the same exact conditions that Palestinians in the West Bank and Palestinians in Gaza were subjected to, Palestinian citizens of Israel were subjected to in Israel proper. However, those two facts have to be maintained and talked about, because otherwise you're just conceding ground to Israel's propaganda on why they have to be so ruthless and brutal, without really, you're omitting key details about why Israeli leadership has behaved in the way that they have in the last 20, 30 years of back and forth negotiations. And you're also lending credence to the notion that the IDF is genuinely interested in like wiping out Hamas, and isn't just specifically very brutally pushing back in Gaza, while still holding a strong grip on the occupied territory of Gaza. There is no symmetry here. There can never be a symmetry in an apartheid state.
The majority of them wanted Hamas's ceasefire with Israel to stay in place. most of these people did not want to fight. Most of them have never voted for Hamas, and almost half of them are under the age of 15.
Yeah, like that is a good final note to end it on, but it also makes it feel like if 100% of them were adults and they voted for Hamas, then like they're fucking the violence that they are subjected to is justified, which I don't think he thinks that, but it leaves it off on that front, which I don't agree with. You know why I don't agree with it? I don't agree with that, just like I don't agree with nuking Israel, okay? 83% of Israeli Jews said that they do not care about what happens to Palestinians in this last siege, okay? According to the Israel Democracy Institute in a poll conducted a couple weeks back. That does not mean that there should, that does not mean that you could just like nuke Israel and be like, well, they voted for it. They wanted it. They wanted to kill all these Palestinians. Like, that's ridiculous.
Days ago.
Shakshuka?
Didn't you say it's Israeli?
Oh, I don't know what it is. I know that.
Why would you say that?
Say what?
That shakshuka is Israeli.
Well, they.
Damn, that's a deep cut. Shakshuka is not Israeli.
Served it to me on El Al, so
I mean, it's a Palestinian dish, just like
okay.
falafel.
Well, I apologize. All right. Well,
I mean, it offends Palestinians because they're taking the land, the food, like. There's like hardly anything left.
Right.
And then when somebody with as many viewers as yourself says...
Same with hummus. Same with hummus. Motherfuckers in Poland were not eating hummus, dog. Okay? Arab Jews were. Not because they were Jewish, but because they were Arab. Come on.
Says that.
Right.
Then, you know what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
But what do you think of this wall? Is this the first time you're seeing it?
It's the first time I'm seeing it.
What does it look like to you?
It's like any wall that people put up like this, it immediately becomes a canvas for people to be angry and outraged and express themselves. I mean,
that's it? Really, that's your takeaway from the wall? Not that it's like any wall is just gross, a scar on the face of the earth, a permanent border? Yes, I didn't say it's Palestinian. Shakshuka is not Palestinian, but it is Arab, broadly speaking.
Is this a normal wall?
Well, no, I don't think any wall like this is normal. Do you?
I'm Palestinian. Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
No, it's sad.
It's very sad. It's an open-air prison at the end of the day. That's not. You don't create peace by segregating people, right?
No.
There's no peace with that. You don't segregate people. You don't separate cancer in someone's body from one part to another. Do you know what I mean? You get rid of the cancer, and then those that can live in peace, who are human, who have compassion, and aren't okay with babies dying. My crew that just came out from New York and California just went to an 8-year-old girl's funeral because the settler ran her over in front of her father.
Right.
You know what that felt like, to sit in front of her parents?
Well, no, I can't imagine.
And got away with it.
Yeah.
And then gave him
well, let me ask you a question. What do you see as a solution?
As a solution, well, one, America has to stop giving Israel $10 million a day just for weapons. Because guns and bullets is not, and the white phosphorus and all the other kind of atrocious weapons they used in Gaza are not going to help. That's not a solution. Once the weapons stop, Israel has no choice but to talk about peace. They say that they talk about peace, they don't talk about peace. Peace is not these soldiers sitting on every building. You know, last night we stayed in Nablus. They brought settlers in to pray in the middle of a Palestinian city. They shot 2 boys. One of them's in critical condition right now in a hospital in Nablus, 22 years old, shot in the stomach. I mean, that's not normal that you put people in their houses and don't allow them to come out. So some people from Brooklyn or wherever they came from want to come and have a religious tour in their city. Like, it's just not fair. For us, like, we're going home, right, in a week. You got little babies that have to wake up every day to bombing and shooting. What do you think that does to the, like, they grow up, that's all they hear, that's all they see.
Right.
That's not fair, man, and we're paying for it. My tax money, I live in New York. That's our tax money.
Wait, you live in New York, you don't live here.
I mean, I can't live here. I can't because I can't deal with this shit.
Right.
I didn't have to grow up like this, so I can't mentally deal with it because I never had to grow up like that. When you grow up like that, it's normalized, which isn't normal. It's actually even worse. But for me, I have a choice to leave. I have that privilege,
right.
and
I do.
How many
people have that privilege, though?
How many?
To leave.
How many Palestinians have the privilege to be able to do what
or the ability economically?
Well, no, let's talk about the amount that don't have. We're talking about 2 million in Gaza and 2 million here. About 1.5
as
million
a former American veteran soldier myself, I've seen the IDF. They're not real soldiers, man. They're not. I've been to Afghanistan. You know what I mean? I know what real soldiers are supposed to behave like. And I'm not saying America's perfect, because it's not. And what they're doing in Afghanistan is wrong. But here, this is colonialism.
Right.
It's colonialism, man. That's what it is. I mean, people are dying. It's a genocide. It's a genocide that's happening, and they don't behave like real soldiers. I mean, they approached that. There was 5 soldiers yesterday that approached a teenager for his ID card, man.
Right.
No,
They were strapped. They looked like they were going to Vietnam. Like they 6 magazines.
He was mentally challenged. He was literally shaking, like on the floor, crying.
Right.
So I said, "What's wrong?"
Right.
And I'm
well,
like,
the ultimate.
As a soldier, you know?
And then they're kids. The soldiers are kids.
Yeah.
They make it mandatory for young boys to go into the army. They're trigger happy. If these guys weren't around, they probably would have shot me. The amount of times the guy on camera put his gun in my face,
right?
Just because I was saying to him, "How old are you?" You're probably the same age as this kid that you're harassing. And the kid's like crying hysterically. I'm like, "Does that make you happy?" And it takes 5 of you to get his ID card.
It's wild to think that like some of these people are dead now.
No, that's intimidating. 5 guys with M16s chasing you down the street, where you know every day they shoot people and execute people on video, and nothing happens. And the whole world is like, well, fuck it, because they're Arabs. That's basically how they look at us, like we're some cockroaches.
Right.
We've gone to demonstrations where they just open fire like nothing, like it doesn't even matter. Like there's kids there, they don't care. And they can't keep saying, oh, well, they throw rocks. You've got M16s, you've got tanks. You can't compare that.
You've got armor.
There's no comparison. When somebody comes to your house, do you have kids?
I have 2 children, yeah.
If somebody came to your house, right, and was attacking your house, you would do whatever it takes to protect your family.
Right.
That's what Palestinians are doing. That's not terrorism. That's called resistance.
Right. Right.
And that's natural.
Well, I think the bigger, and the biggest problem to me anyway, is that when you have an area like this, there's a psychological damage that is going to last generations.
Oh yeah.
Because you've seen the same thing in Ireland, Northern Ireland. You've seen the same thing in many pockets of the world, where the same thing in South Africa, where they've tried very hard they've put up a wall, they've tried to separate, and it creates a lot of damage. And I honestly don't know what the answer is. I mean, I've talked to a lot of Israelis. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Palestinians. I'm a comedian on television. I don't know what the answer is here. I have no idea.
It's not Judaism. It's not Islam. The problem is Zionism.
I'm a Christian.
It's Zionism. It's terrorism. It's supremacy. It's the same thing as white supremacy. Al Qaeda, KKK, or ISIS, whatever. They all have this supremacy issue. You know what I mean? It's not religion. It's the supremacy of it. Zionism is this thing where they feel that they have to be the best, that they feel that they are.
Well, do you think that do you think that there might be there's also another side of it where there are people who would say we don't want the Jewish state to exist at all. We don't want to accept it.
Oh my God. Oh, he's doing a thing. There's a 30-minute walk-in tour of YouTube Gaza City by local shop before the war. Was watching it, thought the same thing. How I'm watching, and probably a lot of these people are now dead.
If you speak to Palestinians, you can go into refugee camps, which they would never take you, right? But you would be welcomed, and people will welcome you into their home and give you the clothes.
No, we're on our way to. We wanted to go to a refugee camp.
But with the IDF?
No, we're not going with the IDF.
Which one are you going to?
Which one?
Which
one are we?
Conan, you say you don't.
Which one are we going to?
You say you don't know what to do, but the only thing that Palestinian people have asked us for since we've gotten here is for everyone in the world to know what's happening here.
Yes, yeah.
And what's happening to them.
Yeah.
And you have a platform that a lot of people don't have. That mental trauma that you're talking about, that trauma is a trauma that the whole world is going to have to live with, not just the Palestinian people. So as American people who have funded what's happening here without that being their intention, that's a trauma that we are going to have to own also. That's a trauma that everyone in the world is going to have to own.
I would love to do this shit. I'm not going to lie. I'm fucking scared shitless. Obviously not right now. It's impossible to do right now. But this is one of the things that I've always wanted to do that I'm just like legitimately fucking terrified. And not because of Hamas or anything like that, for the record. I am not even remotely, I'll be honest with you, I'll keep it $150. I am infinitely more afraid of Israel than I am of Hamas. Straight up. You can say that I'm ridiculous for that. I'm being 100,000% honest.
And we have to understand that every time that we get away with doing this,
really, 100%. Really, I'm not even remotely kidding. especially because if you listen to Ta-Nehisi Coates talk about it, like one of the things they ask you at the fucking checkpoint, one of the things, first of all, there is no like easy way of getting into Israel and an easy way of getting into Gaza. That just doesn't exist, right? Because it's completely controlled by Israel. So even if you want to go into the West Bank, you can't do that. Conan can do it because I think he did like both sides, where he like went into Israel and did some promo for IDF as well. I was stopped for 2 hours at the Ben Gurion airport just because I was traveling with Muslim classmates after visiting the West Bank. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there's no, like think about it. Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's American, but he's black. And at a checkpoint they were asking him like, what's your religion? And he's like, oh, I don't believe in religion. What's your mother's religion? They're not very religious. What's your grandmother's religion? Like that kind of shit is a very common experience.
Gonna set a precedent that makes it okay to do worse and worse and worse. And by the time that it gets so out of control that we actually want to do something about it, we're not gonna be able to do something about it. It's gonna be too late. Right. You have the platform that we came here so that we can bring back this to our families, to 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. Right. But you have millions and millions and millions of people that have the you have the responsibility to those people. Well, whether it's comedy or not.
Our intention here. Our intention here was to. Our intention here was to visit Israel and Palestine. And also visit Palestine.
Well, no, that's questionable. Hold on, because my dad was born in Haifa in 1939. Right. So where would he have been born? In 1939, what was it called?
Right, I understand. It was Palestine.
Okay, so then Haifa is, to me, Palestine, right?
Yes. So the point I'm trying to make is we are trying to, and keep in mind, the program that we have will end up being 40 minutes long, and it's going to try and be a small slice of what's happening over here. And so what you would really need to capture exactly what's happening here would be probably a 45-hour-long documentary that would tell.
Did you watch the video? I'm sorry. Did you watch the video in Hebron of the young Palestinian man they had shot in the legs, and then the settler came up to him, a very violent settler, went up to him, and the soldier gave him his helmet, and he shot the Palestinian in the head and left him to die there, right? Do you know that 83% of Israeli society was in favor of the soldier doing that and started an entire campaign in his support? Show me a Palestinian that would tell you that any child that was killed by another.
It's pretty funny to tell like a Palestinian woman with dual citizenship standing inside of Gaza next to the fucking border wall that it's a complicated situation. Like, what's complicated, dog? Fuck you mean it's complicated? Like, I don't understand how you can say to her face that it's complicated. That's what is wild to me, because I am, this is Gaza. Oh, he's not in Gaza. Oh, he's in the West Bank. Oh, I thought he was in, did he not go to Gaza? I thought he actually went to Gaza. They can't be in Gaza, bro. No, you can go into Gaza. The fuck do you mean you can't go into Gaza? People, you can definitely, absolutely go to Gaza. Well, not right now, but you can go. I think they tried, but without IDF escorts, so they refused. Yeah, you can't go into Gaza with IDF escorts. What the fuck? That would be ridiculous. But you can go to you can yeah, chat. There's American citizens who are stuck in Gaza. How do you think they got there? You know what I mean? They went into the Rafah border. Conan O'Brien edits Israel travel special after controversy over contents. Viewers who watch Conan's Israel special, another Jerusalem Post banger. Ugh. Viewers who watched Conan's Israel special before the previewing were stunned to find a whole segment dedicated to the death of a Palestinian teen. The Israeli travel special that Conan O'Brien aired for audiences in America Tuesday showcased the fun, frivolous, routine side of Israel life. What most viewers were unaware of was that after a preview screening, the team behind the TBS show edited out proportions filmed in Bethlehem and added a disclaimer to another segment. There was a scene filmed in the home of Bethlehem where a father discussed his son who said he was killed by IDF soldiers during a riot. There was even footage of the funeral procession included. But in the post-screening Q&A, some audience members expressed their discomfort with the footage. What was the context of the killing? And who was at fault? And if you're going to show Palestinian sorrow and suffering, what about Israeli suffering? What if Israeli victims of terror who watched their families be slaughtered? Or those who live in the range of rockets from Gaza? Every time. Every time. Every fucking time. Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time.
Right now I'm standing on the Palestinian side of the wall that separates the Palestinians from the Israelis.
According to the Israeli government, the separation wall is a security measure built to protect against terrorist attacks and has resulted in a dramatic drop in Israeli deaths and casualties.
It's also a flashpoint. There's been a lot of violence here, a lot of clashes between the Israeli forces and Palestinians, rock throwing, tear gas, killings, and of course...
Yeah. Rock throwing versus fucking standing military with all the arms that one can have. Just, you know, regular both sides shit. What's
right here, the ultimate symbol of divisiveness. Donald Trump kissing the guard tower. Apparently he thinks it's his fourth wife.
While we were filming at the wall, I was confronted by a group of pro-Palestinian activists.
Okay, we saw all this already, but let's watch this.
It is one of the oldest Palestinian refugee camps. And tell us, what does this represent, the opening here?
This is the gate of 1948. It symbolized the right of return for the refugees. Our grandfathers, they were forced to leave their villages, their houses. So they hold the keys. After 60 years, we are waiting for the international community to implement the UN resolution 194 that gave us the right to return for our homeland.
UN Resolution 194 came in the aftermath of Israel's first war with their Arab neighbors. Whether the refugees fled their homes or were forced from their homes is still a hotly disputed question to this day.
The children that
I shouldn't be shocked. I did a shocked face, but I shouldn't be. This is how it's discussed. No, it's true. The only reason why you're mad is because I've shown you why, okay? Most people don't know this, and also on top of that, act like it's disputed when it's not disputed. I've yelled about this for years.
The aftermath of Israel's first war with their Arab neighbors. Whether the refugees fled their homes or were forced from their homes is still a hotly disputed question.
What, they fled their homes or were forced from their homes? How does one flee their homes, or rather are forced from their homes? Fled from what is the real question. Also, they fled, but they can't return. What's that about? Interesting. So even if they fled, right? Even if they fled, they did a voluntary fleeing, okay? Why couldn't they return? Oh, did you see how the New York Times called Nakba a migration? Yeah, I did. It's disgusting. It's gross. It's fucking ethnic cleansing denial. These guys are pieces of shit.
To this day.
The children that live here, are they growing up in a situation where they have no expectation that there'll be peace?
We as Palestinians. We are teaching the people that we will have peace on this land. We can live together here.
Would it be possible for me to go in and talk to some people? Is that possible?
Yes, we can go.
Hello, what is your name?
My name is Shada.
Do you live here in Aida?
So I was born in Gaza camp, but then I married and came to live in Aida camp.
Okay.
So from camp to camp.
Do you feel like people in America understand what's happening here?
So do you know we have a problem with the American government, but we don't have any problem with the people. And I tried before to travel to America, but they refused my visa.
You couldn't get a visa to come in.
Because at that time I went to continue my master's degree there.
What was your master's in?
Environmental studies.
Environmental studies. Wow, you're a very impressive person.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Did these guys all grow up here in Aida? Yes. Who's the cool one here? Who's the coolest guy here? Yeah, he's the cool guy. There's always one, if you get three kids together, there's always...
He's the leader.
There's one cool guy. You're the boss, right?
Yes.
Like that.
This is not a natural disaster. They talk about it like it's an earthquake or an act of God. Well, even if it's a war, right? Like, the way that they try to describe it is like, oh, it was a war. Like, the Arab states launched a war against Israel. And then Israel fucking dominated and was, like, super goated and ended up purging the civilians in this war, which is not true, by the way. They did deliberately engage in ethnic displacement. The thing there is like, well, okay, the war is over. Why can't they return to their homes? Why can't they return to their homes after the war's over? What do you mean? Like, civilians are still civilians, you know? Why do we have to care about the demographic concerns of an ethno-state? This is unimaginable. Here, parts unknown in... this is the Anthony Bourdain in Jerusalem, but I think it also goes to Gaza, right?
And there's no hope, none of ever.
Anthony Bourdain is my king. Don't ruin Anthony for me. What? No, Anthony Bourdain is fucking pro-Palestine through and through. What do you mean? He's talked about wanting to kill Henry Kissinger. In No Reservations, when he goes, I think it's after he goes to Cambodia, right? Where he talks about how you can't leave this country feeling like you don't want to fucking gouge Henry Kissinger's eyes out if you ever see him. Here.
Segment with the words of the celebrity chef and television presenter Anthony Bourdain. We just learned today he's died by suicide in Strasbourg, France, as he was filming one of his episodes of his very popular show, Parts Unknown. He traveled to Gaza. In 2014, he won an award from the Muslim Public Affairs Council. This was his speech.
I was enormously grateful for the response from Palestinians in particular, for doing what seemed to me an ordinary thing, something we do all the time, show regular people doing everyday things. The world has visited many terrible things on the Palestinian people, none more shameful than robbing them of their basic humanity. People are not statistics. That is all we attempted to show.
Those are the words of Anthony Bourdain. Again,
legend. I'm telling you, man. Progressive, except for Palestine. Progressive until Palestine. Anthony Bourdain met that fucking mark. He did. Not many do. Sad reality. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to end it here. Now compare that to the Conan segment. No, I don't care about this. Who the fuck taught Norm Finkelstein about gooning? What?
Expression, I don't know if they coined it or whether it's a commonplace in your generation. The expression is gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G.
Grooming or gooning?
Gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G. It means basically being transfixed with porn, video porn, for like 24, 48 hours straight. If straight's the right word there.
Is this AI?
And there's an expression, I don't know if they coined it or whether it's a commonplace in your generation. The expression is gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G.
I can't tell if it's AI or not. I feel like it could be real. Also, I don't know what Noam Chomsky has said recently about, like, since the last, I don't know. I haven't really heard anything from Noam Chomsky, but his birthday's coming up, December 4th. He'll be 95 years old.
Stunning lo-fi introduction,
I hope he's alive.
Starting off the day.
Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go hang out with Kaya. All right. Bye-bye. Peace in the Middle East.
California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming trusting was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.